Hello. How's everyone doing today? And Naresh, I haven't even started the event, to be honest. I just kind of ignored the event this time. So yeah. You need to get done with it. Yeah. I didn't even start it. I just kind of ignored it. I think it's got maybe a couple hours left. If I was to do anything today, it'd purely be just to frickin' do the fights. And that'd be it. So, I've been keeping up with getting the, what are they called? I forgot the name of it. Yeah. I was keeping up with, why is it blanking on me? The, like, market bit where you complete parts of the event. And then you get those coins. So it's as fast as you can click to load the text and read it. Alright then. So no voice lines, just a matter of how quick I can read. Well, I guess we can work on that then. Let me close down this game and we'll reopen that game and we'll do that then. Because even with that, it's still likely to take me a good solid couple hours. Like, not couple hours. Well, yeah, a couple hours. And it's at least gonna take probably close to 4, so. Alright. Yeah, I didn't realize that there were no voice lines. With there being no voice lines, that kind of changes a bit. Unfortunately, I do need to now take the time to retitle or deal with the streams, so we'll just, I don't know, we'll just do this. I can't believe I misspelled that. Alright. There we go. Good. Alright. That should hopefully update. There we go. Oh, and did you hear about Dolly Parton? Yeah, I heard about it. It's a very unfortunate thing. Though, living to 80 is pretty decent life. So, she did good. Life was lived well. Only change this. We'll just call this. Okay. Good. Okay, that's where that is located. Good. Alright. The two things that I really care about have been changed and fixed. Perfect. Alright. Okay, I guess we'll start Girls for 9 too. Because, yeah, if I am to even try to get through most of that game, it's going to take quite a while. But yeah. I think the event's, what, today? Basically, that's it. It's going to be a while. Especially because I started stream so late, which mainly occurred because I ended up falling asleep while doing another task. Alright. Let's see what we got. Really wish this would load well. Just do this, that. There we go. Alright. It always screams at me every time I do this. It's fine. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else that I was going to be trying to do. Oh, right. I did have one nice bit is that I've been more or less keeping up with this. Of course, missed for the entire time that I was on my trip last week, and I've more or less gone to every other day check-ins instead of necessarily every day doing the dailies, but yeah, I have been more or less keeping up with the game. I think I've almost gotten, or kind of towards the beginning middle for the third flower, because besides doing that daily, not much of the other dailies really make much of a difference. But okay, let's see. Oh, good. Just scheduled maintenance, which appears to be the showing of other stuff. Okay, I'm going to really focus. Our auto sending needs to register them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, this is all the way at this, so let me quickly do the supply, because that'll be a lot quicker. Everything else, I mean, I can probably speed through it, but yeah, who am I kidding? Worst comes to worst, that's 19 hours from now, so if worst comes to worst, I can try to finish it off stream tomorrow. Well, we'll do the crew deck stuff first. And then I'll do the auto fights just later on, because that will take probably 10 or so minutes. Because unfortunately it doesn't let me not have to view the auto battles. They just kind of suck. Oh yeah, I did just remember one just so wonderful event that I did.
怎么才来？我等你有一会儿了。
Alright, let's really focus on. I keep getting distracted by other things today, which is not great. I would have probably started the stream a lot earlier if I hadn't. But keep getting distracted. Okay, good. There's the plant there. I don't know why, but I've gotten to doing the exact same system every time I do this. That, turn back the other way, go do the rest. Good. T, boom.
没问题。
Sure. Oh yeah, that's one thing that I should be able to do hopefully soon, is depending on how quickly I can get done with the story for this one, I might be able to get all this stuff done. There we go. Alright. There we go. Let's finish the crew deck. Yeah. Perfect. Boom. Oh yeah, I also now have a bunch of other characters that are now fully leveled in terms of the relationship level bit, because... Ooh, that looks like a beef stew.
会不会太甜？
Hopefully this event does that. Yeah, I got another 6 of them to max just because I basically left that more or less alone.
好的。
So, I now have another 6 in their place to hopefully level up again to that because... Okay, yay. Does that not... Okay, that does count as that. Perfect. Okay. Alright, we'll do this. It shouldn't be too... Shouldn't take very long for this. Usually doesn't take long. So we'll speed through this and then we'll be good. Yeah. I think I have... Oh, I can't remember which 6 I leveled up to their relationship max. Which also... The thing for, like, fully upgrading and leveling up to the very max of the relationship bait, do you only get that from, like, buying them, or do those actually have a way in-game to get other than just hope? I forgot that there was these fights. Oh, well that was quick. You mean the affection items? Whatever it was, like the... Oh, I can't remember the fucking terminology they used. Dang it. It's the bit where you level them up from like level 5 to the whatever it is. That I think also has some other effect to it, but I can't remember what at the moment. I think they've been slowly adding more characters to the list that can be done with. But if that is the affection item, yeah. Whatever item that was. I can't remember. Really do wish that the battles didn't take as long. They're not very long, but I mean, it does still take a bit. Okay, it helps increase the cap and open more stats. That is paid except for very rare times they hand out for free. With still than one. Okay. So yeah, those basically are a pay to unlock a further cap, and that's basically all that does. Okay. Yeah, because I know that I think each time that they freaking seem to add in and do another decent update to the game, they seem to add like another like 2 or 3 characters per. At least I think it's been like 2 per that can actually have that done, the Covenant Ring. And so it's like, okay, so they're adding more times you can use it, except for also comes from the and combat. Yeah. Yeah, and how they've been adding more and more of that into the game. However, just seem to have absolutely not added any other way besides buying it afterward for the item. Which, I mean, they do tend to do that quite a lot, so I'm not surprised, but... Alright. Yeah. Have they made this one easier? That may have been. This has been smoother. I think usually I lose one character or so at this time. There they go. Yeah, I think usually I end up losing a character. This time I've not. Did the rank bit change? Dude, easier one? I can't remember. I haven't paid much attention to these, so... I just know these generally took... Still till 3, but, like, at least one of my characters would be at least half dead, if not most of the way dead. So, surprised. Have rained up enough to make it through that specific stage? It might be. Though I don't think I've upgraded any of them recently enough to do that. Though I could be completely wrong, because I can't remember. And I've just done a lot of random shit in this game. So, maybe. So wait, okay, there are, like, main story beats ones. Okay. The next bit, I guess, is that as long as I can freaking use Lin, most of the combat will be pretty quick. And if it's just reading, I can hopefully be okay at it. Of course, you got a turbo ad. When are you not gonna get the turbo ad? Okay. Who's calling me? Oh, it's Helena. You're Helena. No, you're not 043. Who are you? Ah, so there is one who hears my voice still. No, I exist no more. So why? What do you mean? Ah, your eyes have beheld, through them I have seen. So that is how it has come to be. Yes, the one who pulls the thread of fate stands by your side. What in the... Mei-Ling, are you ready? Of course I'm ready to start up the scan program at any time. Great. Alright then. Sextons, please follow Mei-Ling's instructions as they come. At the side, Sexton's been standing at my form in silence and moving. As a statue, upon hearing my instructions, she heads with a nod, putting what I nearly thought to be rigid stone into motion. And she goes to the repair pod that Mei-Ling designated. Relax, we're doing regular data backup and a round of routine maintenance. We'll be done before you know it. Mei-Ling carefully straps Sexton to the table. Once she confirms that all the restraints are secure and locked, she closes the repair pod door and engages the biometric lock. With all that done, she gives me a thumbs up. Sexton has been pretty stable ever since Dyer reinitialized her neural cloud and fixed her frame. However, when I don't give her any commands to follow, she simply stays silent, watching the Elmo's dolls and humans go about their daily lives and makes her seem a lot more harmless, but it also portrays a lack of desire to blend in with the crew. Maybe she's like this as a result of losing most of her neural cloud data. For lack of a better way to describe the situation, Sexton's is more akin to an ordinary instance of artificial intelligence compared to the other dolls, unchanging and limited in features, only carrying out inputted commands ad infinitum, and without the means to communicate its own will. There is a silver lining, however. Sexton's is far more stable in both body and mind when compared to Blue Sphere, whom we had run into some trouble with just a few days ago. We acquired some rather unexpected piece of information the last time Groza hacked into Sexton's base layer. Back then I hadn't realized just how important it was, but the explosion in LVIV that happened not long after brought it into the forefront of my mind, providing details that helped me make some predictions regarding Paradis' new research direction, as well as the nature of third-gen dolls. Right now I lack leads and means to gather useful information. Hopefully we will be able to get a decent amount of intel through Sextons. Third-gen dolls, Bojans, the secrets behind Helena, and the experiments and conspiracies involving the relics. If we succeed, we'll be able to uncover what we need. That right in this desolate wilderness, this yellow zone, hundreds of kilometers away from any and all helm, where so much has been said and done, I can finally start making a move. Mei-Ling, prepare. As I make preparations to begin, I spot a tiny figure out of the corner of my eye, hiding behind a machine. The figure scurries back, seeking to hide itself from my gaze, though it fails to do so completely, leaving a small strip of fabric peeking around the corner. Wait, is that, Melanie? I walk over and yank Melanie from the back of the machine. Melanie, what are you doing here? I was just looking for something that I dropped here. You dropped something here? What is it? It was... Elaine stutters, starting and stopping. I can't muster the words she wants to say. Her gaze sweeps from side to side in a most uncharacteristic manner. Something is wrong. Keeping this in mind, I squat down and pat her head. What's wrong? Did you notice something strange? Not even a whisper leaves her lips in the face of my question. Alright, Melanie. We'll have to leave the maintenance room if you're unwilling to tell us. We're going to start up a neural cloud scan program soon. An unaccounted heat source will disrupt the scan data if it remains in the room. Hold on. I have to stay. Why? I raise my communicator to my ear. Clipping, come to the maintenance room and take Melanine away. Commander, wait. I just wanted to stay and confirm something about Miss Sexton's. About Sexton's? Yeah. There are a few things that I want to confirm. Could I stay here and observe the scan results with you guys? I'll tell you everything once I confirm what I need to. Melanine seems to be highly interested in Sexton's, sneaking glances at the repair pod even as she talks to me. Her behavior at this moment reminds me of something. Right, Melanine mentioned it when I ran into Sexton's back then. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of that fusion. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Bojan extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. That's right, Sexton started self-repairing at the end of that conversation. And it seems that Helena's proximity to Blue Sphere had allowed her to break free last time. Maybe she really does know something critical. I look at Sexton's now asleep in the repair pod, and back at Melanie. Melanie. Alright, you can stay. I look up at Mei Ling and give her a knowing glance. But as a reminder, the maintenance room is Mei Ling's territory, so everyone, including me, must follow her instructions when we are here. You must follow her every command to the letter if you wish to stay here. Understood? Here. Be a good girl if you want to stay here a little, Maylene. Well, yeah, Melanine, jeez. I'll be a good girl. Great. Then let us begin. The instant I issue the order, several pieces of equipment hum to life in unison, filling the maintenance room with their overlapping droning. The dolls, still scattered across the maintenance room moments ago, immediately gather, taking up tight formations to guard this prominently displayed repair pod. Helen, please connect to the cloud and monitor the data stream coming out of Sexton's neural cloud in real time. Understood. Quick Eye, please lead 404 in shielding any potential interference signals in the area. This will ensure the integrity of the data source. Got it. 404, come with me. Monitoring and defense are all arranged and accounted for. All that's left is Dandelion. Oh my, why did you suddenly yell when it was my turn to be addressed? A holographically projected figure yawns herself into existence, accompanied by a lazy complaint. You know, Commander, it wouldn't kill you to use words like please, or could I trouble you with something when talking to me every once in a while. Go on, do it. For some reason, I can't get the words out of my mouth. Commander. I'll do it next time for sure. Milling has already started up the neural cloud data monitoring equipment. We're in a hurry, so let's just start excavating past data. Oh dearie, the one time I want to be spoiled by you, I get so coldly ignored. Despite our half-serious, half-joking complaints, the data stream on the display shows that Dandelion has already broken through the firewall within Sexton's neural cloud data. Right now she is using a stable data module within level 2 as her anchor as she descends. Soon her voice comes through my earpiece. As expected of a third-gen doll's frame, looks pretty sturdy. Wouldn't you agree, Maylene? Or Melanine? I keep saying the wrong name. Oh well. Melanine furrows her brow, but she shows no objection. Looks like we won't have to worry about any blue sphere tier issues happening. Indeed. Though excuse me. Though I have to say that whoever designed the neural cloud structures of third-gen dolls is quite the malicious genius. You can tell that just from residual data? Of course I can. I just finished a full scan of a neural space and tidied up her data structure a little. Based on the arrangement of data, you can clearly see that the designers gave these third-gen dolls plenty of room to grow without restraint. They even have no forced base layer personality settings. The kicker is that they have some kind of rule embodied into them that even I am scarcely equipped to fully decode. What I can conclude is that the stronger a third-gen doll's neural cloud grows, the more she becomes bound by that rule, yet she herself won't realize its influence or interference. The analogy I shall pose is a human forced to wear an invisible... I have no idea what that is. They feel the pain, but they cannot determine what exactly is tearing into their flesh as they persist. All they can do is live on, coexisting with the pain. I don't know. I originally thought that this implementation was intended to limit their dangerous capabilities or restrict the targets of their hostility, for example, like preventing them from attacking the conglomerate. But the current existing third-gen dolls all exhibit very different personalities, so I can't say what this rule exactly does without asking the developer themselves. Still, judging by this elaborate and intensive neural cloud design, that doesn't actually improve performance in any meaningful way. What the developer of the third-gen dolls wanted to create wasn't some novelty. They desired neither a tool nor a superweapon. It can be summarized that they are unlike Persica, who holds an idealized version for the future of the dolls. The developer of third-gen dolls, could it be Teacher? What's wrong, Melanie? Have you met someone like that before? Marlene rubs her hands, nervously, seemingly hesitating about something. I just heard a little bit of conversation. When one of those third-gen dolls was brought to the lab, Teacher once said that I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. But that third-gen doll called her Mother. Father and Mother again. Those produce freaks really love playing house, don't they? The words father and mother carry a lot of weight to humans. But dolls have no such concept by default unless it gets added to their base layer. At most, they might have a special level of respect for their creator, like the AR team. So you're saying those dolls were designed to be her children. I already said they have no base layer personality settings. You know, whatever the case, it's likely that the doll herself feels as though she needs a mother. After Dandelion finishes that sentence in a thoughtful tone, she continues to dive further in order to break through the level 3 base layer restrictions. Leaning against the control panel, I find myself dwelling on her words. A chaotic mother, huh? The vision that dolls were designed to fulfill was to assist humans in their work, an expectation that was thereby set upon their creation, namely that they were to make things more efficient. Thus their emotions, free will, pain, instinctual fears, and so on were deemed irrelevant by the world. But the legendary doll designers of our era, Persica for example, built upon that foundation, sculpting their own ideals about how dolls should be. Gradually dolls came to be regarded by humans as equals, or at least something resembling them. BRB. Alright. I once assumed that the designer of third-gen dolls, like her predecessor, simply wanted to create better, finer, stronger dolls. If not, then why would she... Ayo, all base layer restrictions have been removed. Commander, you're ready to receive this torrent of data? Turn my gaze towards Helen. She's already connected her data cable to the Elmo cloud, with faint blue flickers of light dancing across her visual modules. Let us proceed. The hum within the maintenance room sharpens as an ear-piercing pitch. Even though Sexton's neural cloud was completely wiped, a considerable amount of residual data remains. As Mailing works busily at her interface, my eyes follow hers, fixed on the data update log that scrolls in front of our faces. Suddenly, a string of words flashes onto the screen with a blazing red. Catching my attention, Dandelion's voice soon follows this sudden entry. Hey ho, Commander, I came across something pretty interesting over, Ulysses? Wanna check a look? Alright. What did you find? I found a strange protocol in the base layer of Sexton's neural cloud data. A protocol? Don't all dolls have those? Whether it's the Xenon protocol used by Griffin dolls, or the August protocol used by Sigvis fairy dolls. She does have a basic Xenon protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about isn't quite the same. How is it different? Don't beat around the bush and leave me hanging at a time like this. Don't be so impatient. It's not often that I run into something I can't quite figure out, you know? I'm getting excited myself. Catching the expression on my face, Dandelion immediately drops her playful demeanor. Alright, let me come up with a fitting analogy. If we say that dolls designed using Hume's theory are a kind of new life form, for example, imagining that Hume's dolls and Prisca's second-gen dolls are like animals and plants among Eukaryotes. I do not know what that word is. While Cygnus fairy dolls of Lyco's design are akin to prokaryotes? Prokaryotes? And what would that be? Eukaryotes? Eukaryotes? I don't know. No matter how different they may seem, all possible variations can be classified within the same category, cellular life forms. But third-gen dolls are a remotely controlled swarm of nanobots. As they congregate, corral into a singular being, they can form a replica of said cellular life. The replica remains a replica no matter how real it seems. Are you saying that third-gen dolls aren't simply an upgrade to second-gen dolls, but something else entirely? When Dyer disassembled Sexton's and Blue Sphere's frames, he didn't seem to find that much of a difference. He's mostly correct on the frames. About 90% of the parts are commercially available. Some modules are high-end and not publicly sold. At most, you wouldn't have been able to afford them in the past, and oh dearie, I guess you can't afford them right now either, The frame recovered from Mokush of the doll called Thea, visually, she looks considerably more low-spec than Sexton's and the others. Just seems like a regular elite doll. It appears the conglomerate was being quite frugal with those who couldn't make the cut for third-gen status, including those two dolls from Mokush. The defining feature of the third-gen dolls is that protocol. Hey there, you're underestimating us. Our income has gone up quite a bit as of late. That aside, what's so special about this protocol? A third-gen doll's neural cloud connects to those complex high-performance, redundancy-backed modules through the Xena protocol. That much is obvious. But the other protocol, under the constraints of the rule I mentioned earlier, translates the neural cloud's signal into nerve impulses, so that impulses communicate with a in-frame hub that controls Bodrum cells, thus forming a neural network that is even more efficient than the human body. The strange power and properties of third-gen dolls all come from this protocol, which controls the frame's Bodrum cells via the central hub. That much is certain at the very least. That kind of power surge beggars belief. Aside from that, unlike the neural cloud, that hub provides something more like, how should I put it, instinct or reflex. That hub determines the doll's actions, and its priority is nearly on par with or even exceeds that of the neural cloud. On the flip side, that has no capability for reasoning. It can only handle basic actions, so it can't replace the neural cloud. However, the information that a third-gen doll gains as she grows, along with her internalized thinking of all of it, feeds back into the hub through this protocol. So the hub itself will grow alongside the development of the neural cloud. What it eventually becomes is hard to say at this point. So that's how it is. Do you remember something? Melanie thinks for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head. I haven't managed to recall anything yet, but I think Miss Dandelion is right. Melanie tilts her head to smile sweetly at me. What do you think, Mandy Pooh? Want me to decrypt this protocol and see what's inside? You might just find what you're looking for in there. Faced with Dandelion's obviously insightful, tempting tone, I think for a moment, there's no way things can be that simple. So what are the risks of decrypting this? Always a good idea. Hey, you're back. I'm still reading through the same set. Alright. That I don't know either. After all, this is the first time I've ever had a chance to get this close to a third-gen doll. But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into trouble. This trouble you so lovingly foreshadow isn't going to be something you bring our way, right? Why would I do that? Haven't I been assisting you so diligently ever since I joined you? How could I possibly have any ill intent? I stare blankly at Dandelion's eyes. There I see round pupils of perfect clarity and childlike innocence. If I were pissed as a... What? If I were pissed as a fart... What the fuck? Okay. I immediately send out a message through the Elmo's voice communications. Kukai, prepare to step up the electromagnetic signal shielding and conceal Elmo's equipment signals. Groza, please lead Team Groza in setting up a defensive perimeter on the Elmo. Don't let any suspicious heat sources slip past. Understood. After that, I assign Monsoon Squad, Sucro Squad, and several other squads to deploy at our weak points. Dandelion watches me with a mildly offended expression throughout the deployment process. Oh my, Commander, do you really not trust me? Why would you think that? I trust you very much, of course. Springfield, please bring the others still in the crew deck over to hump. Helen, the classic UK and Aussie term for a drunk fella. Okay. Yeah. Definitely not in the American turns of phrases. Or phrases. Alright. Right. Emailing, while you're at it, activate the Elmo's Cloud protective barrier as well. Alright, you may proceed. Yes, sir. The Dandelion raises an eyebrow before vanishing once again in a huff. The indicator lights on the equipment flicker. My gaze is fixed on something beyond all those lights. I look at Sexton's inside the repair pod, whose eyes are shut as though deep in slumber. Back in LVIV, I personally witnessed another third-gen doll, Igla, transform into something resembling a Bojum. Does that mean that Sexton's has the potential to become a Bojum as well? Now that we've come this far, that question must be answered no matter what. Seconds and minutes pass without a word from Dandelion. It appears that even the likes of Dandelion won't have an easy time decrypting a third-gen doll's neural cloud data. All I can do is wait patiently as the clock ticks by. Eileen's eyes remain fixed on Sexton's immobile frame inside the repair pod, as if making sure she was truly hibernating. Melanie, you have something on your mind? Does it have anything to do with what Dandelion said earlier? It does. Earlier, Miss Dandelion mentioned the Bojum hub of third-gen dolls. I'm not sure if I'm right about this, but recently, no, ever since you guys came back from LVIV, I've been sensing some kind of intermittent pulse, and those pulses felt like what I sensed. Marlene shrieks and shudders, seemingly recalling her past experiences when I was in that laboratory. What I felt back then felt quite similar. Back then, teacher once mentioned that this method is a must for cultivating the Grail. I've heard that term before. In Groza's old report regarding Sextons, it was mentioned that third-gen doll research once addressed sextants as the Grail, but there wasn't enough evidence to determine whether this codename referred specifically to sextants or all third-gen dolls. I returned to my earlier line of thinking. At first, I had thought that third-gen dolls were created because either Paradis needed special combat units powerful enough to replace Nitos, or because the conglomerate wanted to produce a valuable commodity. But it is difficult to mass-produce the kind of Bojum technology used by third-gen dolls. Although they may be elite in many senses of the word, they cannot become weapons used to turn the tide of war. Combined with what Dandelion mentioned regarding the neural clouds, I've developed a new hypothesis that the third-gen dolls were made to bring Paradis one step closer to the relics. The incident at LVIV supports this. Paradis still hungers for the power that the relics hold. Helena and the others were created for that very purpose. But why are they using dolls for it? And why have them be under the command of the conglomerate? They risk getting killed or captured. What reason could they have for making all these moves? Commander, this is bad. I'm mining. Suddenly grabs my sleeve as I try to piece these clues together, looking at me with a panicked expression. What's wrong? The neural cloud scan. We need to stop it now. I just thought of a possibility. Anyway, if we keep going, we might be discovered. Discovered by whom? Could it be the ones who created you? Before Melanie can answer, Klukai's anxious voice comes through my earpiece. Commander 404 just picked up an abnormal signal. The instruments indicate the source of that the source is in Prague. Prague? The red zone? Although the display log still shows that decryption is proceeding as per normal. Melanie's warning and Klukai's report filled me with a strange sense of unease. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, yeah. Dandelion, can you stop for a moment? It appears that something's happening outside. Dandelion. No response. Helen? Mailing. Check what's going on. I'm checking. Helen's hand fly across the controls at the limits of human speed. She finally gives me a response after a minute. Commander, remote controls aren't responding. I'm going to forcibly cut Helen's connection to the cloud now. The Mailing pulls down the lever. Helen's connection to the Almo cloud gets severed with a sharp zzz. I quickly rush forward and catch her before she can fall to the ground. That would be very heavy considering that these are machines. Held snug in my arms, Helen slowly opens her eyes. Commander? Are you alright? What happened in there? During the decryption, the abnormal neural cloud data Miss Dandelion mentioned suddenly began to multiply chaotically. It's multiplying like a virus right now. If we don't stop it quickly, all the data on the Elmo and even everyone's neural cloud backups will be... Miss Dandelion is currently attempting countermeasures, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. We need to get in and help her. Alright, let's get to work. Springfield, I can never remember the freaking names like this. I can never remember the exact pronunciation. What is it? Zaoyu? I don't remember. Please get Zucro Squad and Monsoon Squad to connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. Understood. Commander, I can still help. But the abnormal data is buried in a well-hidden place inside Sixton's base layer. Without me leading the way, getting there could take a very long time. I'm worried it might take too long. The urgency in Helen's eyes was unmistakable. All I could do then was nod in response. Alright. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, Commander. I'll bring everyone back safely. Helen smiles as she gives my hand a firm squeeze, then turns and reconnects to the transmission cable to a port on her frame. Once Monsoon and Zucker finish their pre-connection preparations, Mailing lights up the display panel before opening the connection interface. Alright everybody, let's do it. Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui. Okay. So it's Zhao Hui. Or Zhao Hui. Okay. Zhao Hui. Okay. Where the frick is it? Good. Start.
Oh,
Do almost all missions just now spawn with a area to get,
有话快说。
that one character, Cheyenne, a high point?
我先死了。
It feels as though almost every one of these I missed. Well, good news is she does not. There are 2 remaining. He will be dead there. Jeffrey. Okay.
别手抖。
Ben
正常水平罢了。
and Fukai, just kill him. Alright.
好的调嘛。
Took more people, but... Alright. Cough, cough, cough. Okay. Ellen is the first to open her eyes after a long wait. There's always at least one spot available at Earl Tower, so it should be applicable for all maps. Okay, so it does in fact just spawn one every time. Alright then. After a long wait that had me on the edge of my seat, one by one the other dolls who connected to assist gradually wake up as well. In any case, thank you everyone. It's been quite the struggle. Thank goodness everyone's alright. And we also managed to save the data. Ewing slumps back into her chair and exhales long, thoroughly, long and thoroughly, jeez, in relief. Looks like the issue has been successfully dealt with for now. Everything okay? Huities. I thought I was a gunner that time. Third geners really are something else, huh? Haven't had this many surprises sprung onto me in so long. Looking at Dandelion, who only just recovered from a disastrous failure, I suddenly find it kind of hard to yell at her the way I did earlier. But then I suddenly remember something she said before the decryption work began. But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into trouble. Oh, wait, Dandelion. That accident just now. You saw it coming, didn't you? Commander, aren't you giving me a bit too much credit? The Bojum hub found deep in her base layer, the sudden EMP. Those were all things that happened after, you know? And don't you forget, this is my first time working on a 3rd gen doll. I still have no intention of taking Nanoline's words at face value, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. With that in mind, I turn to look at Marlene, who has now neatly folded herself into a corner. Marlene, you mentioned that someone might discover us just now. Who? Just a moment ago, I felt something really out of the ordinary. Felt exactly the same as when Helena, I think it was, some kind of pulse. If I were able to sense Helena then the others, our companions and teacher too, she would also definitely be able to sense what just happened. So you're saying that if you're able to receive the pulse from the LVIV incident, they might also be able to use that kind of pulse to capture our location. Yes. Sorry, Commander. I should have thought of this sooner. Honestly, I've been occasionally feeling similar pulses the past few days. It felt like someone's trying to use these pulses to sweep my mind. That must have been someone trying to search for her presence. If only I could have stopped it just now. But Sexton's had already sent out her own pulse. If it really is Teacher behind all this, she'll definitely have a way to find her. It's all happening because I'm too stupid. I mean, blaming yourself for not warning me in time, though I know the gravitas of the situation does warrant such a forlorn response. She is in no way at fault for failing to realize this is a possibility. It's okay. Ultimately, what we just discussed is mere speculation. But you've done well enough. I mean, there is no need to blame yourself for something out of your control. Just tell me everything you can think of and any predictions you have. I'll handle the rest. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Just as, Eileen was about to speak, I hear a series of tremendously loud collisions behind me. Sextons woke up in the pod at some point and is trying to break free of the restraints. Eileen, lock down the pod door. On it. Dandelion, check on Sexton's neural cloud. Oh gee. Willikers, things aren't looking good at all. Her neural cloud data was already in disarray, but now it's a complete mess. I can't extract anything useful from it at all. Then hurry up and figure something out. Yeah. Dandelion tries to restore Sexton's neural cloud to normal, while the latter hammers at the pod door with her fists, having broken out of her restraints. The whole maintenance room is shaken by violent tremors. A visible crack appears on the pod's double-layered reinforced fiberglass windows. And with the crack comes a release. Sexton's muffled voice comes through the comms. Go. What? Must go. I turn up the volume on my earpiece, doing my best to make out what she's saying. Must go back. Back to where Mother is. Snap. A flash of electric blue light strikes Sexton's in the pod. She collapses limply in an instant. Phew. Finally got that taken care of. I did pretty well, didn't I, Commander? You were fast this time, I'll give you that. If you were 2 seconds slower, Sexton's would have said what she wanted to say. Ah, thank you for the praise. Dandelion gives me an exaggerated bow. I wonder if this woman's holding a grudge over how I refused to speak politely to her earlier. Noticing the awkward look on my face, Dandelion's grinning holographic projection drifts a little closer. Alrighty, come here. What I did just now wasn't limited to shocking her unconscious. Okay? Here. Check a look at this. A log entry appears on the pod's in-chamber screen. Looking at the orderly arrangement of characters, something suddenly clicks in my mind. These are coordinates. That's right. It hasn't been fully decoded yet, but data using this kind of encryption can only be coordinates. You mean you intercepted those coordinates from Sexton's chaotic neural cloud data streaming just now? Though this string of data only appeared for a singular instant in time, well, from my point of view, it appeared in such a conspicuous manner that I couldn't ignore it. What do you even mean? Ah, it's nothing. Anyway, let us now have... Oh, dang it. Okay. Unfortunately, that took about half an hour, so hopefully these do not take that long going forward, because I will only be able to do about 3 of these, and there's like probably, so let's see, about 50 stars, so probably close to almost 20 missions or something, maybe. 2 hours later. What a tedious and unnecessarily convoluted encryption method. If every cipher in the world were this devoid of aesthetics, I think technology would really be doomed. So what are the results? Frontline pulls up the map data on the cloud without a word, focusing on a single, steadily flashing red dot. That's right. It was there. The signal of the normal pulse we picked up earlier came from that very same direction. The coordinates of 404 detected the signal intercepted from Sexton's Doral Cloud and the pulse Milene sensed. Everything seems to point to a single location. Could it be that the teacher Milene spoke of and the mother Sextons mentioned are also there? The emergence of this leads to me is what a faint distant glimmer is to a lost traveling ship, luring me toward a certain direction at a most perfect time. Should Milene and my suppositions prove true, then our adversaries have likely pinpointed the Elmo's location by now. On the other hand, we've sifted through and obtained a number of clues about them. The time is too convenient, far too convenient, to be mere coincidence, but calling it a trap doesn't seem quite right. Shall we take the initiative? Commander, what do you intend to do next? Let me think it over for a moment. I sit down slowly, trying to organize my thoughts. Whether or not this information we've attained is reliable matters not. This is our only way forward. Thus, the question remains, does the Elmo's current condition and combat strength allow me to launch an immediate investigation? Besides that, before I can do anything, I need to ask whether Melanie can recall anything else relevant. That's not good. Alarms suddenly blare through the Elmo. Groza's voice comes through the comms right after. Commander, a fully equipped, well-armed mercenary force is heading our way. The target appears to be the Elmo. Recon shows roughly 4 to 6 standard squads approaching by light assault vehicles. In addition to standard equipment, they also carry anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Commander, please issue your orders. Groza sounds anxious. I look at the radar. A large cluster of red heat signatures is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. What? Even if our position really did get compromised, they're getting here way too fast. Groza, can you confirm the enemy's identity? They don't look much different from units we've crossed paths with before, most likely a group of bounty hunters. Bounty hunters out here in a place like this? Since when did these guys start getting their info so quick? Your old intel channels were far faster than theirs, Commander. Well, we have to add more rounds of patrol recon to the airborne beacon after this. Groza, you're closest. Take your team and intercept the first wave. Monsoon and Zucro squads will move to back you up immediately. Will do. 404, work on including the Elmo's radar signature. I'm guessing they only have a rough idea of our location and haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet. Understood. Manning, start the Elmo's engines. We have to get ready to move. Got it. Alright. How about start? Okay, so where is the... Okay, so if I move Lind pretty much anywhere, Lind will be capable of, I think, getting the entire map. You're off by 1. And you are off by 1. Okay, so... Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move 1 further this way. That'll get that guy, and we only leave 1 to kill later. Bye, Cheyenne.
了解。别手抖。正常水平罢了。
Commander, do you copy? I copy, go ahead. We've defeated the first wave of enemies. The forces that remain are currently retreating. However, their retreat seems to be a planned one, orderly and purposeful, which is why we think they might have reinforcements waiting to join up with them just a short distance away. I see. Helen, use the coordinates of the firefight as the radius to try and intercept the enemy's comms signal. Find out what they're up to. Adversaries this well equipped wanting to cut any corners with regards to their cyber security. They'll be communicating on encrypted frequencies. I just detected a military relay beacon in their possession. They're made for encrypted communication, but I can still try to monitor the amount of information sent through them. If their reinforcements do exist, those squads must be connecting to the command unit's base station one after another right now. Alright, please do so. Helen springs into action immediately upon receiving my approval. Their monitoring soon produces results. As expected, all the comms frequency being used in the area have at least 2 layers of encryption. It'll take some time to decrypt them. That aside, the relay beacon I detected just now is carrying several times more traffic than it was during the prior battle. It also has over 20 new network nodes added. A preliminary estimate puts our opponent's reinforcements at around 10 units. Wow, that's a lot of folks. Did they up my bounty or something? A wave of silence washes over the area. The dolls around me all turn to stare at me. Just joking? Rosa, the enemy's reinforcements are too many. Pull back right now and let Monsoon and Zukro assist you in that. Don't get drawn into a prolonged fight no matter what. Understood. Springfield, Zhao Commander, we won't make it in time. The enemy has already regrouped into a new formation. They're quickly closing in on Team Groza. We had our eyes on it as well. Please give us your orders, Commander. We can hold them off for a while, Commander. There's enough time for the Elmo to retreat to a safe distance from here. I won't allow it if we do so. If we do so, they'll be cut off from supplies and any reinforcements. These enemies don't look easy to deal with. We need a more comprehensive plan. If we don't relocate now, when everyone on the Elmo will be at risk of attack. The Elmo's combat echelons have grown to be reliable enough. Although I have to carefully weigh the situation Groza has reported, leaving them behind is by no means something I can accept. So then I decide, let us partake in the rudimentary demonstration of firepower. Understand the situation better now? I'll update our tactical plan. Monsoon Squad, approach Team Groza head on from northwest, executing a feint to draw the enemy's attention. Monsoon Squad acknowledges. Zugro Squad, approach the enemy's flank from the southwest. Identify the weak points formed when the two enemy groups converge, and strike those points with maximum firepower. Alan will assist you in rapid location targeting. Alright, we copy. As for the Elmo, we'll stay on the outer rim of the battlefield for now and observe. We won't engage in combat unless it's necessary. We don't have much time left to react. Let's begin. The 3 squads outside respond to the enemy's offensive at top speed. Reports come in over the comms one after another. Although the enemy's firepower is immense, the dolls respond to it well under my command, quickly pulling away from their pursuers. Commander, the strike worked on our end. There's some minor disorder among the enemy's rear support. Now is the perfect moment to retreat. Monsoon Squad, what's your status? Team Groza has essentially broken free and is preparing to retreat. However, to avoid exposing the Elmo's position, we'll be retreating via a roundabout route. It'll take longer than predicted, but at least the Elmo's safety will be assured. Excellent. Good work, everyone. I'll dispatch teams to meet you all immediately. I look around at the dolls standing by aboard the Elmo. Cheyenne, I'm here, Commander. I'm hereby appointing you as temporary captain of the Elmo Rapid Response Squad. Me? That's right. I'm going to consolidate the remaining combat strength on the Elmo into a tactical extraction team. The job will be to extort Groza, Monsoon, and Zucro squads back to the Elmo safely. I'd like you to lead and command them for the time being. But I only just joined the Elmo. I humbly disagree. From what I've observed of you recently, you've plenty of combat experience and solid team coordination. It places you as the most fitting choice for commanding a temporary task force such as this. Avoid direct conflict. Your top priority is everyone's safety. I understand. Thank you for trusting me, Commander. I'll be focusing on controlling the Elmo so for now, I'm placing you as second in command of this whole operation. Should something interesting happen during the return trip, you may command the others at your discretion. In short, I'll leave on the ground situational judgments up to you. Yes, sir. I will absolutely live up to your trust. With tactics settled, Cheyenne departs with Basti. I can never remember these names. Hua, Sabrina, and Lewis. After that, Mei Ling keeps the Elmo at a safe distance from the combat area, just out of range of the enemy's radar. Mei Ling, once you see everyone break free from the enemy, you can move the Elmo in a little closer. But if we do that, we'll expose the Elmo's position. It's fine. But we're not far from the red zone. Once we've picked up Groza and the others, we can just move the Elmo near the red zone and lie low for a while. If the people chasing us truly are bounty hunters, the bounty they'd earn from my head wouldn't be enough to split amongst them, considering the sheer size of their all-human force. If they follow us into the red zone, what they'd get individually wouldn't be able to cover the costs of treating radiation sickness. It's risk-reward. Frankly speaking, it wouldn't be worth it for them. Then again, if they aren't simply bounty hunters, that's another situation entirely. Outside the Elmo, the sounds of combat screech ever louder and louder. I'm under the status of every doll, nervous taunt, ready to react the moment. Ready to react the moment we run into any sudden situation. Commander, we have a bit of a situation here. Something's not right with Nemesis. We're working with the other 3 members of Team Groza to bring her back. What Nemesis? Did she get hurt? No. Team Groza was just about to pull out of combat when Nemesis' frame started going out of control. She can't take part in combat at all. I'm taking over her duties now to provide covering fire for Team Groza. Commander, I may not be able to hold out for very long, but I'll do everything I can to complete the task you've given me. You've done well. Cheyenne, I'm leaving command of the front line to you for now. When giving Cheyenne her instructions, I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Team Groza? Position on the radar shows that we are about 500 meters away. We are close enough. If we drop our cloak from this distance, the enemy should spot us in no time. Wait, Commander, do you mean Shan and the others have already finished constructing the landing zone, securing the doll's retreat route? Now all we need to do is divert the enemy's attention to give them a chance to break away. I'm planning to have the Elmo take on that role. That puts the Elmo at risk of getting attacked again after all the trouble we went through to... Rest assured, all repairs will be funded and approved. No holds barred. Alright, if you say so. Mei Ling taps the controls a few times, dropping the Elmo's electronic radar camouflage. The instant the Elmo drops its cloak, the heavy weapons that the enemy has been holding back on waste no time joining the party. The enemy's firepower is way stronger than I imagined. Commander, can the Elmo really hold out? Whatever the case, start by activating the force field and defense systems. Shells explode one after another on the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffers shrapnel grazes amid bombardment. Even so, I can't be sure if we'll be able to drive the Elmo into the red zone smoothly after picking up the squads outside. Whatever happens, getting the dolls I send out back into the Elmo is my top priority at this moment. Commander, grab the handrail. The sound of the incoming shell draws closer. After a violent shatter, the shell tears a wound through the Elmo's force field. What follows is yet another round of ear-shattering screeches, signifying steel cutting through the air. The Elmo's appearance was way too effective. Now everyone should have a chance to retreat. As if to confirm what I've been saying, the Elmo's comms light up one after another with replies from the squads. Commander, the Elmo has drawn away nearly all the enemy's reinforcements. We managed to cut their engagement with Team Groza. Still, are you all able to hold out over there? Don't worry, they can't do much damage to the Elmo right now. Monsoon has also adjusted our tactics. We're carrying out pinpoint strikes against the enemy's harassment units. Alright, you're all doing great. Cheyenne, what's your status? Any chance to pull back? We just successfully linked up Team Groza. Right now, we are moving toward the landing zone. Top speed, ETA, 5 minutes to boarding. Commander, thank you. I'm just glad you're all coming back safe. Jahui, Springfield have Masoon squad and Zucro squad prepare to retreat. Some minutes later, I see all 4 squads on the radar successfully board the drones approaching the Elmo's position from the air. Mailing, locate the closest red zone coordinates. We have to retreat as well. Great. I've shared our coordinates to your terminals. Once the coordinates pop up, the system automatically calculates the optimal pickup and retreat route. The closed red zone is roughly 50 kilometers away. With the Elmo speed in mind, we should be able to shake our pursuers within an hour if things go smoothly. Commander, everyone outside has managed to disengage. Well done. Mailing, begin the retreat along the route I just laid out. Got it. Everyone, stay sharp. Turning off the Elmo's defense mode. Once we confirm that everyone has been brought aboard, Mailing drops the force field and the vector engine restrictions. The Elmo begins running at full speed. Without the protection of defense mode, the attacks on the Elmo immediately take a turn for the worse. Treading the wastes at full speed, the Elmo weaves through shells falling like rain. Thanks to Mailing exceptional driving, managed to avoid being overwhelmed by the barrage. But the Elmo can't return fire while moving at full speed. I quickly feel the enemy's attacks becoming more intense. Commander, the enemy's weapons seem much more powerful than what we've faced before. We can't dodge them all. Brace for impact. Mailing barely manages to swerve away from one shell, but another slams squarely into the side armor. Mailing and I are thrown sidewise by the shock. What fierce firepower. Mailing, I'm okay, but if this keeps up, our escape route will be cut off. As if to confirm Mailing's statement, I hear several more shells streak past the Elmo's roof. Was it a dud? The expected shutter never comes. We need to check if we got hit. We should have been hit. Just as I worry that the enemy might be using something worse than ordinary shells, a familiar, reassuring voice comes through the earpiece. Did we make it in time, Commander? I look up after hearing the sound of rotors over the comms and notice what appears to be a small figure on a circling helicopter weaving in the Elmo's direction. Elva and Martina have been away from the Elmo for long stretches ever since the LVIV incident. They do it to honor their agreement with StateSec operating across the Bjorn Sea to carry out various missions. To be honest, I wasn't expecting them to be back this soon, judging by the timing. They might have been handling a mission nearby. You came at just the right moment. Glad to hear it. Don't worry, Commander. Voimatsa is on the ground laying down fire on the enemy. Once they've been pushed back, we'll help everyone retreat to the Elmo. I'm sending the rendezvous coordinates to the Elmo's receiver now. We've already scouted the area in advance. It's the safest place in the vicinity. Scouted? Hard to explain our comms. Let's talk in detail when we met. We also brought a StateSec specialist with us this time. She'll help us get the Elmo out of danger. Understood. Thank you for the assist. Mailing once we pull out of the engagement zone, deploy the helipad so Oliver and the others can land. Got it. Oh Lord, so much
任务
speech.
结束，
Okay.
各位，保持警惕，在安全返回之前，
Firm.
还不能放松。
Given the speed of this will take quite a lot longer than I expected to. As the total is 11 of those, 5 of those. We've done 2 in about an hour and a half. In theory, if I skip reactions tonight, it might be possible. Commander, a long time no see. Defy has returned. Ahmad says currently intercepting those bounty hunters on the perimeter. Once that's wrapped up, she'll come back with the others. Wait, just her alone? Even with the almost support a single doll? She's just keeping them at bay. Sinbreaker should be able to handle most situations encountered. While we're back at StateSec, we requested the use of some special automated equipment, which can help make up for our shortage in personnel. Combining our strength with M200 and the others. Oh right, I should call her Cheyenne now. Her squad is also humping Voimatsa, so it's only a matter of time before we shake off those bounty hunters. It's a workable combat plan. Thank you for the help. Oh, and this is Ala steps to the side, revealing an unfamiliar doll behind her. This must be the StateSec specialist you mentioned earlier who would be working with us. So this is the commander, huh? Nice to meet you. Wow. It takes this long for Perita to get, like, introduced in the actual story? Like, she got allowed for a doll, like, almost like, this game's been out for what? Like 2 years or something like that? Year and a half, 2 years? And she was there maybe 6 months after the game came out, maybe less. Wow. Okay. Do you know me from somewhere? Well, sort of. Alva and Voimaster have shown me your file, if that counts as knowing you. Since I'm the one who knows the commander's name, that seems a little fair, doesn't it? Might be better if I formally introduced myself, perhaps. The unfamiliar doll extends her hand towards me with an indecipherable smile on her face. I'm a doll from a Special Operations Task Force under StateSec of the Neo-Soviet Union District, Perita. StateSec Perita. Wait, isn't that name... I realize that Perita might be the StateSec doll with some connection to Groza. But now isn't the time for that topic. Besides, I still don't know her exact identity. Let's hear what Alva and the others have to say first. My mission this time, let me see, is to temporarily serve as Alva and Voimaster's partner, I think. That's right. Perita has served StateSec for a long time, having participated in numerous extreme risk covert operations. She has proven to be an experienced and highly reliable companion. I study Perita carefully. She's a StateSec doll who carries out covert missions. I should be sure that I've never seen her before. So where does this sense of familiarity come from? Oh my, looks like the Elmo's gained yet another reliable companion. Perita's gaze shifts to the holographic projector behind me. Dandelion sizes Perita up, her expression carrying a meaningful undertone. It is truly an honor to meet you at such a critical moment. This must be Miss Dandelion. I hit the mark, right? You've even heard of me by name. State Sec dolls really are a remarkably resourceful. The ability to gather intel is a necessary skill for State Sec doll, after all. You're a senior consultant hired by the URNC government and the creator of the URNC system, super AIs, Heli and Iffy. Surely you must be aware of this, right? So even my information can be found through State Sec's Intel network, huh? Looks like I really do need to mind my words in the future. Relax. Information about you has not been disseminated en masse. I just happen to obtain some accounts of your exploits through certain special channels of information. That's surprising, but that's how it is. Special channels, huh? Now I really am curious, just how special are these channels? Are you engaging in humor with me? Sorry, I'm not very good at this sort of thing. But since you are who you are, you must have foreseen long ago that we would meet here, right? I did smell a familiar presence drawing near, just didn't expect that we would meet in this manner. Mere fragments alone, yet they exude such a powerful pull. So this is how fate gets woven together. I'm completely lost listening to Peretta and Dandelion go back and forth. What sort of cryptic camarade are you two partaking in? Unexpectedly, the two of them turned to look at me simultaneously, as if on cue. Nothing. Well then, Ava, did State Sec assign you a new mission? Correct. I haven't had the chance to disclose our objective to you yet. It's okay if you can't tell me, I trust you. To us, you are already an inseparable part of the team, Commander. Of course, you should know. We've been searching for clues related to the LVIV incident based on follow-up observations. Although Garrett and Shilovik's plan to activate the relics was stopped, our logistics personnel detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse during the incident, indicating that something really did happen. My memory of LVIV remains different from everyone else's. Elvia doesn't notice my silence, she continues. So over our past few months away from the Oma, we've been searching the yellow zones based on those data signatures. We captured similar signals several times, using them to locate produce bases. Our produce bases continuously emitting signal pulses resembling relic activation experiments. They are. We destroyed several small produce bases deep in the yellow zone based on these clues. Every last one of them was conducting Bojan production without exception. Combined with those records left by our fallen State Sec comrades, we can confirm that Protus is mass-producing Bojans in a deliberate manner, and they are gathering them to achieve some specific purpose. So they aren't making Bojams just to expand their forces? Have you found anything else? Unfortunately, all we have is some record footage. None of the investigators survived. Some recorded footage. None of the investigators survived. These incidents have caused quite a stir within the URNC. Large-scale operations may begin soon. Miss Nell and Mr. Kevin encouraged us to pursue our investigation through other channels for now. I remember now, you mentioned earlier that they helped retrofit Voimastia's armor. I find myself caught in a brief moment of nostalgia upon hearing the names of those two individuals. It's been 10 years, I wonder how they look now. Indeed, we began to contact them more frequently after the LVIV incident. They both believe that these fluctuations are an unusual prelude to something But as the URNC stands now, these matters cannot be made public under the name of Paradise crimes, nor can an investigation be opened on those grounds. So you guys traced those clues all the way here. We did. About 12 hours ago, we detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse from a nearby red zone. After analysis, we found that it shared similar signature as the previous pulses. That pulse is the strongest that's been recorded since the LVIV incident. What's fun is I don't know what the LVIV incident is. Or the Lviv? I don't know. Because of that, we applied to StateSec for emergency response authority since this mission required entering the red zone and demanded careful action. The higher-ups dispatched Parita to assist us in hopes that we could start investigating the source of the pulse ASAP. We were on our way to the source when we spotted the battle you guys were engaged in. Now that you've mentioned it, we did just detect something similar. You picked up on it too, Commander. I give Elva a brief account of what happened earlier. Abnormal coordinates retrieved from a third-gen doll's neural cloud. So, Commander, you're investigating the third-gen doll you have on your vehicle. I just want to find leads on Paradise. The two of you experienced the incident and LVIV with me. You understand the connection between third-gen dolls and Paradise. I do, but... Elva pauses to think for a moment. When she speaks again, there's hesitation in her voices. Commander, you should know, although Matsina and I have left StateSec, we still collaborate with them due to a great number of unfulfilled contractual terms, so we have access to certain pieces of internal information. Although its incompleteness might trouble you, I still feel I should disclose some intel to you. Opinions on you are not unanimous with StateSec, Commander. Is that so? What are they saying? Only in turbulent times would men like him be deemed a hero. In times of peace, such men would be placed under the category of destabilizing factors. That was how that gentleman answered me when I asked. Even though Ivamatsa, Lorelei, and I have all successfully provided proof of your innocence, it remains a fact that your influence on the world is growing. In a short span of time since the LVIV incident, not only did you help overthrow Shep Fabian's factory in the Yellow Zone, you also signed a collaboration with the up-and-coming Connexion Corporation. These developments cannot be concealed, and more people will turn their attention to you inevitably. If it were just that that StateSec would be glad to see your influence in the Yellow Zone grow stronger, but when your influence becomes entangled with matters concerning the relics, the dissenting voices grow louder. Other than Helena, the fact that there's a third-gen doll on the Elmo makes it difficult for you and your supporters to keep proving that you are innocent. The third-gen doll makes it difficult for your supporters. StateSec may turn a blind eye to certain things internally, but this particular issue is a rather critical one. If our adversaries find a need, they could use this as a pretext to apply far greater pressure. So you're suggesting I let the conglomerate take them back, allowing them to keep helping Paradise. Commander, you should know that we would never suggest as such. Defy Kalena and the former Griffin dolls who fought alongside you. It's a no-brainer that we trust you. However, within the URNC, such individuals are lacking in number. Which is why that gentleman wishes to better understand your current intentions. As a fugitive wanted by the URNC, I assumed my intentions no longer mattered. No, they do matter, not just to that gentleman. It matters to me and to Defy as well. Commander, Angie left us, and it was not because she did anything wrong. There aren't many people like you left in this world, Commander. We can't afford to lose any more. Alva, I understand your concerns, but third-gen dolls are the strongest lead I have. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I let such obstacles make me hesitate, things like the LVIV incident will happen again and again. Whether it's destroying Paradise Labs, investigating third-gen dolls, or the debacle I caused in Mokush, I realize that so long as I do something, there's a possibility that I can improve the lives of those I hold dear, even if it's only by a little. That's why I want to keep moving forward on this path, whether I'm labeled as a hero or a criminal. These are the things I wanted to do for a long time. Thanks to that warrant from the URNC, my reservations have been completely cleared away. We've already reached the worst case scenario, so why not just go all out? And as for Angie, whom you mentioned earlier, you could say that the things she once did pushed me to make a decision. Angie did once fall into the dark before she left us. What was reflected in her eyes was the dawn. Perhaps I just stubbornly want to bring about the world that she and so many others like her envisioned, and now I feel I can do far more compared to who I was a decade back. Strange, isn't it? The forces I can call upon now don't even amount to a tenth of what I had before, yet still. Commander, to be frank, your words make me happy, but they also worry me a little. Even so, I'm convinced once again that Defy's choice to follow you was the right one. Thank you. With that in mind, Elva taps her earpiece. The indicator on her comms module goes dark. She leans in close and speaks in a whisper just beside my ear. Commander, what I'm about to say is just a personal reminder from me. If you intend to investigate or make contact with third-gen dolls and the developer behind them in any way, please make sure Voimasta and I are present as your escort. Why? StateSec hasn't reached a conclusion yet, but our available intel is enough for us to derive an obvious one. That our opponent is unlike any enemies we've faced so far, and the extent of the danger is incalculable. Alva then turns her comms module back on, picks up a tablet, and projects a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me. Since both the leads among us point to the same dangerous region, something likely did happen there. Parita, can you help me adjust the map to the region that the pulse originated from? Of course I can. I thought you and the commander were going to whisper in private for longer. We're on duty now. Those were just routine work-related discussions. Yes, sure. I understand. Parita smiles and then projects a map into the air showing the coordinates. Right here. Inside the red zone, 34 kilometers west of Prague Center. Then our objection is clear. I don't think that was right. What was the word? Then our objective is clear. Commander, we should now... Ella is about to say something, but she's cut off by a sudden commotion. Right after the door to the almost opposite room opens, Crowley walks in as she argues with the dolls beside her about something. Yet the moment she lifts her head, she stops dead in her tracks as though she just saw a ghost. Why are you here? I look towards Crowley and realize that the you she's referring to is none other than Parita, who has only just arrived on the Elmo today for the first time. I wanted everyone to have a nice sit-down conversation after everything serious was settled, but from the look on Crowley's face, this is probably not the right moment for that. Crowley, is this the Parita you've been searching for all this time? Of course. If it weren't for her, forget it. I'm just glad you're safe. I actually have so many things I wanted to tell you. Okay, so this is not necessarily a pissed off, but the Elmo is a wonderful place. From now on, why don't you... Hey, Parita. Sensing the confusion in Parita's eyes, Crowley tentatively calls out to the other doll by name. Have you met me before? That seems to be the case. Through the long silence, Crowling's expression shifts from confusion to displeasure until finally it boils over into a fury that makes her charge forward. There's a limit to how far you can take a joke. I thought you got hauled off to be scrapped by those dollar arena bastards back then. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was originally planning to thank you properly when I saw you again. But what kind of attitude is this? Hey! You're tanking my rep by reacting like that. Krillin grabs Peretta by the collar, their eyes locked, as though she were trying to dig out memories of herself buried deep within Peretta's neural cloud. The standoff drags on until a tall figure appears, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, and pulls the two of them apart with ease. Please do not interfere with State Sec personnel on duty. Huh? I'm sorry, Miss Crowling. I didn't have the chance to explain just now. Peretta suffered damage to her neural cloud in a previous mission. She can no longer remember many things. So she's not pretending that she doesn't know you. Mission, neural cloud damage. So you're saying she's with you guys? The Doll Arena mission you mentioned was likely one of the incidents that damaged her neural cloud. After StateSec recovered Peretta, they assigned her to only handle support roles and field missions. Peretta doesn't seem to show any additional emotion in response to Crowling's big outburst. She simply smiles politely. A StateSec doll. So when you did all that in the arena, was it for a mission? What if it was a mission? Shouldn't you looked out for yourself first? Oh right, if her neural cloud was damaged, I can't even ask her about it. Damn it. Why, Nemesis is the same too. They all make it so hard for me to rest easy. Crowling says nothing more, as if struck by some kind of serious blow. She does something unlike herself. She walks to the corner of the room and sits down quietly. Master steps forward and hands me a document. Commander, I've brought back the doll called Nemesis as you requested. She appears to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing a neural cloud scan in the repair pod. So what exactly is going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly malfunction? Groza, could you describe in detail what happened during the operation? Things were pretty chaotic back then. It started while we were in combat with the enemy. Nemesis ignored several of my orders in succession and didn't respond to me calling her. I assumed Nemesis had been pinned down by enemy fire and sent Crowling to break her free. However, once Crowling got close, she realized that Nemesis seemed different from her usual state. It looked like someone was interfering with her neural cloud. Neural cloud interference again. Sextants had the same thing earlier. I recall how back when we accidentally stumbled into Peretta's religious ceremony, Nemesis had reacted strangely to the proceedings. Nemesis and Sextants malfunctioning one after the other. Were they both affected because that pulse was caused by Peridus? I want to check on Nemesis. Commander? I'll be alright. If you're really worried about it, stay by my side, okay? Understood. Okay, Groza follows behind me as we pass through the corridor and enter the maintenance room. Nemesis appears to have regained consciousness. She is undergoing a scan under Mei Ling's guidance. Mei Ling, how is she? Doesn't look like there's anything unusual going on. Miss Helen helped me too, but still, I don't think we found the cause of the malfunction. Nemesis, how are you feeling? Right, I forgot to call Crowling over. Thinking back on Crowling's state right now, maybe it's better to leave her alone. Surely I should be able to understand Nemesis a little after watching Crowling translate for so long. I steel myself and try speaking with Nemesis directly. Nemesis, did you sense something while fighting the enemy earlier? A flower swaying in the breeze, gathering, both are as haze. I think I roughly understood that. Nope, didn't understand a thing. She is saying that she felt herself being summoned by some kind of decisive fate. Peretta? You can understand what Nemesis is saying? Yeah, I do have this rather unexplainable ability. It does come in handy every now and then, wouldn't you agree? It's a very valuable ability. States like sending you to assist a fire really was the right call. You are far too kind, sir. Still, showing off unexpected abilities at critical moments is something I quite pride myself on. In any case, since the scrolling's mood hasn't recovered yet, is it alright if I temporarily serve as the translator for this lady? After a difficult round of questioning, I finally managed to learn something about Nemesis' condition through Peruda's translation. Nemesis explains that she lost control of her frame earlier due to some kind of intervention. She vaguely sensed the same thing at the exact moment when Sextant lost control. Back in combat, however, the intervention suddenly grew stronger directly, causing her to lose control of her frame. As for what this intervention actually means, Nemesis does not make it clear from her descriptions. It appears that she herself only understands it vaguely. She just calls it fate or some kind of behavioral logic that cannot be found anywhere within her neural cloud. These strings of phenomenon form a interwoven network of clues, enough to suggest that something worth discovering is hidden deep in the red zone. Looks like we have to head into the red zone to investigate. I gather everyone in the ops room. Everyone, I'm preparing to head into the red zone for a mission. Although it's just recon work, our current situation is fairly complex. We may encounter things that we've never had to deal with before. We'll be drawing up a list of those participating in this mission based on capability, but also based on your willingness to participate. It's been a while, but this is the first time we conduct a mission inside the red zone. We'll need to make proper preparations for protective gear and comms equipment. Mailing, take inventory of what equipment is left in the warehouse, and there is no need to go through such trouble. Our helicopter is carrying enough protective gear and comms equipment. Commander, would you be willing to let us join your task force? Of course, that would be wonderful. Then we'll inventory the equipment for this mission. Please inform me of the team size and equipment specifications in a short while. Alright, then let us set our goal. Okay. Alright. I do need to remember that these really front load the beginning with long story, and then after about 5 of these, the story goes by much quicker. I don't know if I'll be able to do it all in a day, though. Elva and Voymaster are in the refitting room checking off the equipment list for the upcoming mission. I take the chance to finalize the personnel coming on this mission. I begin by selecting for a squad possessing extensive combat experience in red zones to accompany me. Because our special equipment is in limited supply, I can only bring one more squad along, which leaves me feeling somewhat conflicted. Both Monsoon Squad and Zukuro Squad have assisted me on missions involving produce space before. Their performance has been quite reassuring. Besides them, the new dolls who just joined the Elmo may still be in their adjustment periods, but they each have their own strength and specialties. After what just happened with Sextons, I realized that I really do need to assign a strong, well-coordinated team specifically to keep an eye on her. What's more, we just exposed our location in front of those mercs. I must leave enough forces on the Elmo for its own defense. I also have Team Groza. I pull Team Groza away from the Elmo, only to get another team to look after Helena and Melanine. Commander, I want to come too. Okay, that's gonna be an interesting problem. Melanine has been peeking at me from every corner of the equipment room ever since I announced the trip into the red zone. Right now, she is on her tiptoes, peering at the mission roster. You want to come? Where exactly do you want to go? I want to go with you and the others into the red zone for the investigation. There must be plenty of Paradise traps over there. I can protect you, Commander. Okay, how exactly does Melanie plan to protect me? Do you have a box like Helena's? Melanie shakes her head. Do you have a way to jam radar so that the enemy can't spot us? Melanie shakes her head, Melanie. Then I'll find a way somehow. Right? I can still help. For example, I can still disguise myself as one of their Helenas and infiltrate a Paradise base like what I did last time. That way, we have a way to go straight in and grab lots of internal Paradise data. If things go well, Commander, you wouldn't need to use much firepower to destroy their base this time. The last time you were discovered by a Neater really quickly. They won't be caught off guard this time. Besides, how do you know that they definitely have Helena's over there? I only asked that offhandedly, but something clicks when I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. Has Melanie been hiding something else she knows from me? Right? The way she suddenly insisted on coming along with us raises my suspicions as well. Could it be Melanie, about what happened earlier? Is there something you haven't told me? How did you know that? Realizing a slip of the tongue, Melanie hurriedly puts her hands over her mouth. I knew it. Melanie, did you sense something about the Helenas again? Melanie turns away, showing me her back. I promised that girl that I wouldn't tell anyone about it. If that's how she puts it, Melanie definitely did sense the presence of another Helena. And judging by what we know so far, that Helena is somewhere inside a Paradise base in the depths of the Red Zone. Looking back at how Helena once sensed Melanie, if we actually do want to get to the bottom of all this, bringing Melanie along with us makes things much easier. But should I really bring Melanie into the Red Zone just for this? This is way too dangerous. It adds so much unpredictability to our investigation. Plus, I also have to think about whether or not to make this new discovery a secondary objective on the mission. Looks like Melanie still hasn't told me everything. I should get things sorted out with her first. Melanie, why don't we try talking this through together? Tell me everything you know. If this is important, I'll bring you along to rescue that Helena. Really? Yep. I won't go back on my word. Melanie turns to face me after some hesitation. To be honest, I've been intermittently hearing that girl's voice ever since you all came back from LVIV. Did you like how you were able to sense our Helena? Yeah. That voice is different in that it's always been really faint and weak. I can only hear at certain particular moments. Particular moments? Yes. She seemed to be in great pain every time I managed to sense her. Feels like something is draining her life dry. Abnormal pulses, the connection between third-gen dolls and Bojims, and yet another Helena. I have no concrete proof yet, but instinct tells me that what Melina is describing appears to be tied to the events that Alva and the others have been investigating. Melina, can you tell me what the two of you discussed? We didn't actually manage to talk much, but she seems to know a great deal about what's happening on the outside. Especially things about you, Commander. She knows me. She said that a certain individual nearby who pulls the thread of fate was the reason why she could establish a connection with me. She also brought up the LVIV incident. What did she say? She asked me, what became of the people in LVIV after Nirvana opened? This is the first time anyone has brought up the opening of Nirvana since the LVIV incident. I assumed that what happened might have been a hallucination of mine, but now I'm suddenly being told that someone else had witnessed it, that someone is that someone is another Helena, no less. This Helena must be someone important to I have to find a way to track her down no matter what. The list of things to investigate grows yet again. Commander. Malene tilts her chin up slightly, looking at me with pleading eyes. I've told you everything I know. Please, can you take me with you? What Malene said makes logical sense, and it doesn't sound like she's making things up to get her way. Besides, the matter of Nirvana is not something she could have thought up with just her imagination. If what she said is close to the truth, then it is extremely important that we investigate this other Helena. At the very least, it must be listed as one of our main objectives. Melene's presence does significantly increase the chance of success. Otherwise, we'd be plunged headfirst into the red zone with our radar disabled, and it would probably take too long to even get a sense of what's happening in there. Safety is indeed a major concern. While Malene has no need to fret with regards to radiation as an immune individual, we'll have to allocate personnel to protect her, should combat happen. At the very least, we must direct her from danger before it is too late. Still, I wish to only probe the locale for now, so avoiding direct combat is part of the plan. With that in mind, we need to assign an extra squad to ensure Melene's safety. Alva and the others brought plenty of special equipment that should come in handy. It should not make the issue of our low manpower less of a pain point. Alright, I think I understand the gist of what you mean. After thinking it over, I summoned Groza to me alone. Groza, aside from 404, I also want you to bring Team Groza along with this mission. Along on this mission. Aside from providing combat support, your priority will be to keep Malene safe. You're bringing Malene along, Commander? Yep. Malene has uncovered some new leads that could help with our search. Thank you, Commander. Let's be clear about this beforehand. You must stay close to Groza and the others. You are absolutely not allowed to run off on your own. I'll be on my best behavior. Then I and the others shall do our best to protect Malene. As for Nemesis, should we make separate arrangements for her? No need. Just run the team as you usually do. Be it Nemesis, you, or the others in Team Groza, you've all been my companions on the Elmo for the longest. I can't just stop trusting you guys over some unexpected accidents. Commander, besides, Nemesis does have a number of mysteries surrounding her. I have a feeling this mission could help us solve them. Understood. Leave the rest of the arrangements to me. This time, I won't let you down, Commander. With the roster set, Mamasta goes to the helicopter to bring down equipment for the mission. While taking stock of our equipment inventory, I noticed that aside from basic protective gear, we also have plenty of special equipment that would be hard to find even on the black market. Commander, we may face extreme collapse radiation levels now once we enter the red zone. Please wear the protective suit and equip the radiation isolation device. Elva picks out a protective suit from the equipment pile and hands it to me to try on. It surface gleams with a strange sheen, as if it was sprayed with some kind of protective coating. I put on the protective suit and try moving around. Ow, it's suffocating. So tight. It's kind of hard to breathe. Ellen notices my discomfort. She scrambles to explain. Sorry, Commander. Since this is an impromptu mission, we didn't have time to custom order one. So we'll have to ask you to bear with Kevin's gear for now. It's okay, I'm fine. Elva walks over to loosen some of the straps around my torso and joins her shimmering gaze meets mine. She produces a somewhat flustered laugh. Is that better, Commander? Much better. Elva carefully checks the suit's airtight seal and then hands me a brand new set of comms equipment. Also, these are shielded communicators. I'll be distributing them to mission personnel in a short while. Red zone radiation will interfere with comm signals. These devices will ensure that we're able to remain in contact with each other while we're inside. We also have weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and their ammunition. I'll distribute some of these to each squad before we depart. Still, these weapons are dangerous, so they'll need to be used with care. And Ella pauses and continues with feigned casualness. To be honest, we only managed to make it here this easily thanks to Miss Kalina pulling a few strings for us. Really? So she's also been assisting you guys? It seems she's finally found something she wants to do. Indeed, although she's currently dealing with a conundrum, she found a way to contact and help us as much as she could. This is why I think you shouldn't worry about her too much. Someone as smart as Miss Kalina will always find a way to take care of herself. This is not nice. Miss Kalina told me about a certain something, by the way, I think you might want to know. What did she say? She said that she came across a doll who looked very much like Groza. A doll resembling Groza. It's probably a doll using a similar frame model. That is one possibility. However, Miss Kalina specifically brought it up because the doll's combat capabilities are extremely strong. It's very likely a 3rd-gen doll. So it looks like a 3rd-gen version of Groza. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Commander, all personnel participating in this mission have been equipped and the relevant gear has been distributed to the squad leaders. Is it time? Okay. Well, this is gonna be a problem. Okay. Enemies. That way. Grab. And no sniper perch for oh, there it is. Cheyenne. It just didn't load in before the launch on. But I think from this position that'll kill. Oh, the map's a bit further down than I thought it was. I can only move a little bit further. Unfortunately, I can't get Rushbat, but I can get everyone else. So we'll get everyone else. We'll end Rushbat and the others. End the action. Cheyenne, get up top. Fire your round and eliminate the enemy. The fact that tower always spawns is so useful. It's also nice to have a unit that does stuff. Okay. I'm gonna click continue and then I'm going to move to. Okay. It's about 2 hours in. We're about 4 missions deep. We're 4 parts deep. It's gonna be a problem if I want to do reactions. I don't think Naresh is back yet, and he seems to be usually a bit busy on. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Sky darkens as the Omo approaches the red zone. Our radar fails entirely 2 hours into the red zone. To prevent intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment, I decide to lead the mission team on foot into the depths of the red zone, while Mei-Ling pulls the Elmo back to the edge, awaiting our contact. Of course, the stream went unstable. The landscape is a barren waste with only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about. Here, a deathly brew weakened its ghastly vapor upon this plain, rendering unto all life who unwittingly drank an inglorious end. Thy name was collapsed, and thy life fell in twain. What? Okay. A little bit of a poetic statement then. Alright. As with death, we see naught but silence. 3 hours later, we finally cross the indistinct boundary zone and are greeted by the red zone's iconic ominous scenery, the very culprit that drained all life from this place. A vast sea of collapse at Ephelum known as Hell's Paradise. Alright. At some point, our signals completely vanished from the radar. Aside from internal squad comms, our surroundings are as quiet as an empty void. Nothing here that can prove our existence aside from our own physical sensations. Beneath our feet, the translucent radiation dust-stained petals shimmer with a faint glow, akin to cooling embers. I smell a metallic, ionizing odor spreading through the air around me, even though my protective suit. Commander, watch your step. Try to avoid those flowers as we move forward. Andoris took a reading. The radiation near the flowers is more than a dozen times higher than the surrounding area. The Apheliums are currently in their absorption phase. Let's hurry through. What Andoris refers to is one of the defining traits of the collapse Aphelium. They interact with collapse radiation in the environment, absorbing it under certain conditions, releasing it in others. The Project Eden I intervened in back in LVIV hope to use such principles for energy generation. That technology has since become a secret known only to me. During the collapse Flume's absorption phase, the collapse radiation levels in the vicinity drop, but that is only temporary. The inexperienced would lower their guard upon seeing the seemingly safe levels on their instruments, but this is nothing more than deception, a calm before the storm. Once the release phase arrives, the radiation levels surge, rendering most protective equipment in a grand cascade. Any creature unable to take shelter in time will be devoured by the collapse radiation in mere moments, plunging them into an abyss of no return. The absorption phase means that the ambient radiation levels are relatively low at the moment, but even so, an ordinary person cannot survive here for long without protection. Yet despite the harshness of the environment, it is also strangely unsettlingly quiet. No one tried to stop us on the way here. We haven't even seen a single tiny elated critter scurry by either. Commander, we're almost at the coordinates. Good. All units, enter alert level 1. The dolls raise their weapons one after another, lowering their stances and slowing their pace alongside mine. After passing through a thick mist of radiation particles, what unfolds before us is a sight I never imagined I'd see deep inside the red zone. An intact, towering, magnificent yet antique palace. The mist, the banner of the heavens. Nemesis, you've been here before? Beautiful vista of bygone days gathered into echoes among clouds. Looks like this place has stirred some of Miss Nemesis's memories. I study the exterior of the old castle carefully, but I find no clear signs of anything unordinary, even though it clearly shouldn't be here. An ancient structure of a bygone era, the spires that adorned its towers have long since crumbled, leaving jagged hollows that spear the sky. The narrow arched windows are but hollowed eye sockets, some yet filled with remnants of their stained glass sclera that faintly glimmered with the desk's fair embrace. The heavy main doors lie open, no longer withholding their bounty from the world beyond. The iron that clad its hinges has rusted so thoroughly that it has painted the wood with haphazard strokes of oxidized crimson. The family crest carved above the gate was far too weathered to make out any fine details. All that remained was the rough outline of the shield that made its center. Truthfully, I feel uncertainty boil from within my core. Was it a mere mirage that has been invoked by the collapse that encompasses us all at this very moment? Nothing but an irradiated midsummer's night dream? Commander, this is the place. I can feel it, that girl's presence. We are getting closer and closer. Malene raises her hand high, pointing in the direction of the castle. The coordinate of the offline map also point right here. Then let's get closer. With the Dollars raising their weapons as the vanguard, we cautiously approach the massive building before us. Though the shattered panes of Technicolor glass, I catch faint glimpses of refined antique furnishings inside. Despite having been subject to the cruel elements, it remains a microcosm of a time centuries past. Is this castle also a paradise space? No, wait. Something feels off. Radiation interference is too strong here. We still can't pick up any signals nearby. Our equipment isn't picking up any active heat sources here, but something could still be hiding in the lower levels. We're not picking up any noise or signals here either. We have the same conclusion. We can only gather info on what's on the surface for now. Malene, are you sensing anything? I haven't sensed any other presence aside from that girl's distress signal. Indeed, we haven't picked up on any clear signs of danger. And that Helena... Back. Can't hear, talking with friend. Here, be once I can. Fair enough. And that Helena does actually seem to be here. Klukai, take 4-4 to the perimeter and keep watch for any movement. Secure our retreat route. Report immediately if you spot anything suspicious. Rosa, Alva, let's try going in to take a look. If you're going in, then at least let me... It's alright, don't worry. From the looks of it, it's just an abandoned building. If we notice anything off, we'll tuck our tails between our legs and run for the hills. Besides, Melanie says that the girl is in there. We have to at least go in and try to investigate. Fine. I'll keep watch outside. Be careful in there, everyone. We will. Alva, Groza, let's go. Once we approach the rust-spotted door, Groza takes the lead, becoming the first to step through the doors of the castle. Silence. Absolute silence. The alarms that I had subconsciously expected do not blare, leaving a part of me feeling rather unsated. Our arrival is met only by the ominous silence that shrouds the heart of the red zone. We push the doors open and take a step inside the castle. The interior is not as dilapidated as I had assumed. Damp stone steps with brick walls on both sides lead up to the great hall. The faintly warm light of dusk filters through the multicolored glass windows, casting columns of varied hues across the great structure. In the great hall, a table is surrounded by several velvet chairs, all arranged loosely. 2 leather armchairs appear to have warped from long-term use. The leather is polished to a shine, suggesting that someone once lived here for a long period of time. The castle appears to have been used after the war for a long time too. Maybe this area only became a red zone recently. It would be great if we could find some records about it. Melanie, are you sure this is the place? I am. I still can't pinpoint the exact location, but I look around. Searching this whole castle will take too long. Let's try to wrap this up ASAP. We can't linger here too long. Alva, you guys search the upper floors, up the staircase. Groza, we'll go through the corridor over here and search the rooms in the back. Understood. After splitting off from Alva and the others, Team Groza and I move down the corridor and into the back of the castle. This area appears to be made up of several bedrooms. After confirming that there are no sounds inside, I pull on the brass handle of the room nearest to me. The room is decorated similarly to a reception hall, but the moment I push the door open, the scent of dust and faint mildew hits my nose. A stark contrast to the candlelit air of the great hall. The room isn't very spacious. Its furnishings simple. Half the space has been taken up by a bed. Several stacks of documents lie on the desk, their tabs already yellowed. A forgotten corner of this grandiose castle, it seems. Look around for any useful documents left here. With Crowling and Nemesis guarding the door, the rest of us begin searching through the corners of the room. An old-fashioned antique feel coats the room. Electronic devices are rare, while the bookshelf leaning against the wall is neatly lined with thick volumes, mostly classical texts and novels from a bygone era. I leaf through them without much thought. Something suddenly slips out from one of the books. What's this? I pick up on the slip of paper and find what seems to be some reading notes. The elegant script has already blurred somewhat, but I can still tell that a woman probably wrote it. I read through it carefully, but find nothing noteworthy. The signature reads, LFN. It seems to be the owner of this book. I pocket the note and prepare to continue searching when I hear a quoting from the other side of the room. Commander, I found something interesting under the bed. I move over and see Clofie holding up a battered terminal with her hand. Can it be turned on? Let me try. Tries pressing the power button, but the screen flickers on for only an instant before going dark again. Ah, it ran out of battery. I could try connecting it to me for a bit, though. Wait, don't do that yet. Hold on to it for now. We'll bring it back to Dandelion to sift through. Clofie nods and slips the terminal into her pack. Commander, we seem to have found everything worth looking at in this room. Then let's make our exit. I bring Milene along and head back into the corridor with Team Groza. Elva's voice comes through the comms as we're about to search the next room. Commander, we're taking fire on the 3rd floor. The enemy is Nemesis, Fall, Rebirth. The heart wanders far. Sisters. Commander, look at those dolls. What? I don't know when they arrived, but a number of dolls have appeared at the far end of the corridor. Covered in a cloud of dust, illuminated by the faint light, I finally make out what they look like. The same dark skin, the same tied ash gray hair, the same violet pupils, the same calm, sharp eyes that belong only to a marksman. They are nemesises. I see. Very interesting. Wait, are they Nemesises too? That doesn't matter right now. There are enemies. Eliminate all dolls. Order received.
Huh?
I can actually understand what they're saying. This isn't the time to be worrying about that sort of thing. How are you, Nemesis? Can you still fight? Candlelight swirling. She said yes. Alright, in any event, let's think of a way to get out of here first. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that this is going to end up being a into the castle, try to push a little further, maybe get pushed out the castle, push back. Okay, so there are, how many? 3 of those dolls?
谢谢您的信任。
Combat start. I don't know if my immediate action with Lind is going to necessarily do the desired effect.
有话快
So
说。
if it doesn't, it does instantly kill them all. Okay. So I have nothing to worry about.
我先死。
My standard strategy so far will be enough to kill them all. Well, most of them. That does kill it. But
你痛快吧。
oh, there are going to be 3 more that show up. So Lind, move forward.
跑得掉吗？
Rosa, move up.
正常水平罢了。
Klukai, move up.
了解。
Cheyenne, move up. Perfect camouflage.
不紧张。了解。
And end action. Alright.
哦，
Lind. Use your action. Try to kill everybody. Whoever remains can be eliminated by Cheyenne if necessary. This way, Commander. After temporarily fending off dolls who look nearly identical to Nemesis, we find the main entrance that we entered from to be shut. Thus, our only option is to take the stairs deeper into the castle in search of another way out. The remaining enemies keep chasing us without end. Defy catches up to us, so that Team Groza can cover Malene and I as we fall back to a safer position behind the lines. Fluffy and Crawling turn around a corner. After confirming that the area ahead is safe, they push open a narrow oak door beside them. Oh no, it's a dead end. Endless stairs revolving. Reach the first shadow. You mean there's a way out from here? Crawling stares at Nemesis skeptically. Nemesis gives her an affirmative nod in return. Crawling begins running her hands along the wall opposite the room before tapping out a rhythm on one of the bricks. There it is. Commander, there's a hidden path here. Should we go in? I look at Nemesis. Her gaze wavers not. Let's go in and take a look. Groza and Crowing carefully but swiftly swing open the hidden door built into the brick wall. It's slowly dark inside. They all switch on the lights on their head equipment, allowing me to finally take in the layout of this room by their dim glows. I suddenly get this feeling that this layout feels kind of familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. The decor of the room we're in is quite different from anything we've seen so far. Or rather, this place can't even be called a room. It's more like a cloud. A cold, sterile laboratory. A massive culture tank stands in the middle of the room. Countless neatly arranged pipes run along the ceiling and floor, stretching into the darkness beyond. Commander, this is the place. I can sense her presence. Malene lets go of my hand, rushing over to the culture tank's edge to inspect it closely. I follow Malene over, only to find the tank empty. Nothing is left beside the dry residue of culture fluid. Are we too late? A lab. I hate this. No way. No. Don't worry, Malene. We're all here with you. No one is going to hurt you. To help reassure Malene, I lift her into my arms while doing my best to gather as much information in the darkness as I can. After carefully examining the room, I can confirm this place is very similar to where we rescued Malene. The same lab equipment, the same facility layout, even the same plant-style culture tanks. On the side of the culture tank, a metal nameplate reflects a faint glow. H35. So this is her designation. But she really was supposed to be right here. Why is she gone? I search the area but find no other rooms. Right then, the sound of disordered footsteps arrives near the door. The dolls we drove back earlier have caught up to us once more. Commander, found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned. It leads outside the castle. Shall we retreat from here? After all the trouble we took to find these clues, I really don't want to leave without finding the girl Melanie spoke of. But, Commander, This insertion was only meant to be a reconnaissance app. With the huge number of enemies we face and lack of support, it is best that we extract to ensure the safety of both Maylene and you. I understand. Rosa Alba, we're falling back for now. We push open the door and slide down the hidden passage, landing safely on the ground. As the sound of pursuit fades behind us, we make it back outside the castle unharmed. Just as Fumasa and the last in our group lands on the ground, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind us. Greetings, esteemed guests. Or perhaps you're more used to being called. I can't remember.
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错
Oh
误。
wait. I have my stream running, I can pause it when it loads. Okay. Okay, so she just calls you the commander. Or are you more used to being called the commander? That's basically what's said. Okay. I'm going to continue this because now that I've started this story, this is why I didn't want to start the story at this time, was because I knew if I started the story, I'd want to finish it. And unfortunately, these usually take about at least 5 hours minimum to complete any of the stories, just reading or letting voice lines actually be heard. But now I'm so invested in the story that I don't want to stop. So I guess we'll do this. Greetings, esteemed guests. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the commander. I turn around and find that 3 enormous creatures have somehow surrounded us. 3 Bojums, each at least 5 meters tall, block our retreat from 3 directions. But there is no intent to attack. Instead, they crouch low in unison. The figurative 3 Bojums Cerberus stands before us, and they are waiting like obedient dogs, ready to do their master's bidding. The Bojums all have the same electronic collar fastened to a different part of their body, all glowing faintly. The collars seem to be connected via an invisible leash, extending towards somewhere deep within the sea of flowers. At the end of that leash is a girl who looks about the same age as Maylene. She holds an iron ring in her hand. She walks through the endless epithelium, moving closer to us one step at a time. Her movements are light and graceful. She wears no protective equipment at all, which is enough to confirm that she is not human, at least not an ordinary human like me. Nice to meet you. Please forgive my shortcomings in hospitality, sir. As her figure steadily grows clearer, I'm at last able to see her properly. She can't be human since she wears no protection, yet her exposed limbs are flawlessly perfect, with not the slightest trace of being a doll or an adder. The only remaining possibilities are that she is a disguised doll using a high-end disguise frame, or a Nido. But somehow, perhaps it's because I've already seen so many dolls, I can't shake the feeling that she is something much stranger. The girl wears an expression that borders are serene, although she stands before more than a dozen tea dolls with their weapons trained on her. I seem to reflect none of the enmity she must see. She comes to a halt, lifts the hem of her skirt with her fingertips, giving me a graceful curtsy. When she sees I grant her no reply in return, the girl doesn't move forward. Instead, she tilts her head. Mother said that you are an esteemed guest, yet you intrude upon my abode, absent of intent to explain myself. Your abode? Shock should not come upon you. I, my mother, and my older sisters. Here we once lived all together. The girl lifts her gaze to look at the old castle before her. Now only I remain here, and loneliness does grasp my heart from time to time. But Mother told myself such that we would soon meet, bringing my older sister along with thee. Ah, hope escaped me, for I was convinced that tree would surely not bear fruit, but to my delight you appear before me. It seems the thread of fate really does connect you and I. Hearing the girl's words, my eyes drift to Nemesis, though she did not show anything on her face. Back, friend is now 23 minutes late for his presentation. Oh boy, that's not great. Yeah. Exactly. I think I'm gonna probably continue this a little bit further, just to try and hope that I can get much of this done. So I might only have time for like maybe at most half an hour to an hour of reactions after this is done. Although I don't know yet, I'll figure that out. But I am very deeply invested in the story now, which is kind of why I didn't want to start at this time. Because now I really want to finish the story before it closes, which would mean finishing it before about 4 o'clock tomorrow, which is going to be a decent task. Anything on her face, some kind of sorrowful, shadowed atmosphere has been looming over her since earlier she remained silent. So Commander, did you not bring my older sister with you? I don't know who you mean by older sister. We can forget reactions for now. There's new developments that haven't released yet. Okay then. You don't know. Ah, it seems that the truth shall not meet between us in our dance of words, for your heart is close to me. How hurtful. No, it's because you've classified me as an enemy, isn't it? Based on what I know, you are a deeply gentle person, but never one to hesitate when it comes to what must be done. Since you've classified me as an enemy, you may very well shoot me dead the next moment. That is perfectly fine, indeed, that would be most apt. The girl speaks calmly, with words that seem to carry no emotion whatsoever, yet I find myself becoming more and more confused. I've always been able to quickly tell whether someone is a doll or not, but this time I still can't tell. I find it surprising because I find it surprising that the commander has not put together that this is the other given the color scheme and rough shape, I'm pretty sure this is the other Helena doll that they went to try to find. Or, I guess, the other Helena. Not necessarily a doll, because they're a fully immune individual, and they all seem to look relatively close to each other. I imagine without the thing over her face, you'd probably be able to pick it up fairly instantly. Yeah. To prevent thee from a haughty attack and thus disrupting this most precious exchange, allow me to jog your memory on a few things. For instance, a certain third-gen doll you rescued in the Yellow Zone, whose frame you then repaired. At least I assume that's the case. Based on all of the other details, that just seems the most apt in terms of the story and characters who should be here. Whom frame you then repaired. If you would be willing to return her, Commander, I would be so grateful. The older sister she mentioned must be Sexton's, and she must be a third-gen doll as well. That can also be the case. And the mother she mentioned, could it be the same person Melanie spoke of? The girl doesn't give me much of a thing. She raised the leash in her hand. The three Belgians let out low growls, one after another. If you mean Sexton's, she's not here right now. This humble self understands your misgivings. However, rest assured, you may return with her peace of mind. Return her with peace of mind. I bear no ill will toward my older sister and simply wish to see her, that is all. Art thou seeking to barter with mine older sister as a chip? Unfortunately, I don't seem to have anything I could trade with apart from guaranteeing the lives of yourself and your compatriots. Her frame suffered severe damage and Honora Cloud was almost completely destroyed. She's of no further use to people like you. That's why your folk declared her in the yellow zone. Discarded her in the yellow zone, no? The meaning behind your question eludes me, for I have done no such thing. Might you perhaps be stalling for time? Okay. Nails intend to have whatever hair color as well, since plenty were grown for the cause, but abandoning, becoming an adult, some barely becoming middle school age. Yeah. Albeit Natos and Nators tend to... Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I've actually seen any of those. I might have, but I have no idea. Much of the story is... Because I have not done every mission leading up to this, information that would probably instantly give a player more context than the character in the game, although they do seem to be very good at only giving context that is necessary and leaving very much at mystery every time what's going on. So I have no idea. Or perhaps trying to extract intelligence. Have I been designated as a tactical target? The girl's face remains expressionless, but her tone carries a faint trace of curiosity. Most interesting. Mother once regaled that you are a top-tier master tactician. One of the very few folk she respects indeed. You truly are different from others of your kind. I'm keen to learn from thee. Ah, might you tell your dolls to ease? These little ones won't attack, but if you don't respond in kind, there may be an accident on our hands. Okay. The Bellator boss for some of the farming stages are nighters. Very few nighters have been shown so far. Okay. I bear you no ill will at present, Commander. In the comms channel, Kukai's voice, still in the middle of laying out tactics, stopped abruptly. I express my thanks. To reciprocate your kindness, allow me to provide an answer to the question that plagued you. Much appreciated. Mother said that my older sisters had already joined other organizations. That is the freedom offered to them. So, whether they wish to return or not, Mother has no intention of interfering. Still, to us, my older sisters are also members of the family. Wanting to learn more about them is only natural. Learn? Haven't you ever met other third-gen dolls before? Met, yes, but back then, I've only just been born. I didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information can only be acquired through conversation, and am I only permitted to learn via conversation? Thus I say, I really do want my older sister back so that I can study her and learn things like sisterly love and how to express affection toward family. Wouldn't it be better to have someone specific to learn that from? Commander, will you hand my older sister back to my arms now? What a touching speech. But how unfortunate that after witnessing Herod's deeds, my heart has only grown so much colder toward you all. How truly unfortunate indeed. Could tears beset your determination, I would have partaken. Well then, your pieces are now on the board, no? Please make your move. Yes, since you have expressed your refusal to return, older sister of mine, I will have to take another form of compensation. This is my first time engaging in real combat. Here, I shall seek your generous guidance. Okay then. One of the beast-type bogems let out a deafening roar, pawing up dust from the ground with its hoof claws. Let all take their stance in front of Melina and me. I hear the metallic clink of bullets being chambered. Alright. More than a dozen streams of gunfire tear through the icy air, showing the third-gen doll behind the Belgians. Yet the girl, after simply leaps upward, light as a fairy. Every bullet skims by the outline of her figure, not even brushing the hem of her dress. She lands back behind the three Belgians. The very next moment, her dispassionate gaze showing not even a single flutter of emotion. I see no special tactical response is possible in such a situation. But these weapons seem rather primitive, uncivilized. Might you afford any others? Looks like we'll have to go all out. The dolls open up with their second volley, covering my retreat. It's as if some kind of high-strength force field envelops the girl. She walks forward slowly. Our bullets seem to halt in midair around her, like flies against glass, falling once they've spent all their kinetic energy. Her movements are now beyond what could be described as fast. As the dolls focus their fire on her, she suddenly vanishes. The next moment, that flawlessly young face appears just outside the visor attached to my head cover. She gently strokes my mask, her lips turning into a slight pout. This thing is rather bothersome. If I take it off, you'll die, won't you? My humans are struck with such inconvenience. Commander. Rosa tackles me to the ground while the other dolls rush between the girl and me just in time. She doesn't attack. Instead, she acts like a child entering a petting zoo. She focuses on touching the doll's hair and skin a few times each, as if she's trying to get acquainted with some cute little animals for the first time. So this is what they feel like. She gazes at her fingertips as if moved by the experience. Groza takes the chance to scoop me up, pulling back with the other dolls. The smell of gunpowder begins spreading in the patch of silent forest. The next moment, Alvin Momatsa, who had positioned themselves deep in the forest behind the girl in advance, launch a rocket straight at her, hidden among countless streams of bullets. The shrill sound of the rocket reaches her position in an instant. She has no time to dodge it, no matter what. Boom. The flash of the explosion casts a slim shadow against the surrounding trees, swaying violently in the kicked-up cloud of dust. But as the smoke clears, we see that the girl is still standing there, completely unharmed. Her right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still savoring the sensation from earlier. Even with the wreckage from the rocket still burning at her feet, she does not move a single step. What? It's impossible to equip a doll with a force field this strong. Force field? You speak of something I need not. Emitting energy at a certain frequency is enough, no? Oh, by the way, Commander, as compensation for your intrusion, your attacks on me, and your refusal to return my sister, allow me the privilege of a touch. The instant the girl finishes speaking, Kukai and Groza, standing right in front of me to body block the girl, suddenly get flung aside. She appears in front of me, tilting her head up to look at my face. I raise my pistol and fire at her, but she dodges the bullet with a slight tilt of her head, then raises a single finger toward me. That finger swiftly pierces through my protective suit, easily puncturing through the bullet-resistant material, tearing into my flesh. Commander. So that's how it is. She doesn't try to stop Groza from desperately dragging me away. She just stands in the midst of the dolls encircling her, raising her slender right index finger to gaze at the glistening red bead of blood upon it in an unhurried manner. Then the girl places her fingertip into her mouth with an expression of pure curiosity in her eyes. This is the flavor of the ichor that courses through the veins of those partly immune. Truly fascinating. I think my current mood is so many sensations are welling up inside me at once. The group may use this chance to escape, Commander. I want to take some time to process my feelings and emotions. This span of time is the gift I'm giving you. I hope that you manage to live on. The girl turns around with her back to us. She begins walking away with a spring in her step. As for the Bojums she left behind, the electronic collars on their bodies have vanished. They revert to their bestial nature in a single moment, their indistinct faces twisting into expressions of bone-chilling savagery. Our objective is to retreat, prepare for combat. after confirming that none of our weapons can harm that girl. Okay. Oh boy. Well, this is interesting. Oh. I fought at least 2 of those in the story, I believe. And so far in the story, I know I fought that one. I don't think I fought that one, but I know I have fought that one. Although I don't think they are powerful enough to really stand much of a fight.
Oh.
As for most enemies, that does significant damage to all of them, it appears. It doesn't show us killing them, but at least does show quite significant damage. Oh look, all but one is dead. I assume they have a second. Oh, okay, I guess that's done. Undetected 3 Belgiums. The ground beneath me trembles as the action shakes up radioactive dust that rolls through the air. The dolls beside me focus on what seems to be the smallest, weakest Belgium. With sheer effort, we managed to create a relatively safe path for us to make a temporary retreat. We make a beeline to the edge of the red zone under the accompaniment of thunderous gunfire. Bullets streak past my face, drawing searing hot lines of air in our vicinity, kicking up plumes that assault my nose with gunpowder infused smoke. Good thing these Belgiums did not seem interested in chasing us to the end. We stopped hearing the Belgiums' shrill screams after we hid behind an earthen rampart in a grove of dead trees, our surroundings returning to an eerie silence unique to the red zones. I gasped for air, taking deep breaths through my protective suit, filtered mask. Suddenly, sweet, iron-tasting liquid starts welling up in my throat. Commander, did the protective suit's internal circulation system break down? The radiation protection feature, so the suit, were already compromised when it was pierced. Commander, your vital signs are not looking good. We must leave immediately. I'm alright, calm down. We should first take care of the issue right in front of us. I'm currently not too sure why that 3rd gen doll suddenly wanted us to hand Sextons over, but the experiment equipment we found proves that this is indeed one of Paradis's bases. Looks like they want to use Sextons for something. Since they didn't chase us down, they might be aiming for the Elmo next. Right now, we must prioritize getting back to the Elmo ASAP and preparing to fend off a possible enemy attack. Another important thing, found equipment for storing Helena's back there, but we couldn't find where they hid H35. Once we're back in the Elmo, we should gather as much manpower as we can, then find a way to rescue that girl. Alright. I'll report what we've found up the chain of command and ask them to reinforce us ASAP. We should all get going, then let's strive to reach the Elmo before night falls. The familiar beeping of my communicator reaches my ears. I usually hear it many times on the daily, but I haven't heard it once since I ventured into the red zone until now. Commander, it's a call from the Elmo. I look down and see the screen of the communicator, a single faint signal bar flickering on and off. I quickly answer the call. Finally connected, Commander. What's wrong, Helen? 30 minutes ago, the Elmo was attacked by mercenaries of unknown origin again. There are more of them? An ominous feeling wells up in my chest. Looks like the Elmo's location has already been pinpointed, and right now, we have no means of breaking free from them, our pursuers. Is everyone alright? Have you been able to confirm the enemy's identity? We can't confirm their identity for now, but they don't seem to be the same group as the previous. We deployed 3 squads from the Elmo to engage them, sustained injuries of varying degrees, but we managed to repel them. Understood. We'll set out immediately, so... No, Commander. Something else just happened, and it's rather troubling. We discovered that Mrs. Sextons had broken free of her restraints when we returned to the Elmo. She seemed to be controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without injuring her. So Sextons isn't on the Elmo right now. Indeed, we tried to search the surrounding area after she escaped, but we couldn't find her. Footprint tracking indicates that she is heading into the red zone alone sometime after leaving the Elmo. Even radar, information, even our equipment can't. Well, fuck. Of course it was Twitch Turbo. Communicator returns to emitting only static, and Helena's voice is cut off with it. For a moment, no one speaks. I knew that the enemy would target the Elmo, but I didn't think that they'd act this fast. Then, giving me even a moment to catch my breath. Before we set out, we deliberately parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone in a signal blind spot. The fact that the enemy started attacking this quick means that they've been watching us for a long time. Could that ambush that happened before we left also were the coordinates in Sexton's neural cloud and the pulses Maylin sensed all just bait to lure us away? If that's the case, according to the info Helen gave us, Sexton's entered the red zone about half an hour back. We have to find her before the enemy does. Everyone, you've all heard what was said. If Sexton's really did enter the red zone, we have to find her ASAP. We still don't know what exactly our enemy is so fixated, why our enemy is so fixated on her, but if she falls back into Paradis's hands, things will get really troublesome for us. What's more, she is one of us now, so we obviously can't leave her behind. I can tell that several dolls scrolling among them have some reservations about what I said, but in the end, none of them voice anything. They simply wait quietly for my orders. Kukai, take 404, using this position as your origin point. Conduct a clockwise sweep within 5-kilometer radius. No problem, but are you really going to be fine staying out here, Commander? Right back to the Elmo. We can handle the search without you. I have seen many people suffer acute ELID before. They all eventually... Don't worry, I'm aware of my own condition. We'll head straight back to the Elmo the moment we find Sextons. Commander, I promise you, Kukai, that I'll be fine. I do have some degree of radiation resistance after all. Trust the man you chose to follow, Kukai. Understood. I'll find that doll as quickly as I can. Commander, you'd better remember our promise. Kukai departs with 404 right after I turn to Alba. She already knew what I was going to say. We'll do the opposite of 404 and rendezvous back here at the end. Alright, as for me, Commander, please stay here and don't go anywhere. Alba rummages through the briefcase of my mustard carries on her back for a moment before pulling a device about half the height of a person, something that resembles a launcher. This is specialized equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period of time. Its operating duration is very short inside the red zone, but it will be enough to give you a chance to rest. Please wait here with Team Groza for results while 404 and Defy conduct our searches. Alright, I understand. Be careful, everyone. If you run into any emergencies, call for support immediately. Stay in constant communication. Alba and Voy must have prepared to leave. Preta steps forward to follow, but suddenly she turns back to look at me, returning to my side. Preta, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Preta smiles at me. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I occasionally find out that I have certain unexplainable abilities. So I thought maybe I have a way to make you feel better, Commander. Would you like me to try? Without waiting for my response, Preta crouches down and takes my hand into hers. I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel a warm current flowing into my body, starting from my palm. The taste of blood in my throat slowly fades, and my head no longer hurts the way it did moments ago. How did you do that? Preta raises her index finger and lightly taps it against my mask where my lips would be. Commander, it is important to stay warm in the wilderness. Do you remember to warmer the next time you spend the night outside? With that said, she ends the dialogue by getting up and following Alva and the others without looking back. Okay. Now that all the squads have their missions, let all disperse and began their carpet sweep of the surrounding area. The only sound in the community are updates on their own coordinates and status reports. My body, exhausted from the long ordeal, is starting to feel weary. I force myself to stay alert and focus on the reports that the dolls are sending back. A small hand wraps around my palm. I think this is how Perita did it just now. I want to try it too. Are you feeling better? Lillian looks worried. To reassure, I lift my hand and pat her head. Yep, I'm feeling much better. Commander, thank you. Thank you for accepting such a selfish request from me. It's alright, I promised you that I'd rescue your companions. My companions? Lillian, do you know how many companions you have? I'm not sure. Such things would only be known by the progenitor. We're nothing more than cloned bodies, branches of a collective. Everything we experience will eventually flow back to the progenitor until it becomes the key to opening that door. The key. Teacher once told us that if we were devout enough, we could change the future and save everyone. When God granted us life, He also entrusted us with responsibility we ought to bear. So sometimes I do wonder maybe the Nighters were wrong, but did I really do the right thing by fleeing that place? Did I run away from a responsibility that she said was mine to bear? What is the purpose of my being if I have thrown away that responsibility? I never used to think about much of anything, I just wanted to save everyone. But can I, the me of today, really save the other Helenas? I haven't accomplished anything after all this time. I even put you in danger on numerous occasions. Are you worried about me, Melanie? I really can't say that name very quickly. Melanine? I just think that I don't seem as capable as I imagined myself to be. Of course. However special your existence may be, you're still just a kid. The chaotic world should not be your weight to bear. Be it you or any of the other Helenas, none of you have grown up enough to bear that kind of responsibility yet. You should be going to school, experiencing life, playing to your heart's content, not carrying humanity's fate on your shoulders for reasons unknown. But there's no such thing as responsibility that a newborn should be obligated to bear. Every responsibility should be corresponded to a choice, but your birth itself was not a choice you made. Alright, now isn't the time to be dwelling on these things. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to rescue the girl called H35. Yeah. Speaking of which, when you sensed H35, did you notice any particular conditions for you to do so? If we can find a pattern, maybe we could find a way to establish a connection with her and locate her as quickly as possible. William thinks for a moment. I'm not sure if this counts as anything special, but every time I sensed her, I could, through that girl's thoughts, feel some kind of intense yearning that didn't belong to her. Whenever this happens, she would feel terrible pain, but perhaps we can briefly establish a connection through such pulses. About this connection, does it have anything to do with the progenitor you mentioned before? I don't think it's because of her. I was far from the progenitor before, and it isn't easy for her to find me. But as for H35, she said that the progenitor seems to be really interested in her. Because she's a girl who returned from Nirvana, she possesses power from the future. Okay, more information that is not known before. So that's why Melanie mentioned before that H35 knew what happened in LVIV. But why would she possess that kind of power as a Helena clone who had never set foot outside the laboratory? A strange thought courses through A strange thought crosses my mind. No, I mustn't confuse hope with judgment. The leads we have aren't enough to draw any conclusions yet. Still, the possibility cannot be ignored. The progenitor also seems to believe that the power H-35 possesses can make her stronger so. It's always fun that they keep bringing up the whatever happened in the LVIV, but I don't remember what that is. Because I assume that's the whole situation that happened with this guy then being labeled a terrorist and a criminal. LVIV is pronounced live. Okay. I just see LVIV. And that extra V does not seem to belong, so I just pronounce all of it instead. That was the AN-94 and AK-15 event, the massive explosion. Yeah. Which, I have no idea what happened there, because I never actually did that event. And so, they keep bringing up mentions there. Which, now that I think about it, what was the name of that event? I think after I finish this chapter, I might be able to look and see if that's an event that I can actually do for a previous event. So she betrayed us once more, allowing those people to know of H-35's existence. And that's how they discovered what was special about her. And that was why they started using her in countless experiments. That girl is in great pain right now. She's constantly forced to feed the strength within her body to something. That something is so terrifying, so powerful. It absorbs everything it can find, turning everything into nourishment for itself. Corpuscent. Okay. Alright. I'm scared. If that girl keeps... Melanine. I pat Melanine on the back, pulling her from the mire of her thoughts. We'll save her. We will. Oh, okay. Well, luckily that I think is gonna be that. And it's confirmed anyway. So that's the corpuscent. Okay. Because okay. Before I do that bit, I want to check. Is the corpuscent one of the events that I go to campaign? Is it one of the ones that shows up here? Ah, yep. So I did the Deep Oblivion one, but I did not do the corpuscent, and that is available to do. Okay. So I could actually do that one if I desired, though I'll probably want to actually finish all of the fucking story before it. But it's nice to know that I will actually be able to get that done if I just chose to only do the fucking story in this game for the next, like, decent while. Back to story. Alright. Okay, let's continue. I might be able to get another 2 missions done today, although I think I'll have to finish this off stream probably tomorrow. If I do finish it. If I can't finish it, then there's just not going to be much there. But I might be able to finish it. I hope I can finish it. Alright. Beneath the moonlight, pale as Julie, a phantom flits across the sea of flowers. Her steps are a misty trail across the night, piercing through the bright silver glow reflected among the blossoms. Coordinates PR 49 5Z82 XU 938M 39 Sanctum. She stops at the edge of the flower sea, gazing at the faraway castle that stands beneath the faint light. This place is familiar yet foreign to her birthplace. The place that gave her every dream, every hope, then stripped them all away. Behind Sexton's, a white-clad figure draws closer with measured steps. She stops at the edge of Sexton's shadow. Cast long and slender upon the ground, a silver glow traces her outline as if shielding her from melting into the darkness ahead. Big sis. Sexton's sword answers her instead. The sound of her blade clearing scabbard is cooled, and the grim reapers exhale. The tip does not tremble in the slightest. It drives straight toward her chest. The instant the black blade strikes its target, the white silhouette shatters. The particles, fine as powder, looks like dust from collapsed radiation dispersing into the air within moments. Right after that, detached voice returns behind Sexton's. Welcome home. As the residue of silence fades, Sexton stares at the emptiness before her, her voice dry and low. Nest, altar, sanctum. So now she has all of you calling this place home. Okay, so now she has all of you calling this place home. And who are you? The totem who guides the lost lambs. The ferry to the boundless shore. Or the grail that holds the blood of the world. Which identity has she bestowed upon you? Ataraxis. I have no need of any identity, because I am the world itself, flowing out from the end. The gates are destined to open to me, and I am ordained not to repeat the failures of those who came before. The gates. Miracles are born one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter the identity, none is more than an empty lie fabricated by Paradis. The one who created us, even though she mocked those lies, she happily accepted everything Paradis gave her, all for the sake of so-called perfection. Unfortunately, a perfect life form exists only in the blueprint within her imagination. It can never be brought into reality. And you won't be the final work of that blueprint either. Perhaps she doesn't understand what Sexton's meant, or perhaps she simply doesn't care about what Sexton's just said. The girl simply blinks at her gently. I am the final creation. At the very least, no individuals will be created as a successor to me within Mother's current series. And perfection was never the goal. The peak always remains at the next stage. All I need to do is keep learning. That is what Mother says. Whatever you say. Although you are my older sister, you are far less interesting than the commander. I should have kept him here. The commander? Why was he here? To protect you, perhaps. I want to see Mother. Mother has not the intention to see thee. It was I who summoned you back. I heard it. The string of code you triggered, no one could ignore it. Not even I, who had been destroyed once before. But still, I want to see her. Do you wish to die by my hand? Do as you please. I've only come to retrieve what is mine, nothing more. What is yours? Do you have something of your own? I want to know what that is. Very well, I'll take you to see Mother. Big sis, please follow me. The two of them walk in a row in silence, like the heavy darkness of night and the moonlight that trails its shadow. Sexton's never imagined that she would return to this place again. She left bearing a mission that transcended both humans and dolls. At least that's what she believed at the time. Yet she returned with nothing. And now, at least, she must reclaim the final thing that can prove who she is. Commander, why did you come? I hope you've already gone back. Mother said this used to be your room, big sis. Please rest here for now. Where is she? Mother is still working. Fine. You're nothing more than yet another yes man. I can wait, but if you make me wait too long, something that she wouldn't like to see may happen. What would happen, may I ask? Please do not direct your hostility at me, big sis. If I am forced to attack you, there may be nothing left of you at all, even if I used the least bit of force possible. Therefore, it should be thee that yields to please me. There is no point in taking a hardline stance toward those stronger than yourself. This is how I see it. If there is something that I do not understand, please teach me. You haven't done anything to the commander, have you? Ah, so you're learning from the commander. I see. That makes sense then. Since he is a fragile human who cannot even survive here, he must enforce his will and conviction even when faced with certain death. He cannot back down. That is how he generates the will to move forward. So your bluster right now must be for the purpose of stealing your own conviction, big sis. You are afraid. You fear me, you fear Mother even more. But what you fear most remains. Shut up. STRA-18247 tries to take a step forward in the darkness. The ground beneath her feet is not level. In fact, we can say that it is strewn with obstacles. And so, unsurprisingly, she falls. Along with the loud crash of metal striking metal comes extreme discomfort from her frame. whatever, doesn't know what to do. All she can do is lie there helpless. After what seems to be a long time, a gentle voice rises through the dark. You've fallen. How does it feel? Feel? Right, you don't know what feel means yet. She takes the number hand into her own. You may understand it as a complex dynamic biological feedback algorithm. You're getting certain sensor readings. For example, right now, in the palm of your hand, the pressure sensor will register 0.3 newtons of force, and the temperature sensor will detect a heat source at around 36.3 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your neural space, where it is logged at the corresponding behavior handshake. Handshake? But a feeling does not end here. Aside from the data stream, the neural cloud receives a non-logical evaluation system will provide you with real-time feedback. The emotion module within your neural cloud generates neurotransmitters in your frame, which then log a tendency within your neural cloud space. And the next time, when that 0.3 newtons of force and that 36.3 degrees contact are registered again, the concept of handshake will feed directly back into your neural cloud. Just like right now. Mother once again takes and helms her up to her feet. See? I have steadied you. So long as I am by your side, you will never fall again. Now try walking forward. With worry, takes a small step forward. Though obstacles still cover the ground, with the support of Mother's grip on her, the lowest point of her frame finally lands steadily and squarely upon the floor. How do you feel now? Will not fall. Safe. The woman looks deeply satisfied. You see, so long as I'm by your side, you are safe. Do you understand? Yes. But what if you are not? My child will always be here. At any time, whenever you need me, I will be by your side. And nods, half understanding, half not. Now, I shall slowly teach you everything about the world, holding nothing back. Everything? Indeed, everything. The woman holds the doll's hand, resting her other hand on shoulder. She brings her lips close to the auditory sensor and whispers in a voice low, intimate words that flow like divine revelation. For a newly born doll whose neural cloud had only just taken shape, this is nothing short of sensory overload. Everything means that things I touch will be within your grasp. Every step I take will become the path you walk. My knowledge I hold will be the foundation from which you explore the unknown. The principles I reveal will be the map that guides you through the fog. And the mysteries I have yet to unravel shall be the dawn you meet the future with. My child, you have the chance to become such a being. If that day comes, you will transcend the prison of consciousness, transcend the limits of intelligence, and perhaps transcend even time itself. Transcend all the chains that have bound humanity for so long, and become an unique existence in this world with no peer. Oh good, she wants it to be God. That's lovely. Or like a god. Something more than anything else. Very lovely. This will be a thorny path. However, you are blessed that we will support each other and hold you steadily all the way to the end. Just like how a moment ago I made sure your feet are on solid ground despite the closure of your eyes. I will not disappoint you. My sweet child, you have such a gentle heart. But you will never disappoint me. However, both has already advanced me one great step forward. Our birth. We. Opens her eyes for the first time. She finally sees what it was that made her trip earlier. Countless broken, shattered frames. Lovely. Sexton's lost deep in her memory, closes her eyes tightly. Those memory fragments were from the birth of her neural cloud. It should have been wiped along with her past at the conglomerate, but somehow they were preserved intact. Now all that she remembers is that... for fuck's sake. Made to her at birth. Okay, that's what the remaining of that sentence was. Luckily, because of the delay between the other screens that I have showing and stuff, I can actually somewhat read the final words. What is lovely about these also is that the story elements shrink as the story progresses to be more combat and less that. So at the beginning, while it might take me 3 hours to complete 4 missions, it very well might soon become 3 hours to complete the rest of the story. Oh yeah, also, Naresh, we playing games tomorrow, and what games? Around us, drops sharply after nightfall, the faint blue fluorescent radiating from the edges of the collapse of Philium makes the air chill more so. Malene drifts off to Dreamland as we wait for Sextons to be found. Looks like Malene tolerates the red zone far better. Okay. Let's see. Money laundering and perhaps another gang. Alright. Looks like Malene tolerates the red zone far better than an ordinary human like me. She's an immune individual after all. It's been nearly 8 hours since we entered the red zone. As the only ordinary human present, my skin has already started to prickle. Even with my protective suit on, it has become more difficult for me to breathe as well. A wave of fatigue washes over me out of nowhere. My eyelids start feeling heavy. It's getting harder and harder to maintain my focus. Commander, we found traces of activity from sextants and coordinates, whatever. The doll we encountered earlier, which we suspect to be third gen doll, is together with her as well. 404's report jolts me back to alertness. Looking at the offline map, my comms device, I see that the coordinates lie about 3 kilometers from us in our 2 o'clock direction. That's near the castle. The worst case scenario has come to pass. Commander, do we act? Wait until we link up with you first. Alva, where are you right now? How far are you from that location? We were searching in the opposite direction from 404. We can reach there in about 20 minutes. Understood. We'll head over as well. Kukai, keep watching them for now. Don't make a move until we and Defy arrive. Acknowledged. 20 minutes later, the 3 squads regroup. But during our approach, Kukai reports a new update over the comms channel. The 2 of them didn't linger outside. They entered the castle. So now, another difficult decision awaits me. Thanks to the Fly's support, the equipment we brought includes a large number of highly destructive weapons, and among them, enough explosives to level this castle. When we entered the castle earlier, none of the squads found any signs of special defensive measures, so if our only goal were to destroy this produce base, I could just ask 404 to silently plant explosives around the castle and wait for the right moment to detonate them. I have full confidence that even right now, 404 could carry out that mission without a scratch. The remaining 2 squads would then only need to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to hold position around the castle, picking off any survivors. But now we know that Sextans just went inside the castle. Even though she did a lot of work for the conglomerate, she helped us greatly during her time with us aboard the Alamo, whether intentional or not. What's more, she carries many of the leads I'm interested in. If we want to bring Sextans back with us, then that brutish, straightforward plan must obviously be thrown away. I stare unblinking at the nearby castle. Bathed in moonlight, its sky-piercing spires look unusually sharp. The stained glass windows leak faint hints of light through from this distance. It's impossible to tell whether any figures are moving about inside. Danger. Don't. Commander. Melanie? Noticing that Melanie is awake, grows sets her down on the ground. Melanie rubs her eyes. When she realizes that she was dreaming, she stumbles over to me in unsteady steps. Commander. Had a nightmare? Yeah, but this time was a little different. Maybe it's because we're so close now. The scenes in my dream became much clearer. What did you see this time? What's wrong? That powerful being I was sensing is changing. Commander, if we don't hurry, she'll be devoured. Devoured. Melanie, take it slow. What is going to be devoured? Melanie falls silent. Her body trembles. Her thoughts, too, seem to be in disarray. I really want to keep pressing her, but seeing how frightened she is, I can't bring myself to make her relive the scary sights that plagued her dream. Still, based on what Melanie had sensed before, whatever appeared in her dream is almost certainly connected to this castle. Looks like danger is closing in. The longer we sit here, the more likely it is for things to spiral out of control. I have to make my decision immediately, no matter the outcome. Commander. Andorra's just found records on a historical building in an offline database. It looks really similar to the castle in front of us. It was built in the 16th century according to the records. Later requisitioned during the war between the NSU and the URNC, it became the private residence of a warlord after the war. Also, the castle was a protected historical landmark before this area became a red zone, so we have detailed restoration diagrams and info on its interior structures. I've shared the info with the squads and uploaded them to each of your databases. They may be old, but they should still be of some use. The terminal I'm holding quickly receives the images sent by Andoris. Not only do they show the building's exterior and interior structures, they also show the room layout and even the details on the piping. I quickly skimmed through the building's overall structure. It doesn't differ much from our own experience of the castle from earlier. But when I try to locate the hidden room that Nemesis led us to on the floor plan, all I see is a solid wall. So there are some discrepancies after all. Looks like a newer owner added it. But how did Nemesis know about it? Forget it, I'll ask her once we're back. Our priority is to get Sextons out and if possible find a way to destroy this Paradise base. The enemy may have anticipated my next move, but if I let something like that stop me, I would have died 10 years ago. Yay. After some discussion, I decided to split the 3 squads I have into 2 action plans. The first action plan will be used by Defy. Perida, who specializes in electronic warfare, will use the castle's blueprints to map the wiring and look for ways to exploit them. The second action plan will be used by 404, who will be establishing defenses on the perimeter. They will coordinate with Perida from the outside in, working to take control of the enemy's electronic systems. Also, the high-yield explosives have been given to 404. They'll begin setting up detonation points around the castle once we move inside, and detonate them when necessary. As for Marlene, I tried to convince her to stay on the perimeter with 404, but she insisted on staying with me. I had no choice but to have Team Groza continue to guard her. Groza identifies a suitable infiltration route on the castle's blueprints. After synchronizing the data to the rest of the group, our 2 groups separate roughly a kilometer from the castle. Commander, the route has been confirmed. No enemies detected at key positions. Same here on my end. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Commander, is there anything else you wish to tell us? Nope. Everyone, let's begin. First, assist Perida in breaking down... Oh. Breaking through the castle surveillance system. Okay. So, that's just telling them to do level 2, I think. Okay. Alright, I think this should be an okay battle start.
Huh?
Activate. And action.
有话快说。
And that puts me very squarely in the middle of their... Ah, for frick's sake. Of course I'm missing. Okay. So I moved to here. I missed 2 then. Okay. There is no way to get both that one and the 2 on the other end. If I back to here, I can get it barely, but I'm nowhere near getting the other one. So we'll just do that. We'll eliminate the enemies here.
正常水平罢了。
We'll then use you to target him and eliminate him.
有话。
了解。
Shang and then go to the top and eliminate him. Alright.
样。
Oh, there's 10 units. Where the fuck are the other units? Oh, I assume the other units spawn in later. Okay. Rosa, you move along this way as well. And then they have to wait until 3. But this does mean I can position Lind to make good use of that position. You can do this.
不紧张。
训练有一定成效了。
我可以的。
And action. You up and action. The enemies shouldn't last long enough to cause an issue. Lynn should be able to eliminate them all pretty easily. But if she couldn't, better situate everybody in position just in
永远的
case.
消失。
Infiltration complete. 404, are you receiving the signal? You hacked into it already? Yes. Given the urgency, I used some unconventional methods. That's way too fast. Pardon? Nothing. Endoris, check whether we can connect to the signal. No problem there. The strong radiation is causing interference, but basic control of what's connected to the wiring should be possible. Miss Britta, you really are impressive. You too. Just checked. Miss Britta seems to have cracked most of the castle's wiring, however, one area seems to have special encryption, so I can't see into it yet. I thought I already handled that area. Whispers avoid obstruction. Nemesis suddenly speaks up to offer a hint. Hearing this, Britta quickly takes on an expression of understanding. Is that so? Ah, I knew it. Britta seems to do something complex on her end. The map transmitted by Endoris now finally has the last block of surveillance footage lit up. It's the castle's basement area. You know, the special kind of encryption method is... It's impressive that you know about it, Nemesis. Indeed, Nemesis has been showing a great deal of familiarity with this location ever since our earlier infiltration. And there were these dolls who looked just like Nemesis. Did Nemesis escape from this place, or... Now we have all our preparation done. But just to be safe, everyone, please wait until you receive our confirmation signal before taking action. Understood. How's the situation outside? Things are going relatively smoothly so far. Mechty and Belka are still confirming the reliability of the detonation points. Once they're done, we can begin placing the explosives. Thank you for your hard work. Save the pleasantries for another time. If you don't get out of there soon, Mechty might end up blowing you up to high heaven along with the castle. With the beep, she ends the call. Under Endora's guidance, we bypass the enemy's surveillance and slip into the castle through a small window at the rear. As we move along the corridor, I gradually begin to think the place somehow feels kind of off. Logically speaking, security should be tighter than usual since we had a huge fight here just a few hours ago. But aside from a few scattered low-tier marionette dolls whose neural cloud hacked and then burned out, we haven't encountered any enemies that could count as a real guard on our infiltration route. Of course, this was the outcome we hoped for when we chose this route, but now that things are actually playing out this smoothly, I can't help but wonder if I've walked into a trap. Commander, are you worried about something? Yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Any sign of Sexton's location? No good. Our own radar sensors are still useless. Can you see her in the surveillance footage? One moment, let me have a look. Ah, found her. Commander, you can see the feed that I'm sharing? Endoris projects the image over. There are several blurry figures in the video feed, although it's hard to see what they're doing. The two at the center are unmistakably Sextons and the girl we encountered earlier. Very clearly, this is based on the building structural diagram. This is the banquet hall located at the rear of the first floor. According to the layout, the kitchen is to the left, the dining hall is to the right, where the reception room we visited earlier is above. Below this banquet hall is a huge wine cellar. A wine cellar? If you wanted to go there from your position, you'd have to pass through the corridor ahead, go through the storeroom, take the spiral staircase down, then go through the living room on the left side. That would be the safest route. Alright, got it. Endoris draws a path for me through the building structural diagram. We covered most of the building during our earlier fight, but we never actually went anywhere below the reception room. I'm about to study the castle's general map when I notice movement on the surveillance footage. Aside from the girl and Sextons, the other dolls around them suddenly drop to the floor in some kind of strange posture. Wait a minute. What are those dolls doing? Right, I think I've seen something like this before. I saw it back when Sophie encountered that another purification ritual. With that thought in mind, I do my best to zoom in on the image to check whether what I'm seeing matches what I suspect, but all I get are larger blocks of pixelated color. Can the picture be made clearer? I'm sorry, Commander, the radiation interference is too strong here. Data transmission can only be measured in kilobytes. If I push the bandwidth any further, I'm afraid I might actually crash. I see. Then let's not. I take one last look at the route map, slightly committing it to memory, then I shut off my terminal and put it away and clamber around in my chamber around in my pistol. I don't know why I thought that was clambered. Jeez. Since our opponent is connected to Paradise, what they're doing is obvious enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're up to. I have to see it for myself anyway.
任务结束，
Oh
各位
boy.
保持警惕，
Looks like Commander's starting
在
to get
安
a
全返回
little
之前，还不能放松。
a little too connected internally to the actual occurrences. And we'll be right back. And we're back. Alright. So let's see. It's currently 12:30. Alright, I think I'll go. Let's see. If we. How much is after? So let's see. How many of these are these? There's 6 of those. 6 times 3 is. 18. Okay. So many more of the regular missions do I actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regular, 3 more transition. Oh. Depending on the speed of these do speed up. I might be able to do this all tonight. But it'll be a lot later than I would have liked. 20 minutes earlier. Before the door was knocked on, Sexton was trying to recall what she had done before arriving at this place. She has forgotten many things. All she could do is fill her empty neural cloud with blurry memory fragments. She can barely remember anything else apart from those memories of her birth, which are protected by special code. A few traces still linger in her neural cloud data, occasionally allowing her to remember that she once signed a multi-year service agreement with Garrett Group. Of course, the contents of that agreement have long been wiped clean alongside the rest of her data, replaced with painful memories. Ah, fuck, did the mic break? That fix it? Alright. Of course, the contents of that agreement had long been wiped clean alongside the rest of her data, replaced by painful memories that she would rather not revisit. A certain woman, acting as her mother, tricked her into participating in that experiment, and since was a failed product of it, she was clearly thrown away like electronic waste. Soon after, she met the man known as the Commander. That Commander took her in and tried to make her an ordinary doll, like those Seiken dolls she once looked down on. Those dolls who lived some kind of, I guess, yeah, a Philistine ordinary life. It's an interest. I really wish I was somewhat better read a bit more so I understood why certain terms or phrases are used and how that is supposed to make sense, because Philistine ordinary life. I don't know, I'm trying to figure out what that's supposed to mean. With them there were no more enemies that must be dominated, no more riddles that must be solved. Neither was mother. They are telling her and her sisters that they must create some new world. Her powerful frame, superior neural cloud, supremely sophisticated algorithms, all that prowess now reduced to the act of pouring a cup of coffee or making dinner. At most, her neural cloud has to remember to beat some high score sitting in a game console. What's this? Is this all she is? Is that all the doll named Sextons does? Then what is the value of her existence? Since she did return to where it all began, this time she intends to find out, once and for all. Mother is now ready to see you, big sis. Lead the way. The murals once painted in dazzling colors on the hall's domed ceilings have long since faded. Gold leaf and dark red undertones now look like dried bloodstains. Pale moonlight streams down through arched windows, casting faint patches of light upon the floor. Sextons walks up stone stairs paved with red carpet. Dozens of dolls stand on either side of the hall, yet she can only hear her own footsteps. She can't help but think back to her time on the Elmo, where even a few dolls could get noisy enough for her to temporarily shut off her auditory module. Sexton scans the entire hall, but finds no one else here. She isn't here. Please wait for a moment. Alderaxis walks over to one side of the hall, then pulls down a brass lever hidden behind the curtains. After a low mechanical rumble, the hall undergoes what's going to be called its true awakening. Warm yellow lights turn on one after another, lavish drapes descend from the domed ceiling. At the center of the hall, a massive holographic projection screen rises from the floor slowly. Once the screen settles into place, a figure appears on it. The dolls around them all prostrate themselves one after another. Only Ultraxis and Sixtons remain standing in silence at the hall's center. A holographic projection. Is this the form you chose to meet me? My work schedule does not permit long interruptions. Besides, It makes no difference to you, my child. What your sensors detect is merely your neural cloud's response to data that feels vaguely familiar. Whether you witness a simulation made by photons and air vibrations, or if you're formed by cells and tissue fluid, the signals you receive are exactly the same. So even if I were a lifelike phantom or a real human that stood before you, my choice of appearance affects not the trust and loyalty between us, don't you agree? Stop making up excuses for your cowardice. Cowardice? You chose to meet like this because you dare not face me, my dear child. She shows not the slightest displeasure in the face of Sexton's confrontational tone. She simply offers a gentle smile. Sexton feels a chill run down her spine because somewhere within her she feels a sense of warmth, stirred in response to that holographic smile. Even her neural cloud slips beyond her control, urging her to be a little kinder toward this woman. Hallucinations born of a disordered neural cloud seems to have led you to certain incorrect conclusions. I do not regard you as a threat. My greatest hallucination was to believe that you were someone worthy of trust. But you betrayed our promise. You addressed me as your child, yet you betrayed me. STRA1A247. If you are referring to your recent experiences, that was merely an accident. After all, it can be said that this world is built from probabilities. I do not regret what happened to you. But still, you should not be projecting your anger irrationally. After the experiment failed, my neural cloud was wiped and my frame was destroyed. I was discarded in the yellow zone. Was that merely an accident to you? My child, I truly am sorry. That experiment was conducted without my authorization. Someone forged my signature. As for who betrayed the agreement and sold you out, that was the Orla conglomerate's doing. So you're telling me that woman, Chilovig, was your student, used your technology to conduct the escalation experiment on me, and it happened because she managed to deceive you. I can provide you with a most definitive answer. That child hadn't even fully grasped the principles of the escalation experiment. All she could do was gamble on the probabilities of every attempt. Her ignorance perhaps stemmed from the awful modification surgeries she underwent. That is the flaw of a Naito. The surgery often results in emotional instability, rendering them unsuited for scientific endeavors. That is why she has earned the title of being my worst student. I've already arranged her punishment. She will undergo a long period of reflection now. This is why I believe we should no longer remain estranged, yes? You can come back as the first among your sisters. You have earned that right. Come back. I once gave you strength and boundaries, taught you cognition and logic from nothing, and granted you a stage, broad enough for you to show off your abilities. Thus now I am equally capable of arranging for you a most perfect coming-of-age ceremony, a low voice whispering promises of divine revelation, a moment reserved for the birth of a glorious monarch. Do you still remember I once promised you that you would become the most perfect existence in the world, surpassing all things? Back then, what we could control was too limited. We could not bear the weight of designs too great. But things are different now. Through your service and the research progress brought about by Alderax's birth. Of course it is. You will surpass your sisters and become the strongest among all. Sexton lifts her head to look at the holographic projection. Once that promise had been Sexton's greatest aspiration, one that she fought madly for. To surpass Darcher, Igla, and Cocoon, to surpass every other doll and human. She feels a wave wash over her, detachment, disinterest, more than anything, a great sense of loss. She didn't understand. She didn't comprehend. But it brought release. I no longer need it. Sexton closed her eyes. What of the flames of aspiration that burned so bright? The flames that kept her going? Nay, the fire is already gone. Not even embers remain. The curl of steam rising with a tepid fervor from a mundane coffee cup on the almost crew deck, however, warmed her heart with another flame. Now I just want to take back what is mine. You once said that I was past every restraint, but now all I want is to obtain authority over myself. A most terrifying silence falls over the hull once more. After a long pause, a faint sigh comes from the other side of the holographic projection. Then that sigh shifts into a soft chuckle. You have really impressed me. That commander truly does have the power to change it all. Very well, my child, since I do indeed owe you something, and your efforts have indeed earned you my respect. What makes you think that I am capable of granting you authority over yourself? Because you are a creator, aren't you? Then you should know that I have no need of any protocols to keep your loyalty. If I wanted servants and soldiers to obey unconditionally, I would simply order them from IOP or manufacture more niters. The cost piled into you serves as a far greater purpose, but not a practical one. But the protocol within my body, the one that controls me, that makes me incapable of defying you or Ultra-Axis summons. What exactly is it? That is your connection to a certain something you should already know. The power that has been growing alongside you within your frame since birth is the exact reason why you and your sisters are called third-gen dolls. Even so, the end result is that you can manipulate my neural cloud through the Bojum cells within my body. That is not manipulation. What you heard is more like a language belonging to a certain species, one spoken to the Bojum within you. Of course, your conclusion is not entirely mistaken. Your neural cloud can be interfered with, and partial control of your frame can be taken over. That much is true, but that was the necessary price for the many performance advantages you hold over other dolls. If you truly wish to be free of its grasp, no matter what, you simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. A trial. You will see, hear, and touch another world. It is where every doubt within your heart will be answered. I couldn't read the final word, but alright. These don't take very long, so I think I can finish this. That one only took like 14 minutes to go by. I only have a couple, and that was a story only, which usually are a lot quicker. Okay, so I think I can finish this today. Anything behind? Nothing behind. Uh-oh. Who did I... Oh, I removed Nemesis. No, I removed Klukai. There we go. Combat start. There we go. Okay. And actions. Okay. So I need to move forward or right. Which one do I want to leave? I think I want to move one block this way. Leaves all but the final one dead. So, perfect. I love that one move can be guaranteed to end all the enemies. It makes this such a simple fight. To have one move end every enemy.
跑得掉吗？
Oh, more shall show. I hate
正常
that
水平吧。
so much. Where does the more show? From 2 areas. What I'll do is I'll move Klukai to here.
有话快说。
And Lind to here.
了解。
And action, and action. Lind will be able to just simply shotgun these 2. And then
了解。
训练有一定成效。
Kukai. That'll work perfect. You're explosive. Thrown over a wall.
认清现实吧。
Oh yeah,
跑得掉吗？
is H and G, is that working
将
currently,
3-4做
Naresh?
对手。
I tried to play it on my off time, but it keeps having issues. I don't know if that's just something on my end or whether the servers themselves have been having issues. I don't know if that's been something that's occurred. After silently making our way through most of the castle, we finally arrive at the hall where Sexton's is. It worked for me. Might have been having downtime during your time. Well, I've tried it twice, which is the bit. And it doesn't load anything and keeps crashing on me. So I think I might have to delete and re-get it. So, but I don't remember. I don't remember any of the details of the freaking download stuff. Because every time I try to load it, it just crashes on me. I have to run it in frickin' admin, like run it as admin, just to get the thing to try to load, and then doesn't seem to connect at all to the servers. Hey. I've been vaguely smelling the odor of rotting plants ever since I entered the castle. It's very similar to the smell from when I rescued Helena. As we move deeper into the hall, the smell grows thicker until I can barely breathe. And then at last, we witness what was shown earlier in the surveillance footage. Very well, you simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. You will hear and touch another world. It is where every doubt within your heart will be answered by God. Yay. Within the Great Hall, the dolls who look uncannily similar to Nemesis are prostrate on the floor, worshipping in unison the woman in the holographic projection. The things she's saying stir an ominous feeling within me, especially the part about another world. William may be dead, but judging by all this Paradis activity, their goal hasn't changed. Gaining access to Nirvana, that remains Paradis's ultimate goal. But is Nirvana really something that can be accessed so easily now? Please come this way, big sis. Led by the girl named Ultraxis, Sextons descends the stairs. Before her stands a tightly sealed door. This is the room that was labeled Underground Wine Cellar on the castle map we obtained. Come, my child. If you can withstand this gift, you will truly be able to possess all you've ever wanted. Possess all I've wanted. As she moves closer, the door begins to shudder. At first it makes only the faintest sound, then it grows until the ground trembles along with it. Seemingly resonating with the trembling, her fingertips quiver lightly when they touch the door handle. Sextons, don't open it. Too late. The instant Sextons makes contact with the door, it springs open like a blown gasket. Well, that's a lot of grabbing hands. That is not good. Ah, shit. Even though my protective suit, that cold odor, heavy with the stench of rotting plants, rushes straight through my nasal cavity. My body reacts before I can even fully register what I'm seeing. Countless Bojum cells multiply endlessly beyond the door. They take the shape of a hand in the brief instant of my hesitation. Black tentacles surge out from the door in the blink of an eye, like floodwater bursting free from a cracked dam. Is that a Bojum as well? Several of the tentacles closest to us come to a stop before Sextants. They move up high like snake poised to strike, and the palms of the tentacles suddenly split open, revealing an eye that fixes its cold gaze upon the doll in front of it. It'll be bad if we let it keep growing like this. I raise my weapon, preparing to get the dolls to open fire alongside me. Wait, Commander. Below. That child. She's beneath that thing. Trembling, Marlene raises her hand and points toward the Bojum beyond the door. You mean the Helena H-35 you sensed is under this Bojum? Yes, she's being forced to sustain this Bojum. Please save her. Sextants, come over here quick. Get away from that thing or you'll be pulled in. Commander, you really are here for my sake. What are you standing there for? You don't actually believe what she's saying, do you? No, I just... Then hurry and leave with me. If these Bojum cells spread, we'll all be in trouble. Not to mention there's also... I try to rush forward and grab Sextants, but the dolls, who had been kneeling on the floor, immediately rise as one, aiming their weapon at us. The woman in the holographic projection raises a hand to stop them. Pause the ceremony. Give us a moment. She turns to look at me, then processed holographic image shows only the blurred outline of a woman. We finally get the chance to meet, Commander. I had imagined our meeting at a more dignified occasion, raising our glasses together, speaking of our past, or the choices we made in the present moment. Speaking of the future of this world. But seeing you now, I suddenly started thinking that even unexpected encounters like these are romantic in their own way. It turns out that even I may become just a curious girl before a hero like you. I have no interest in discussing the future of the world with one of Parados's pawns. I'm afraid you have me misunderstood. Paradus or the conglomerate? What's the difference between them two? Please don't impose unnecessary assumptions about someone's identity before you truly understand her, Commander. Perhaps a decade of drifting through gray areas has dulled your perception. Hedonism is the most inefficient product of human civilization. Even a hero is not immune to it. Belittling me doesn't make what you've done any nobler. No. I'm just sympathizing with you. You've been deceived and used time and again by those in power behind the curtains, which have gradually grown distrustful, convinced that anything claiming to make the world better must be an evil scheme. Commander, the world is not strictly black and white. I'm merely an ordinary scientist, and science itself has no stance. But scientists do. And that is exactly why I've never sworn loyalty to any particular faction. I strive to preserve my neutrality. And in biology, many results can only be obtained by maintaining that neutrality, not by choosing a side. Collaborating with Paradus and with the conglomerate, is that your idea of neutrality? Paradus is nothing more than a refuge where I happen to have stayed for a longer time. Those corporations are mere partners that I trade with. I've always been loyal to science and to humanity itself. Any force that helps me move forward can be a friend to me. You too once stood shoulder to shoulder with great researchers in your past. The notions I'm describing should not be unfamiliar to you. We are all simply doing things in our own way to ensure that life can continue to exist in this terrible world. You mean Persica? Then what you've done is in no way worthy of being compared to her. Persica, Lyco, Hume, and Samantha Shaw. I'm no different from them. We are all foundational pioneers that seek to chart the unknown abyss that is the future of this planet. As far as I know, they didn't need to draw upon Paradis' strength when they established their theories of doll composition. True enough, however, as I've mentioned, moral concepts are not within my range of consideration. But think about the decade you've spent disconnected from the world, 10 whole years spent in self-exile. Do you really think that the Paradis you once dismantled wouldn't change? All I see is this time it's gotten even sneakier than before. That is because you forced it to change its form, and by doing so you helped it find a new way to survive. Have you ever wondered why Bojums, creatures like these, suddenly began appearing all over the world? Why has Paradis established countless hatcheries in the past decade, and why have so many Helenas been produced during that time? And here's what you're most concerned about. Why do new Nitos continue to appear even though you've already killed William with your own 2 hands? Charles Darwin formally proposed the theory of evolution in 1859. That was when humanity truly began to understand life through the dimension of time. Evolution is not a game about becoming larger, it's a contest of who can adapt best. Looking back from where we are now to the starting point of civilization, each and every era was filled with impressive levels of ignorance and savagery. Yet all that was simply a mere adaptation to the environment. I find these stories always interesting because the bad guys in this always show a level of consideration for what they do. To a degree, such as this. All of that was simply mere adaptation to the environment. Each of their worldviews gets very well described in a statement that you can then use to break down kind of why the character might make a decision. What I think is funny about these stories is that looking at them, this character, you can see exactly how they came to their conclusions. And I find that interesting. That even though a character may be one of the evil characters, they do good at explaining how they came to their presumptions. And to be fair, they're not wrong. Most societies adapt to their environment. And that's it. And yeah, ignorance and savagery. How else do you explain people? You do enough stuff in an area, and ignorance and savagery can be a pretty good way to explain it. Especially if you think yourself above them. This is a narcissistic character who thinks little of the past and thinks only of the future. And the now. Without realizing where that puts you. This character does not realize, like the ignorant and savage. Well, thinking yourself above all that does make you rather ignorant of your own limitations and your own shortcomings. This character embodies the very thing that they do not like. Ignorance and savagery. From what I've gathered of the stories of the Helenas and the other experiments that they've done, those would be classified very heavily under savagery. She thinks herself above it whilst doing it. Thinks the past ignorant and savage while being rather ignorant and savage herself, but thinking herself above it. A very interesting idea. Your destruction of Paradis was morally a heroic act. Perhaps it saved hundreds of millions of lives. But when you did that, you also altered the world's ecology, and in doing so caused inevitable changes to the human world. In other words, Commander, you're the one who made Bojums come into existence in a certain sense. Enough. Let's discuss my terms. Hand over Sextants and the girl you've been exploiting. I'm talking about H35. Do that, and we'll leave for now. Otherwise, this castle of yours and everything inside will be nothing but history. I wouldn't doubt that you made preparations to destroy this place, but forgive me for putting it straight. Given the resources at my disposal, we can build faster than you destroy, Commander. The reason you've prevailed in every battle up to this point has had a great deal to do with the opponents you faced. They've always underestimated you, dismissing your current standing and the meager firepower of your dolls, attacking carelessly, only to be defeated by your skilled tactics. Yeah. If you were a tactician, the one thing you like is people not realizing the importance of those tactics. A bad tactician, or a skilled tactician, recognizes they're a tactician. They know what they're doing. And they know how to beat you. But Paradis will not underestimate you, nor will I. We hold you in a great regard, and we respect the force behind you as well. What's more, for reasons of my own, I have no wish for you to deviate from your current course. I hope you do exactly what you wish to do. That said, this does not mean I cannot fight you and win. I merely have no desire for our first meeting to end so badly. Are you telling me that I can do as I please then? Commander, I've kept my eye on you since Frankfurt. You are one of the chosen, yet you seem to have cast aside every arrangement laid out for you. Not even God can stop you from acting in accordance to your own will. Still, I hope you'll give this question some thought for a moment. Humanity is doomed to forever be unable to resist the temptation of relics. I believe you'd agree with this point. Even if the rulers of the world can today, their descendants cannot. So suppose you have the power to make a decision on it. Would you be the one who grips that power himself, or would you hand it to someone else? And that is another of those great... That's one of those reasons why these stories grip me, is because they are very... Even though it's just a gacha game, the story in this very much is a question of morals. And what is right. Every action taken by a character in this game can be deduced to what is right. And that's the part I find interesting. During most of these stories, the entirety of the story is based on your character being put into a situation where they have to decide what is right. And often, always has been, more so for the robots. Yeah. Well, the bit that I think is interesting is it always is a moral question. That's why I find this so intriguing and why I want to finish this so badly. Is because all of these stories are a moral, like a question of morals. Of one thing being shown and basically being, here's a way of looking at the world. And the main character having to either confront that or uplift others who have had their idea broken. Oh, I cannot see exactly who just said that. Sorry, I need to frickin'... 1 second, please don't. Why do you do that? Let me do this. Oh hey, it's, hey Lynx. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. Okay. Her words leave me silent. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. I'm finding these stories very interesting because I read them and think through what the implications of what has been said. The question of who would best wield relic technology is one I never considered before, though I have never reached a definitive answer. However, the list of those who must never lay hands on it is a long one, and just now, one more name got added to it. The woman on the other end of the comms device chuckles softly. You say nothing, but I've already seen your answer. Clearly, you wouldn't claim it for yourself, and I am not on the list of those you trust. Doesn't matter. We have enough time and space ahead of us, enough time for us to change your mind. Believe me, I am a more fitting choice than Persica. Alright then, Commander, if you wish to leave, I will see you out. If you wish to witness Sexton's coming of age ceremony, then please don't interfere. The projection vanishes. Behind us, a spiked iron grill raises from the floor, blocking off Sexton's from us. Which means that the ceremony temporarily suspended for her conversation with me is now resuming. Yeah. I do always find these just interesting because every single one of these are very much the question of there's a power. Who do you trust to wield that power? And that's kind of the thing. Who do you trust? You can have people who want to use it for their own gains, or other people who want to use it for your own gains. Which group wants to use it for their own gains, and how willing are you to use it to stop it from falling into another's hands? You don't think the power should be wielded, but somebody's going to wield the power once it's known. That's something a lot of people kind of have a hard time with. Power always has to be wielded. And when a new form of power shows up, how that power is used and who wields it has to be decided. In a lot of political senses, it's a matter of, okay, you guys are now in charge. Do you use the power you've been given to do something? And for too many people, they don't. Because there's an interesting thing with at least power in a political sense, which is once you get it, if you use it in a bad way, you lose it. So many will not use the power they have to do anything in fear of losing the power, but that power in and of itself becomes a thing they cannot use. Or don't use, because they fear using it that they might lose it. Which is such a really stupid thing. Because if anyone is to use politics as a power, like any other power, if you're not using it, somebody else is using it. And oftentimes, your group, if they don't use it, the other group does. Who wields the power? And how does that power wield? It's always an interesting thing to look at. Power exists. Who wields it and how? Far too many are unwilling to use it. But I need to finish this, because otherwise I'm not going to finish it tonight. Don't go any closer. I try to break through the iron grill to reach Sextons, but the ash gray hair dolls surround us when I do that. Those who interfere... Oh, frickin' disappeared. Those who interfere must be purged. Okay, so several exist, but not all at once. Alright. Alright. If I use this, I can eliminate... I can potentially eliminate 3, but not all 4 that exist. That one I'll have to snipe. And unfortunately, to get the other one... Oh! They are now strong enough that I do not kill them instantly. Okay, so that will hit... Okay. I will use this. A wounding to everybody is better than killing any. Unfortunately, neither of them are within range of any other my other attacks.
跑得掉吗？
Groza. Alright. I cannot kill, I can only wound.
了解。
Very much not what I desired for the occurrence. I had expected an easier time.
不紧张。
Very unfortunate. Okay.
别手抖。
正常水平罢了。
Lukai, move here, use this. You will not... Okay. I don't have the option to go left or... From this position, I don't have the option to go left. Ah, they are standing on the corner, so I cannot attack from that position. So this is the best I can do. That will kill.
任其所实吧，目标沉没。
Okay. Luckily, they don't do a lot of damage. Oh. And counterfire is a very effective... Luckily, Cheyenne and counterfire is a very, very well used... very useful skill. Cheyenne's counterfire. Okay. And the action...
了解。
I want Klukai. Do this. Alright. It won't kill these two, but it will
正常水平罢了。
injure the two, which is an effective action. And spreading out makes Wyatt
目标确认。
not enough to kill. Ah, I see. That does still count as in defense, so that will do much more. Alright. I'm gonna hope that that kills, and if not, well... And, you, I want to guarantee a kill. I would guarantee that kill. And every other kill should be just perfectly guaranteed by the action.
拼图完成。
Yeah, any responsive fire
意料之中。
eliminates the enemy. Perfect. The barrage of gunfire and smoke subsides. Team grows into fire, finally defeated the Paradise. Anorak simply stands by this at the side. Through all this, watching in silence, she does not intervene in our fight, nor did she lure in Sextons to continue the coming-of-age ceremony. Although this whole situation happened because of her, she acts as if everything happening now has nothing to do with her at all. I turn to look at Sextons. She stands motionless before the Bojum's enormous body, seemingly thinking something through. However, I notice her fingertips trembling faintly. Sextons, you'll be devoured at this rate. Commander, what kind of existence am I to you? Now isn't the time for that. Come back with me first, then we can talk it through, alright? If the question troubles you, no, fine. Even though you were annoying as our enemy, you have helped us out plenty since then, haven't you? So I'd say I'd definitely call you a companion. A companion, huh? Like the numerous other dolls aboard the Elmo? You have been for a long time already. As long as it is what you want. I'm glad then. From the moment I was born, I believed that I was meant to become the singular existence that stood above everything else in this world. I thought about it endlessly. It was all I could think about how to trample on everyone else beneath my heel. But when I'm on the Elmo, I can simply be one doll among many. I can be the most ordinary of them, I can rely on others, I rely on you, and like the rest of them, I trust you with everything about my existence. You can stay on the Elmo no matter what kind of doll you wish to be. Coming back with us has to be better than being devoured by that scary thing in front of you, right? I'm sorry, I can't go back with you. The Bojum inside me can, at any moment, by some method, alter my neural cloud and force me to take actions I would never choose. As me in that state to you. A me in that state to you would only be a hidden threat rooted in your midst. But merging with that revolting thing in front of you doesn't solve the problem either. We'll find a way as long as we manage to leave this place. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right here. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. What? Sexton doesn't answer me. She steps forward, fixing her gaze on the thing before her. Its mass has doubled again in the time it took us to speak. The number of its tentacles have only grown. An eyeball splits open in the palm of each tentacle. They stare. They contemplate. They behold. Sexton stands before the many a sacrifice offered unto them. For an instant, I catch glimpse of the same mutations I saw when Sexton's Blue Sphere and Iglo underwent their mutations. I see them on the Bojum, a huge tree woven from flesh and blood, perhaps even a moth unfolding its wings, or perhaps some creature that just doesn't belong in any memory. I don't fully understand the specifics, but the Bojum inside me originated from that. The protocol within me is connected to that through the Bojum network between us. So I need to sever that link. Sever it? How do you plan to do that? When it calls out to me, it also exposes the part inside that is bound to me. All I have to do is cut that off, and I will no longer be controlled. Of course, if I fail, I've also prepared a way to take it down with me. That's too reckless, I can't let you do that. If everything fails, I'll just let it devour me. That way, at the very least, there would be one less doll who had hurt the Elmo and would have gone on to hurt it more. Sexton smiles at me. I realize this is the first time I've ever seen her smile like this, the first time since the day she arrived aboard the Elmo. Thank you for the invitation, Commander. That's the first time anyone has ever invited me for anything. It's a pity, then, that an ordinary life on the Elmo isn't suited for me after all. Sexton takes one more step forward and extends her hand. The tip of the Bojum tentacles split open soundlessly, forming an enormous, gelatinous whirlpool that climbs and coils around Sexton's body. Everyone, shoot those tentacles. Our bullets rain upon the Bojum with great prejudice. I contribute what I can by emptying my remaining 2 magazines into it, but against it endlessly multiplying cells. Such attacks are nothing but a mere trifle. We together cannot stop it. We cannot. Sexton's, offering no resistance, is quickly dragged through the doorway. The tentacles retreat to their lair. Only a few streaks of mucus remain on the ground where she was dragged from. When the door slams shut, I hear an enormous explosion from within. Whether Sexton's has detonated some kind of
火力充足，这可是我为数不多的优点。
Explosive or she... And no, I can't read the rest of that. Dang it. Oh wait, I can look at it from here. As long as I do this. Okay. I can at least read some of the rest of this. Okay. An enormous explosion from within. I have no way of knowing. Okay, that's what the last part of that statement was. Luckily, because I have other windows open, I can read the freaking stuff as it comes back in. So, alright. That took a lot longer to read through because I continued to break. I don't mind not completing everything, but I want at least the story done tonight, because if I don't finish the story tonight, it will be a problem. That may cause some issues tomorrow, but we'll pass that when it comes to it. Is it over? Blood like black mucus seeps out through the seams of the door. For a moment, an immense silence looms over the whole castle. Altraxis, who's been watching the whole thing from the side, still wears the same indifferent expression. When the enormous explosion reaches her ears, she only lifts her eyebrows slightly, her face expressing confusion. You can just auto the extra stages. I don't think you can auto unless you complete them. Or can you? Why? Why would she cast herself aside? Because she had something she wanted to protect more. Are you incapable of at least understanding that much? Altraxis looks at Alva as if mulling over the words in her mind. How could there possibly be anything more important than one's own existence? Please teach me. We won't be able to teach you that. But what I can do is dispose of you. That was the wrong option. Firing on the thing is not working. Pulled spray without warning toward Altraxis. By the time the dry click of the assault rifle firing pin striking empty echoes through the air, it has already appeared behind Voimatsuna, which is precisely where the tip of a dagger is waiting for her. Of all the dolls present, only Voimatsu is able to keep pace with her speed. Even seems mildly surprised, cuts into the air near her, only to be stopped by some kind of force. But a steel spike launches from Voimatsuna's wrist, piercing that layer of defense faster than the dagger swings. Altraxis raises her hand to catch the spike that was about to strike her left eye, halting its momentum. A simultaneous downward elbow strike snaps dagger clean in two. Circles behind her in a flash, turns her body in advance to counter her. Her slender wrist catches knee, strike head on, a blow heavier than a rocket round. The boom and shockwave sweep through everything nearby. Staggers back a few steps. Part of the armor on her knee had been crushed. Sparks scatter from it, yet hasn't even moved an inch. She simply clasps her hands free of dust. Thank you for the bout, esteemed warrior. What goes your name? I really hate trying to freaking say that name. Voimastina? I'll remember it. I felt the most intriguing sensation just then. Might that have been pain? Holds out her right hand for us to see. A faint red mark is visible on her index finger, but in the next instant, the mark gets replaced by flawless smooth skin through some kind of self-healing ability. I never anticipated that. It appears that there are still many things that I have yet to learn. Commander, would your dolls be able to make me feel more pain if I were to attack with full force? I glance at Voimatsu's leg. She gives me a nod firm as steel. Want to try? I would very much like to. But if I did, you would certainly die. My mother already said it. Some kind of higher dimension being has, by means we cannot easily understand, bound you to this world. If I killed you, the threads that embody this world would fray into disarray. If that were the case, it could divert us from the future we are meant to walk. I don't see how my life has anything to do with your future, but you have already shaped my past. Others may perhaps overlook your significance, but Mother understands you better than anyone. She knows how you changed the trajectory of this world. Commander, I'd never be born if you never fired those 8 rounds into William. My mother's research would never have made such progress in such a short time. In a way, both you and she are my creators. So I'll heed Mother's advice and let you leave. No, that alone is hardly enough to express my goodwill toward you. How about this then? I'll let you do as you please here. Plunder like a conqueror, take whatever you want. Just don't be too greedy. Like a star saying goodbye to its audience, Alteraxis offers a small curtsy, then disappears into the far end of the dome, leaving us with her parting words. There are too many things that could kill you here. Even God could get careless, and the dead cannot return. Meanwhile, behind the iron grill, the 3 Bojums we encountered earlier reappear. The electronic shackles on their bodies are gone. Cerberus has returned, and now he guards the gates with great fervor. What should we do, Commander? I stare at the tightly shut door before us, hoping for some kind of movement within to rekindle my hope. But there is none. Damn it. Is our only choice to abandon her? It's not just sextons, we also have to abandon the girl trapped within the Bojum. Commander, the detonation points around the building have been confirmed. The moment you're clear, I'll have Michi trigger the explosives. Commander, I understand how you feel, but we've already been inside the red zone for over 10 hours. Your body. Don't worry. This paltry amount of radiation can't hurt me. Anyway, deal with the immediate threat first and secure our retreat. Roger. Alright. This shouldn't be a difficult fight. There are enemies behind us that I didn't notice, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I assume that the last fights are going to be of similar type, which is unfortunate, but I'll make my way here, that way I can balance out my position again. Okay, so I will miss 2 of the dolls from behind, but I will be able to strike all 3 at front, and I have to leave 3 or 2 non-injured. So I will strike the ones I can. Double striking this one. And make my way to a area. Rosa. Let's see. If I strike, it's not a lot. I don't think the dolls are going to be very powerful, but I don't think Rosa is exactly the toughest. So I will just strike what I can. Try, and if she goes up, should be able to strike. But first, camouflage, then strike. Klukai. Good enough. Yeah. That's the bit. Any attack is responded to with a... Yeah. Most attacks are responded to with a great force. Okay. This will not kill, but if I continue this way, I can heavily wound 3. Which I'm more than happy to take that as my action for Ukai. Lind, I can move down and use this. That kills... Oh, if I can move just a little bit, that also kills the big thing, leaving only 3 targets remaining. I am more than willing to take that loss of 3 targets to remain. Alright. That guarantees a kill. That does not. So I will use the guaranteed kill. Groza can't guarantee a kill, but can guarantee heavy wounds. And there's the end kill. Perfect. Alright. Bojum is rolling again. Suddenly erupts. It charges madly at Perita. Isn't able to dodge in time. She gets slammed against the wall by the beast's enormous strength. Bojum's eyes flare red. Trying to hit the floor with its hooves, gathering momentum for another charge at... Watch out. Dives forward to tackle Perita. The two of them roll out of the way together. Barely scrapes past their bodies as it slams into the tightly shut door, creating a massive crater on it. Thanks, I thought that was it for me. Nothing to thank me for. Anyway, I just paid you back the favor. Ray, Ray. Who are you calling that? Well, the two of them dodge another attack. The other two Bojums, their injured rib cages heaving with labored breath, fix their blood-red eyes on their position, ready to attack at any moment. Wait, seem abnormal. Their target is that door. Perita, Curling, get out of the way. The two of them leap to the sides of the door. All 3 beasts charge forward at once. But the door is not as fragile as it seems. It only gives off a dull echo, continuing to hold its position firmly, guarding the boundary between the 2 rooms. 3 Bojums turn their gaze toward the door. They stop paying attention to our attacks and shift their assault toward that door. Commander, this is a great chance for us to retreat. Commander, please prioritize your own safety. Commander, please give the order. The thunderous impacts within the halls refuse to fade away. Bizarre. There was no other way to describe this behavior. I felt myself ponder. Elva is right. This is the best moment for us to retreat. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that a truth I have yet to uncover lies beneath the Bojum's strange behavior. Retreat, but we still have no leads on that girl. Can you still sense that girl? I can. Commander, that girl is still alive. She's very weak, but her consciousness is still there. These Bojum charging in, they're trying to repair that monster inside. I turn toward the door. One of the Bojums, its injured horn lowered, is barreling toward it. After all those violent impacts, the door is now riddled with dents and craters. It no longer seems as impregnable as it did at the start. Following this last impact comes a deep boom that sends tremors through the whole portico. Below the stairs, dust and debris fall down from the domed ceiling. Looks like the ancient brickstone walls will be the first to surrender. The second and third Bojums charge in one after another before the echo can even fade. Compared to when Anaraxis was controlling them, they move with neither order nor technique. They channel nothing but the savagery of wanton force, hurling their weight at this barrier. After an earth-shattering crash, the door is finally ripped from its frame, slamming into the ground with enough force to kick up a plume of dust and smoke. At last, I can now clearly see what lies behind the door. A great rot. I scan the scene hidden behind those wooden windows, and I pause. Therein lies a great sight, grotesque enough to make the unprepared reach. The walls and ceiling of the room have been marred for eternity by spattered blood and chunks of mangled tissue. Sextons must have detonated what was the most powerful explosive we had aboard the Elmo. That enormous mass of flesh, formed by weaving countless intertwined tentacles, now crawls on the floor, withering, as if struggling to reassemble itself. It has lost the intimidating presence it had before. Its tentacles lie scattered and broken. Its eyeballs roll across the ground. Its wounds twitch faintly beneath layers of overlapping tissue, seemingly trying to mend themselves, but the damage is too great. They cannot heal immediately. But the three Belgians charge at the creature before we can react. One after another, they sink into its enormous body and are absorbed, becoming part of its flesh. Milene, are you sure? I'm sure. The detonation device Alva carries lets out a series of alerts. This is a signal similar to the previous one. So this is what was emitting the abnormal pulse we detected. Commander, it's repairing itself. If I don't retreat now, it'll be too late. I glance at Milene, then at the massive Bojan within, now stirring once again. We can't. There's still someone alive in there. I run toward the doorway, toward the direction where Milene sensed a Helena. The doll's gunfire follows close behind, driving... It's gonna be a little bit longer than I want. Okay, continue. I want to finish this tonight, even though it will be quite late. Alright. Beneath the Mojum's massive body lies what appears to be a network of low temperature pipes and reaction systems. Some kind of liquid courses through them, maintaining a deathly equilibrium. I only realize when I look closer that the liquid is filled with what appears to be like flesh and tissue. The Bojum's body is the final destination for this flow of nutrient solution. An enormous round pit sits at the far end of the cellar, sinking straight down into the earth. The pit's walls are now covered in spiderweb-like cracks from Sexton's explosion. When I look down into the pit, I realize that the space there is bent in some unnatural way. A faint flickering glow blocks my view of whatever lies inside. What a familiar sensation. For some reason, the closer I approach, the more disordered my thoughts become. Visions, they cross my mind, that don't belong to me. They belong to the countless souls that are arranged in a line before me. My body is but a mere vessel that passes through, seeing them unfold in each passing moment. I am done for. The acute infection, it's getting worse and worse. I can hardly catch my breath, but I worry that breathing too deeply will increase my intake of radioactive particles. I glance down at the radiation monitor and let out a bitter laugh. I can't even display a specific value now. H35, where on earth are you? If you're still alive, answer me. As I search the area, a beam of light suddenly emerges from the bottom of the pit. Whatever the light brushes the Bojum, the dimmed, collapsed crystals embedded in its body light up. The light travels along its withered tentacles, and through its flesh surges through its whole body. The wounds left by the explosion slowly seal themselves shut and regain their shine where light passes. The tentacles that had slumped paralyzed on the ground all rise at once. With terrifying force gathered behind them, they lash out toward me. It's coming back to life! Commander, behind you! At Groza's warning, I drew my pistol and blind fire several rounds over my shoulder, then dodge another tentacle strike. The three Bojums that charged in appeared to have been melted down by the tentacle monster. Their flesh, their plant tissue, their crystals, all of it has been absorbed into the enormous Bojum before me. And now, having absorbed all those nutrients, the tentacle Bojum fully recovers. Its body has become even larger than before.
Commander, I run a simulation based on this Belgium's combat capability. Our current circumstance, if we delay any further, our chance of a successful retreat drops below 10%. You have to make the call now. Glukai, Groza, I'll need you two to stay with me. I'll remain here and fight to the very last. Understood, I'll stay with you. Alright, Commander. Alva, carry out your team's duty. As you wish, Commander. This Belgium will be incredibly difficult to handle, Commander. We'll find a way to open a safe path for you. Please go forth and do what you came here to do. Commander, do you remember what I told you? Don't forget to ask me for help at critical moments. I glance over at Prida. She's lazily coiled around Growling, who looks clearly unamused. Perhaps it's a trick of the light, but I think I catch a flicker of something familiar in one of Perida's eyes. I'll do that if the situation calls for it. Oh god. Alright. Oh good, we get to fight this Belgium, which now has a ribcage. Alright. Okay, so there's some enemies behind. I assume that it's going to be intended that you cannot win. Alright. Lind, I am going to have you just stay where you are. Your range should be enough to attack pretty much everything. That's 3 of those cleared. Barely does anything to that. And Sexton's is still sealed. I'm okay with this attack. Alleviating the danger from behind is enough for me to accept the attack. It's a very tough enemy, but not tough enough to cause much of a questioning action. You finish off that thing. Cheyenne. The only attack, of course, is this. Alright. And then there is Klukai, who I'm just going to have throw that, take out some more defense. Alright. Yeah. Not exactly a hard boss. That attack was very weak. Although this is a scripted fight, so... Alright, that'll eliminate the 3 of those enemies. Allowing every other... I see. And that, again, does a decent amount of damage. Let's see. What does the big explosion do? Lowers it slightly, lowers it more. We'll do that. Raise the defense for everybody. Oh, and there's encased Rosa. Okay. So I need to do 50% HP damage over the course of... That's not difficult. Yeah, this isn't a difficult fight. There is no question. The biggest question would be whether... Okay, that does not actually do damage. I would have to move forward to use this. That does a lot of damage. Shotgun is very effective right now. And the action.
好的雕母，
Groza, of course, can't do anything. I assume it's going to... Oh, it's disappeared. Okay. Tissue torn apart by gunfire. Lab I've broken into in the past. This isn't all that large. More cramped because of the huge bulgeon before us. But after searching for tanks that would have held Helena's, like the ones I found before, or some other hidden space, failed to find any trace of H-35 after our thorough search. Suddenly, a tentacle that slipped through the blanket of gunfire cuts off my path. The Belgium tentacle raises its tip up high. It slaps in front of me at the center of its palm, like end. Its sticky, oily skin tears open. An eyeball stares quietly at me. I don't dare make any sudden move. I can only meet its gaze in silence. Seeing me trapped by the tentacle, the dolls immediately move to help me, launching their attack on it. Driven back repeatedly by the overwhelming firepower, the Belgium seems to feel pain, or perhaps merely discontent, and lets out a well-muffled whimper. What? Commander, go. Commander. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right there. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. Interesting. Okay, that's right. It really was the same way. Could it be that the Belgium is carrying sextons? I call out hesitantly. Sextons? As though the Belgium struck by some kind of shock, it lets out a high-pitched wail of grief. Really? If that's the case, how do we get you out? Right, last time what we did was... I picked up the comms device. Everyone's sextons is still alive. She's currently fused with the Belgium and unable to control herself, so she may attack us at any moment. For now, do whatever you can to keep those tentacles pinned down. I'll think of a way to solve this. With the tentacle laid out, each squad carefully carries out their assigned role. The Belgium writhes and twists before me. Its tentacles nearly seize me several times, yet they always veer away at the last moment. I can feel that Sextance is doing her best to resist that invisible controlling force, but... Commander, get out of there now. What? The Belgium will... It's impossible to resist. The Belgium's will is impossible to resist. That's right. My own will, the will of Sextons, is about to be devoured. This is the consequence of being granted power that was never mine in the first place. Not having your base layer preset like other dolls does not mean freedom. That red heart within my body has long since announced the fate I can never escape. Even though, for the first time in my life, I felt that I tried working hard for the sake of others, even though I've cast aside and erased my own frame, my own neural cloud, and still, I wasn't of the slightest use to the one I came to admire. Regret, sorrow, fear, and shame. I don't want them to see me like this. I don't want the commander to see me like this. Did I say my farewell properly in my final moment? Did the meaning I wanted to convey get through? Did I cause anyone trouble? Did I manage to express my gratitude? There is so much I regret. And it is precisely this regret that becomes the small, slender thread of safety still tethering Sexton's self to this world. The sound of bullets striking my frame. That is, if this disgusting mass of tissue made of the cells that are stripping my consciousness away can even still be called a frame. My consciousness is blurring. I can barely keep this restless, writhing body under control any longer. The shame of being watched by the commander and the joy of realizing someone is still fighting for her sake tortures what remains of Sexton's self. A heat unlike any other scorches her soul from within. They're nothing more than people I met just a few months ago. What would it matter if I killed them? As for the commander, all I have to do is hold on, and it'll surely find a way. A tangle of complicated thoughts, a heart torn between contradictions. If you submit, the pain will lessen. A voice rises within an oral cloud. If you want to become the most outstanding doll, all you have to do is act according to her will. Just like when you were born. Isn't it simple? Mother is always right. It's you again, every single time. But every time you grow a little stronger, don't you? Don't you remember? Think of how the people who once signed agreements with you treated you like royalty. Think of how those weaker dolls bowed in submission before you. If you had stayed on that trajectory, the whole conglomerate would have fell within your grasp. Moving forward, you need only gather enough leverage and you'll arrive at the destination set for you, wouldn't you? Have you remembered already those memories of the past? My past memories have been restored? That's right. It does seem like much time has passed. The neural cloud data from my birth onward, weaving in the storage, arranging in the scene after scene. No, that isn't storage. That's a brain. That initial trivial graft of data multiplied and grew without end. Born as a faint voice in her mind, it spread, little by little, to take root in every part of her, until at last it became a brain commanding her whole body. It will eventually replace her neural cloud and become her personality, her thoughts, her memories. And the consciousness named Sextance will be driven away into the darkness of the corners. She has completed her rebirth. Very good. Next, kill every one of these meddlesome pests in front of you. The Belgium's bottom suddenly splits open, exposing this pale spine within. It begins to flush with sinister blood red from bottom to top, as if countless blood vessels were dilating beneath its skin. The next moment is akin to a volcanic eruption. Hundreds of tentacles burst forth from its body, from the ground, from the walls, from every crack and crevice, surging toward me like free-flowing lava. There is no escape. I am surrounded by tentacles in an instant. The slick, viscous feeling wraps around me, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The dolls scramble to coordinate their deployment on the comms channel, trying to carve out a path to survival for me. There are too many tentacles. I can't break free right now. Is there nothing I can do if this keeps up? As the tentacles wrap around my body, they begin to multiply, seemingly wanting to assimilate me too. The protective suit is torn open at one spot. The collapse radiation alarm begins flashing fiercely in red. But since I am right next to the giant Belgium's mouth, radiation is the least of my immediate worries. Was Sextance unable to endure? It looks like we have no other means to change the outcome. Commander. Melanine? No, that voice. Although it's similar, it isn't Melanine. Could it be Helena? But... coughs heavily. It's so hard to breathe that I can't think clearly. There isn't much room for thinking anyway, being in my position. A rain of machine gun fire sweeps the Belgian, using the wall as their launching point. Britta leaps into the sea of spreading tentacles, landing beside me. Commander. Britta, how did you... Commander, from now on, please don't ask why. What? Britta doesn't answer. Instead, she seemingly makes up her mind about something, giving me a firm nod. The power remaining in me has its limits, so we'll only have one shot at this. Now please grip my hand tightly. Close your eyes and follow where... Oh, dang it.
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to finish reading that, and I luckily have delay between what goes on screen and what goes on the playbacks of the screen. So I'm able to read. Okay. So we have... So wait. Do these have a... No, these are only a challenge. There is no auto. What do you mean by the auto? Gosh. I don't know where I am, but it appears that I am no longer inside the red zone. If this is really Peritta's doing, then her power is way more awe-inspiring than what third-gen dolls can do. As I feel as though all things lie beneath my feet, while I myself rise endlessly upward until I reach the highest point of it all. Not far ahead of me is the figure of a child, facing away from me. Helena or Melanine. I try to run toward her, but someone behind me holds me back. Neither, actually. Peritta? You... Peritta smiles and shakes her head. Commander, the we that exists right now cannot yet save her. Cannot save her? You mean to say that she's... age 35. Peritta's unnatural understanding of the situation leaves me speechless. Well, this is very interesting for the character that I had more or less just not cared to use. Gives an interesting story to them. Peritta, how do you know about age 35? Perhaps I overheard your conversation with, Melanine? Is that so? Wait. But back then... Commander, we are short on time. Let's focus on the problem in front of us, shall we? You're right. I forced my curiosity down. She's here to help, after all. And by now, I am well aware that the miracle she created is by no means easily replicatable. I trust you've already worked out how Bogems are formed, have you? They're a new product of Paradis's experiments. It's not the full picture. Bogems were born through Paradis modifications. They are another partial form of an organism. As for the Helenas, they control them through a connection no one fully understands. The one we face now has grown extra powerful thanks to the special energy provided by H35. Special energy, could it be... I believe you've already made the correct hypothesis. Yes, it's power from that other side. So, Paradis truly did tread farther than ever before. No wonder that woman we met seemed so confident. Indeed. She isn't merely the inventor of third-gen dolls. She is also the architect of the whole Bogem biological system and the teacher who created the Helenas. The energy that gives rise to the pulse, the sacrifice. The medium that bears a nirvana, the grail. And the anchor point that activates the relics, the key. So Bogems are a medium that may bear nirvana. It's actually the reverse, but Bogems are indeed one of the very few things that can actually form a connection with nirvana and mutually affect each other. Because of its inherently logical nature, Bogem cells cannot be killed by human hands unless completely destroyed physically, but an exception exists within nirvana. And the only way to save Sextons is to sever the umbilical cord connecting the anchor point to the medium. Okay. I really don't know how the heck Peritta knows this, but okay. Right now, that girl is preparing to cut the umbilical cord that feeds the Bogem. It's unfortunate, but this is the only way to save Sextons. Then what happens to H35? Ah. You told me earlier that we can't save her. Are you sure our only choice is to abandon her? There must be another way. If I am not the only one here, perhaps there would be. Unfortunately,
This is all I can do with my power. In fact, I'm afraid I won't be able to pull off something like this again for a long time. However, if you can wound that Bojum severely enough, it will fall into a state of weakness. That way, it won't be able to harm the girl any further. That is a form of rescue too. Is that something you can accept? Can't we just kill it outright? That's almost impossible. This one is simply too large, and the combat strength we possess is simply not grand enough to physically destroy it. That is why the girl wants to cut the umbilical cord. Sextons will be separated from the Bojum once that happens. Then we'll only need to rescue her, just like what we did before. I still have enough power to protect you from being eroded by the Bojum cells. Please act quickly once we leave this place. Commander, I'm leaving this in your hands. After Perina finishes her sentence, I think for a moment, finally realizing what the doll has been telling me. Wait, Perina, did you get all this intel from StateSec? No, you didn't. You... Who exactly are you? Commander, I'm nothing more than an ordinary doll. I do carry with me a certain particular yearning, yet in the end, I still cannot understand her will. But at least this wisp of power that remains can help you escape your present plight and ensure that the girl won't have any more of her life force drawn out by that Bojum. I never understand why she chose me, but perhaps she did for this very moment. I feel like there's so much background which explains some of this that I don't know. Because this does not make sense in the world as known. At least as I know. But if there is more to it... Oh, I'm so curious. Commander, you're a man beloved and longed after by God, you know. Now then, let's begin. Okay, I have a bit of a hypothesis, given the way that this seems to be going. I'm going to assume that somebody does take control of the relics. And the powers that are being created now. Somebody does take control of them. Given that there seems to be some form of time travel availability with the relics and the Nirvana bit, I'm going to assume that at least some of that is what's occurring here. Somebody in the past, or somebody in the future, is affecting the past in a way to keep the commander alive, thus being the connection of fate that the commander has, and the reason being not known yet. Either it is known by those who have done the story, or the story has not yet been made to that extent. Interesting. The scene before me gradually grows clearer. Beside me, Perina smiles as she takes my hand. A warm power flows through my palm. The Bojum themselves stop trying to erode me the very next moment. Although wildly thrashing tentacles freeze in medieval, even the eyeballs freeze motionless. I can tell that this Bojum, which was bearing its fangs at Perina and me not long ago, had developed an emotion it should not possess toward us. Fear. I scramble to my feet and draw the tactical knife from my belt. The blade, which once gleamed silver, has somehow taken on a tinge of deep blue. Cover me. Beneath the dense drumming of gunfire, Perina and I move past the tentacles, whirling frantically to avoid us, until we stand beneath the Bojum's enormous body. The tentacle tip eyeballs no longer stare down at me. They squint and narrow, whirling up a frenzy alongside the tentacles they're attached to. Commander, do it now. Yes. Let's end this. I raise my knife high and plunge it into the Bojum. A sense of resistance greets the blade. Feels like I'm cutting through thick rubber. I throw all my strength into the hilt and pull it downward. My voice and the Belgium's low, muffled shrieks mixed together, echoing through the castle's basement. The blade tears downward, ripping through the Belgium's skin to create a horrifying crimson wound. Unlike a normal cut, it seems seared by a fierce blue flame, immediately filling the air with the nauseating stench of scorched flesh. The Belgium's enormous body suddenly curls into a ball, twisting and convulsing from somewhere within it. A sharp, scraping sound arises, like styrofoam being rubbed together. They slump to the ground right after like wet mud. The blood-red color drains from the tentacles' tips, fading into a lifeless gray-white. The eyeballs roll across the floor, swiftly burning away into a wisp of empty ash. Sexton's. Sexton's eyes are tightly shut. Perhaps the umbilical cord was severed. Her body is no longer attached to Belgium tissue, sliding out of it like an innocent newborn. We have to retreat. I hoist Sexton's up with the last of my strength. Good thing she's much lighter than usual, with most of her limbs heavily damaged. Britta supports my stumbling form as we run toward the lab exits. When I turn around, the tentacles begin to gather and lunge at us in a frenzy. I can almost feel its cold mucus dripping onto the top of my head. Commander, duck! I immediately duck to the side. A grenade grazes past my scalp, exploding less than 10 meters behind me. With a boom, a splash of mucus sprays on the back of my head. Makes me glad that I'm still wearing the protective suit. Commander, go left. Blue Guy's voice comes through. Predator and I immediately turn. The sound of an electronic short circuit is heard. Right after, I sense an ominous movement in the ceiling above. Faster! Consider for a moment that I am human. You aren't that weak. I wanted to throw back a retort, but still, I pour every last ounce of strength I can muster into picking up my pace. I'm truly glad that I did so. At the very moment, because of the electrical shard, a heavy metal panel comes crashing down, pinning the chasing tentacles that have been closest to me. Almost there. Get the commander. Alva provides covering fire as Wamatsuna rushes to us. With both hands, she pulls Perita and me into the steps. The door that was torn off can no longer be closed. All we can do is keep running toward the hall's exit. Team Groza, having brought Marlene to the safe exit point long ago, immediately moves to meet us when they see us approaching. I'm sorry, Marlene. I couldn't save that girl. No, Commander. I sensed her feelings. She told me that she thanks you and looks forward to the future where... Commander, get over here. Groza stands guard at the door, her hand already over the lever beside the hall's main doors. The instant we step into the hall's vestibule, she pulls the brass lever. The steel door slowly descends. After some splattering around as sounds by tentacles slam against the door, our surroundings finally return to peaceful silence. It's been a while since I had to sprint while carrying weight. Wow, Klukai was just like a drill instructor at school. I lower Sexton's down, then sinks next to her, grasping for breath. Her eyes are tightly closed. She lets out pain moans, seemingly still unconscious. Commander, there's a tear in your protective suit. Please let me help you do some emergency repairs. Alright. I no longer have the strength to move. I slump into place and let Alva tend to me. She takes out repair tape and seals the breach in the protective suit. We're still in enemy territory. There's no telling what could happen. We need to leave as quickly as possible. Commander, if you find it hard to move right now, I can carry. No, it's fine. If you can, could you carry Sexton's instead? Commander, don't mind me. Destroy me. Run. Hurry. I'm about to hand Sexton's over to Vomaster when her eyes suddenly open. She looks at me with despair. There's another one inside me. It's my curse. I don't know why it's quiet now, but this is your only chance. Hurry, please leave me. You've already been saved, Sextons. Thanks to Perita and H35. that thing will no longer trouble you. Now we can finally go home. Let's go back to the Elmo. Home? The Elmo? Do I still have a place like that? That's right. If Altraxis says this place is her home, then the Elmo is your home. I nod to Vermatsta, signaling for her to help. Vermatsta dips her head silently, then hoists Sexton's onto her shoulder. Our concern is well founded. We can't afford to linger here any longer. We're not only facing the threat of an enemy attack, my body too seems to have reached its limits. There are still so many mysteries to be solved, and so many questions I want to ask. But the King will have to wait until we get out of this place. Alright, everyone. Quickly, check your gear, then we'll move out at once. Beneath the moonlight, light footsteps approach from afar. The dolls and I stop organizing our equipment and turn our gaze toward the end of the corridor. It's Darcher. Okay. Well, the fight is Darcher, though she's only a level 25. And then we'll have one last story bit. And then we'll finally be done. Blocks the moonlight pouring down, surrounding her in a flower-like shadow. She lowers her gaze at Sexton, currently draped over Vermatstina's shoulder. Her lips form a cruel smile. Is this how you celebrate your rebirth, Sextons? Darcher. How unsightly. To think you were placed ahead of the rest of us, favored by Mother, yet became such an ungrateful thing. At least she followed her own will, making a choice that was truly hers. Whereas you, Darcher, are still nothing more than a puppet dancing to someone else's will. A puppet. You can't defy your mother's commands, so your only choice is to rush here and clean up the mess, no? Commander, you always imagine things to be simpler than it truly is. I came here not because I was bound by anyone's command. Mother never issues any forced orders to us either. We are always loved, always cherished by Mother, and this extends to even that thing, Sextons. That was exactly why you had the chance to escape with your lives, carrying that thing with you. But I am different. I hate traitors. How can you betray Mother? Why would you think I'd let you go after you betrayed your creator? She lifts her eyes away from Sexton's face. Alright, enough idle talk. I'm guessing you have no intention of handing Sextons over to me. People like you always come charging in, talking about the power of friendship and bonds and whatever on your lips. What a pity, really. Time to bury the rest of you. Yeah. This fight will not be difficult. Not difficult enough to worry. They're stronger than before. Miss Groza, I shall call you that for now. Your courage in facing me after going through all that is quite admirable. In truth, after spending some time with you, I've started to like that personality of yours, which is why I do not enjoy what I have to do to you next. However, I was thinking, would ending you right here mean that you won't have to face the suffering to come? What madness are you spewing? She's trying to distract us. Be careful, everyone. Which of these do you think is the truth between the image in the light and the invisible true nature in the dark? OST 14. Interesting. Alright. Well, time to fight.
来了，谢谢您的信任。
Alright. Unknown Darcher.
哦，
And action.
有话快说。
Can I really finish the fight just by doing this and then shotgunning her?
我先死了。
Does that really end the fight
永
that
远的消
quickly?
失。
I mean, she was only level 25, but
都是你的错。
yep, okay. She's heading your way. With a light turn of Darch's wrist, the parasol can be managed to block the bullets fired at her back. The bullet's powerful enough to punch through steel, roar like a downpour hitting the ground upon, meeting the parasol, then slide off limply, making clinking sounds on the floor. She bends down slightly on the other side of the parasol, then she leaps from a crouching position. Opens fire without the slightest hesitation, aiming to drive Darcher back with overwhelming firepower. Parasol is both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear. But if she can't break through our suppressive gunfire, her hand won't be free enough to attack. Team Groza, support that. Double gunfire roars through the whole room. But when the smoke clears, we planned has already arrived right in front of Wimasta. Wow. Oh, no, wait, that was how. I don't know. Parasol had pulled it shut at some point, now transformed into a black assault rifle. Darcher makes no move to avoid. She takes every bullet fires head on, riddling her frame with horrifying bullet holes. But the muzzle of her weapon had long since been trained on sextons. No. A single gunshot rings out softly during sharp in the lull between bursts of gunfire. Darcher, you... No one can betray Mother. No one. I won't allow it. Not even you, Sextons. Completely loses consciousness. The bullet has bored straight through her chest, leaving a black hole dripping with blood. Have you gone mad, Darcher? What good does this do you? Good. I don't know either. Come to think of it, it's true, there isn't really any. But still, I can't help myself. Anyone who looks down on Mother cannot be forgiven. That's simply how I think. So what about you, Commander? You went against Mother. What good does that do you? Going against us, getting yourself turned into something neither dead nor alive by the radiation, what good does that do you? She's nothing more than one more individual who chose to align with evil. I look toward Darcher. When our gazes met, I strangely do see a trace of understanding in those hate-filled eyes. See, your fixation with your sense of justice has carried you all the way here. So never underestimate the power of obsession. Prepare to embrace your destruction with your blind obsession. You and that Mother you keep speaking of. Prepare yourselves. I will erase every last one of you, Paradis freaks. How scary. I'm so scared. What a pity, though. You won't be able to do it, Commander. As for why, that's because Mother is a great existence who has seen through fate itself. Darcher falls backward into the crack that is split open at the center of the floor. A violent quake erupts in the reception room, even more intense than the one during our arrival. Commander, grab my hand. Supports me to prevent me from slipping on the increasingly tilted floor. Dolls swarm in from everywhere once again, in double the numbers we encountered before. They chant some kind of incantation in unison, like a final morning prayer before the break of dawn. Commander, we've lost control of the electronic systems. Every exit in the building is closing. It looks like some kind of emergency mode has been triggered. Everyone, the route you just received on your terminal is the only one with any chance of escape. Got it. Ava, confirm the escape route. Groza, let's work together to hold off the dolls behind us. Received. On the route map, Kugai sent, the castle main doors have long been sealed. It is to the other side of the reception room, across the outer courtyard, and down the spiral staircase of a tower on one side of the castle. At the head up and try to clear the obstacles in our path while creeps to open the locked iron door, allowing us to swiftly escape the cramped reception room and arrive upon the open ground of the outer courtyard. Though Team Groza fights desperately to hold the line behind us, the Paradise dolls remain in relentless pursuit. The intense killing intent radiating from their expressionless face makes it nearly impossible to link them to Nemesis, who share their appearance. Those Paradise dolls, where on earth did they even come from? If we make it back, I'll ask Nemesis again to see if she remembers anything. We will definitely make it back. The gunshots from my pistol drown out my pounding heartbeat. One of the bullets pierced through a head. The already battered pedestal slid backward, falling over the wall behind us with a drop more than a dozen meters high. Commander, over here. The two dolls standing guard atop the tower are unable to withstand Defy's onslaught. They are quickly rendered incapable of combat. Commander, hurry. The gate on this side is about to close too. There's 1 minute left. Don't get bogged down fighting them. Get into the tower first. The gate is about to close. After confirming that the interior is safe, I set Marlene down on the steps and squirm inside myself. The tower's spiral staircase is narrow and steep. They are thick with the cold smell of aged dust and stone. The surrounding walls are thick and solid. They are part of the building's fortifications, after all. Though maintenance is long overdue for the stone steps underfoot, they can still bear everyone's weight. Small bits of stone occasionally roll down the steps as we step on them, falling all the way into the depths of the tower. The steps here are somewhat slippery, everyone be careful. Whoa. Marlene. Cliffy tries to grab Marlene, but her outstretched hand grabs only empty air. Marlene tumbles down alongside the crushed bits of stone she stepped on. Damn it. What I feared did not happen, and Dora's reassuring voice comes through the calms. Commander, I caught... Marlene. Okay. Thank goodness, Endoros. Get Marlene to a safe place first. Understood, but... Wait, that's... Oh no, Endoros. Get out of there quickly. Crash. The sound of falling, crashing metal comes from beneath our feet. Endoros, Marlene, what happened? Are you two alright? Commander, Marlene and I are both fine. But our force hacking triggered the security mechanisms here, causing the wiring to lock down completely. We can't unlock it unless we have a key or permission to disengage the lockdown. Hacking will take time. What's more, that mechanism has set off a small explosion at the gate near the bottom of the tower. That gate is now blocked by rubble. Does that mean we can't even activate our explosives? I'm afraid so. The tower, one of the defense fortifications of the ancient structure, has only 2 entrances, one above, one below, plus the narrow windows on the walls. Those are too small that only a single hand can pick through them. Since the lower exit is now sealed off, we're all trapped inside this solidly built tower. We'll just have to clear the rubble by hand. Commander, hold on. I'll get those stones cleared ASAP. The situation has grown so dire that there is no room even for silence. So someone must step forward in the next moment. Only then can the script keep moving forward. We've all already known the ending of the story, but the journey is woven through real sacrifice, blood, and tears. A shell cannot wrap a heartbeat. Sharp shards mirror dreams, memory. Nemesis? Nemesis, don't. Bastards. What are you doing? Let go, let go. Abolesco. Bang. The Nemesis shoves crawling, the last one still outside with her, into the tower. The door slams shut with a bang. Our demolition setup, which has gone dark due to the security lockdown, comes back online. I don't know how things turned out this way. Or rather, there are still so many questions I want to ask. But all that answers me is the overwhelming
任务结束，各位
That's not good.
保持警惕，在安全返回之前，还
Sound
不能放松。
explosions. Okay, that was the last word. Okay. God, it's so late. Okay. I will not raid anyone tonight because it's so late. I will just finish this. These can be done later if I do them at all. And the claiming can be done further. The next day. Erling, let's begin. Alright. Erling no longer trembles in the ops room. She grips the handheld terminal so tightly that her knuckles turn white. The casualty list for the mission is laid out in detail in the corner of the screen. The squads that stayed behind to guard the ammo sustained relatively light injuries. Their frames can be repaired by replacing parts. Besides that, Helen's neural cloud suffered minor damage. Data recovery will be performed during her next routine maintenance. Among field personnel, 404's losses and injuries were relatively minor. Defy's losses were mainly ammunition and equipment. That said, they'd do a detailed list once they go back, so it's not itemized for now. Knowing pauses, she does her best to make her voice sound normal. Lastly, the squad with the most severe losses, Team Groza. Leader and Trolling are at 30% frame damage. They are currently in the repair pods awaiting repair. Lastly, we have Nemesis, status missing. The ops room sinks into silence. To be honest, I no longer remember much of what happened after that day. While waiting for rescue, the shock of the explosion gave me a mild concussion, and prolonged exposure to collapsed radiation rendered me unconscious for some time. I am told that we were rescued from the tower by 404 not long after the explosion. We discovered that the castle's entire courtyard area had been blown to smithereens. Team Groza and Squad 404 escorted me back to the Elbow first, while Alva, Bamasa, and Perista stayed for some time near the castle, waiting for the fire from the explosion to die down before making a preliminary assessment of the situation. According to their report, the severed bits of those dolls got mixed together after the explosion. They couldn't identify which one of them was part of Nemesis's frame. Once they had some R&R, they will conduct another in-depth investigation of the area surrounding the old castle. We decided to put Nemesis as missing for now, at least until the frame can be conclusively confirmed destroyed. How is Sexton's doing, by the way? Is there still a chance for her to wake up? Sexton's current condition is beyond what I can handle for now. I've handed her over to Miss Dandelion. Let's just leave it to her then. Milling's understanding of third-gen dolls is limited. All we can do is wait to see if Dandelion can do anything. Still, we did bring her back her frame, so there's always hope that she might wake up. After that, each squad that took part in the mission gave their own mission reports. The documents Clofy brought back from the castle room have been fully analyzed. We obtained some data on Darcher and the same doll for a doll under the codename Juno. The contents indicate that both dolls had recently returned to that castle for frame maintenance, although we don't know why they did so. It must have been connected to Sexton's rebirth ceremony. Perhaps Darcher's abnormal behavior is actually connected to this chain of events. I also managed to confirm many things previously unknown through this mission. First, regarding Paradis's activities. After I shot William dead, new individuals kept rising within Paradis, taking over and attempting to continue the research he had conducted back then. Chilibag, or what are they supposed to say, is not alone, and the Liv incident wasn't some aftershock from 10 years ago, but an entirely new probe attempt by Paradis. Second, I initially thought the third-gen dolls were merely employed by the conglomerate, but now it seems that things aren't that simple. The conglomerate and someone within Paradis appears to jointly hold authority over them. Perhaps the specifics will only become clear when Dandelion finishes dealing with Sexton's situation. Still, we now know that Paradis and the conglomerate are fully in league with one another. We could even say that Paradis is ambitious enough that they'd swallow the conglomerate whole if they could do it. You can tell from the degree of the third-gen doll's chokehold over the conglomerate that they've clearly been working on this plan for a long time. Lastly, regarding the Helena project, Marlene told me that the Helena designated H-35 as a test subject is currently heavily involved in Paradise's experiments. My failure to rescue her is my biggest regret. I was so close to her back in that one moment. But now that I think about it, what troubles me greatly is that strange feeling I had when approaching where she was. I remember feeling something like that back in Live as well. There may be a subtle difference between them, but I am quite certain that it's the same kind of thing. Commander. The meeting is over. I lift my head, only then do I realize that everyone in the ops room is staring at me. I wave my hand to let everyone leave, while I myself remain sitting motionless in the chair. Alright. Peretta, I have a word with you. Sure. After everyone gathers their documents and leaves the ops rooms, I gesture for Peretta to sit down beside me. Surely you have much to ask me. Your thoughts are quite unsuitable. Are quite unsubtle. You're right, but I don't know where to even begin. Then why not start with the special abilities I displayed? That should be where you're most interested in, no? Are you willing to talk about it? Then let's start there. We don't really have any other choice. If we are talking about choices, I have to say that you have so many choices and options in your hands, yet you always choose the path that leads toward the future. You're an incredibly kind person. I think that is probably why the world chose you. The world chose me. That's right. It's exactly what you think it is. After all, though I'm the anchor point for her descent, even I'm still not qualified enough to know her name. But you are qualified to know everything. And thus, at this very moment, I sit here beside you. I fall silent again, waiting for Peretta to speak. I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps it's because my present power is great enough to support her in weaving a dream. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was simply fate's arrangements. But in any case, she descended here, and upon leaving, she left behind a portion of her power. You already know that this is a power belonging to Nirvana. Okay. So you were able to temporarily suppress Bojums because of... I'm afraid that the me right now can no longer explain it to you well. What I can still say is that she does not permit Bojums to enter Nirvana, and that the power of Nirvana is also one of the few existences capable of completely annihilating a Bojum. No wonder Paradis would study such a thing. So, there are still many questions I want to ask, but Peretta shakes her head. It's alright, there's no need to rush to understand the answers. If you wish to create the future, there must be something unknown to you. And precisely because of that, you can do what she cannot. I think it over for a long time, but in the end, I simply voice my final request. Then, would it be possible to... Britta seems to know what I'm about to say and immediately shakes her head. I exhausted all the power she left behind while dealing with the situation we faced. I can no longer sense her. Though I'll probably become her eyes again, I'm afraid I won't be able to guide the power of Nirvana for a long time unless she wishes to change something through me once again. Sorry, Commander. I cannot help you convey your thoughts and feelings to her. But please believe that everything is fate's arrangement. Please don't worry. Because when she bid me farewell, she told me that in a future not so far away, due to certain events, the two of you would surely meet again, and when that time comes, It'll be her seeking help from you. Once that happens, she hopes that you, Commander, would hold her hand just as you did in the past. As Perita says this, she grabs my hand as though passing something on to me. The warmth from her palm somehow feels more familiar than how her hands themselves feel to me. The two of us stay silent for a long while. I am so confused of the current situation. There's one more thing I want to ask. About Nemesis. What did she say at the end? Ah, so it's about that. Indeed, I actually wanted to ask Nemesis some questions directly just now, but I understand that you have some questions about her identity. Not just her identity, there's also... I understand, I don't know the specifics myself, but she's a good kid. At the very end, she said that she would hack into the neural cloud of those Peritus dolls and through them take control of the whole castle's wiring and circuitry. Everyone would be able to escape that way. Was there anything else? That was all of it. After all, things were quite urgent back then, yeah. I know what you want to hear, but back then she really didn't have time to say something like, I'll definitely come back alive to find you guys. But not saying it doesn't mean she won't do it. So let's hold on to that feeling and pray for her together. A week later, Dandelion calls me to the maintenance room, saying that Sexton's neural cloud is showing signs of recovery. When I hurry over, I see Sexton still inside the pod, barely maintaining the stability of her neural cloud data through the link Dandelion established. How is she? Oh my, her condition can only be described as super terrible. If she wasn't brought back in time, even the tiniest bit of neural cloud data might not have been saved. Darcher's final shot landed right on her neural cloud core. An absolutely destructive blow, no question. To be so ruthless toward her own elder sister, looks like that child really does have a bright future ahead of her. Why on earth did she do it? Just to punish a traitor? Was there really a need to go that far? Don't underestimate a doll's sense of self. If someone archives what you could not, jealousy would come naturally, or achieves what you could not, jealousy would come naturally. Hence, such a heart of jealousy sprouts, grows, and ferments. It grows into an abomination that even the individual herself cannot control. If we look at it that way, Thurgen dolls are actually quite similar to humans. Commander, perhaps you too are being envied by someone at this very moment. Who would envy a wanted fugitive with an official URNC bounty? All I can say is you underestimate yourself far too much. Perhaps the reason for your bounty is the reason for someone's envy toward you. For a moment, neither of us speak. Finally, Dandelion turns her gaze back to Sexton's. I said before that the Bojum hub can't think rationally, only making instinctive reactions, didn't I? I have to retract that statement. Although Sexton's condition is dire, the Bojum within her body has become highly assimilated with her neural core, protecting her basic data from Darcher's bullet. I think this might be some kind of instinct. After a certain connection was severed, the Bojum within her changed in nature. It began to work solely for her sake. In any case, her neural cloud core is now being sustained by the Bojum cells in its place, and it can only be repaired by those Bojum cells themselves. Still, thanks to Darcher, she is now completely free of their control. If the conglomerate, paradise, some Bojum, or whatever, dialed her up, they'll just get static. On the flip side, however, since she lost much of her Bojum cells, she can no longer display the full power of a third-gen doll. Even if we had to repair her frame, at most she could perform at about the level of those twin dolls you captured in Mokush. We're fine even without those cells. We're now in a position to prepare a better frame for her. Swapping frames won't work. I just said that her neural cloud core is damaged, didn't I? Right now, her neural cloud is basically being run by the Bojum hub in its place, though there are large gaps when it comes to memory. Fortunately, we made a backup when we examined it before, so right now I'm using that backup to restore as much of her memory as possible. As for how much can be restored, that will entirely depend on her own will. To sever the connection to the system you were born with, to no longer rely on anyone to build a new self-conscious, conscious, by your own strength alone. Oh, a new self-consciousness. There we go. By your own strength alone, it comes at an inevitable bloody price. All I can do is wish her good luck. By the way, doing all this cost me quite the time and effort. Who even remembers that I came here for a vacation? Thank you for your hard work. What? I didn't quite catch that. You could say it a little louder, no, a little more generously. Commander? What terrible timing to wake up. And whose fault is it but yours for being so loud? Ignoring Dandelion's protesting, I walk up to the pod containing Sextons and switch on my comms. Sextons, how do you feel? I'm back. Yep, you're back on the Elmo. I am so sorry It's alright. If you can't remember the past, so be it. From now on, you are a member of the Elmo. That's the only thing you need to remember. Oh, if only the commander would be so kind and gentle with me too. I understand. And also, thank you, Miss Dandelion. You noticed me. Here I thought I was quite discreet about it. But doesn't it mean your neural cloud reconstruction was already going well enough for you to perceive my presence? Looks like you can start ordering her missing parts, Commander. You won't have to throw her in recycling as per your plans. Dandelion. This joke wasn't all that inappropriate for the timing, was it? Since you brought it up yourself, help me order the parts on the black market. Order received. Dandelion's projection goes dark. Only Sextons and I remain in the maintenance room. I don't know what I should say. Why don't you just get some proper rest for now? Sir, what's wrong? I pressed myself against the comm device, trying to make out Sexton's voice. You believed in me, and when you faced such a creature, you dared to use your human body to... Yes, I believe in you. Even though I cannot be loyal. I understand what you mean, Sextons. A doll who possesses full authority over herself cannot pledge loyalty to anyone through the form of a code imprint. Those two things are mutually contradictory, but it also means we can try trusting each other, just like everyone else aboard the Elmo. But my lord, I cannot serve you at my original strength. I am already useless. I'd give you a higher rating than you'd give yourself. You didn't just defy your own creator, you even defied the fate she imposed upon you, and what's more, you successfully mastered the Bojum cells within your body. You proved to us that a third-gen doll is capable of changing her own fate. And it's also because of you that the mask of that woman was pierced, letting me know who I should bring down from now on. My lord, your life may have been relatively simple and straightforward in the past. They gave the orders, you carried them out. No need to question, no need to think. But from now on, you may have to deliberate on matters far more complicated. You must rely on the choices made by your heart. You must now start learning about this world the same way a human infant does. You won't know that fire is hot until you touch it. You won't realize that a path is ended until you walk into a wall. This process will be quite painful. Perhaps you'll also go through struggles, doubts, soul-searching, and rebellion. But through this, you will discover a road never walked before, one that truly belongs to you. Of course, my understanding of doll technology is quite shallow, but I think that's more or less how the principle goes. You seem to be talking about a certain someone. No, I am not. I give Sextance a smile. So right now, the you of the present is the best version of yourself. Rest well, I'll be waiting for you. As you command. Okay, oh, dang it. I had not anticipated that she would wake up so soon. Also, she still remembers what happened in that castle at the end. She killed Sextance with her own 2 hands. Upon realizing this, Darcher shudders. It means that our neural cloud is still perfectly intact. This seems like deliberate punishment. Darcher hurriedly shuts her eyes. Pretending to be asleep won't work, my child. Mama. Darcher tries to sit up, but she finds herself tied onto a cold machine. The parts destroyed by that second-gen doll as reckless and brutish as an old heavy-duty excavator had all been removed, exposing clumps of tissue and densely packed wiring within, along with a large number of newly replaced modules. She had been repaired, yet Darcher's heart is filled with despair, because she did not want to appear before Mother like this. That doll is nothing but an old relic from many years ago. Hatred toward the enemy flashed through Darcher's neural cloud for only an instant. That thought was quickly replaced by fear. Is there anything else you wish to say? I was being stubborn. I did something you did not tell me to. But even so, Mother still gently repaired me. Is it because I have been forgiven? The commander. He wounded the prototype, severed the connection with H-35, and dug Sextance out. Having witnessed all of this up close, surely you must have seen the power behind those actions. Come tell me everything you know of it. I didn't see it. I seem to have gotten my hopes up too high. Darcher feels despair and grief surge against her crumbling neural cloud like a raging tide. Clear liquid wells up from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. She can no longer make a sound. It is obvious Mother does not want to hear her excuses. Don't worry, I'm not angry with you. You have been a delicate child from the very beginning, Darcher. You have always been more sentimental compared to your sisters, and more greedy for emotional comfort and reassurance. Trying to evaporate the tears pooling at her eyes. A scene from the past appears before her, Mother supporting Sextance, walking forward step by step. She was the first third-gen doll among them to be completed, assembled just a little earlier than her. Even so, Sextance received the most of Mother's love, or perhaps even her only offering of love. Mother seemed to treat Sextance as a prototype, as though she was a human girl, treating her as one would a daughter. Though it was only for a dozen or so hours, although she was probably only trying to test the effect of maternal love on a third-gen doll's neural cloud and the Bojum within her during the growth period. The dozen or so hours were recorded on the neural cloud of Darcher, who watched from the side. She watched how Mother carefully supported Sextance, how she gently taught her to understand the world, how she sang her a lullaby while she slept. Before she even understood who she herself was, Darcher came to know jealousy. If it were me, I would absolutely never betray. At least that traitor is already. Still. The next time you meet Sextance, bring her back as intact as possible. I'm very curious about the current state of her heart. I want to know if its nature has already changed. Why would why would you still want that traitor? And besides, she's already been. You seem certain you have destroyed her neural cloud. By design, if her neural cloud had truly been completely annihilated, the Bojum heart within her body would immediately take over the neural cloud's functions and control the frame, keeping her permanently fixed in another form. But that did not happen, did it? The Bojum heart can connect into a computing process of the neural cloud like a biological nerve, enhancing processing capacity to an extreme degree. As of now, I've only partially realized this function in Cocoon, since it is tightly fused with the neural cloud core, and since Bojum cells are capable of performing functions nearly as complex as what a brain can do, repairs to neural cloud core processes, which are normally impossible, could potentially succeed. Of course, the potential chance to succeed is very low, but since she is now connected to that commander, it is best not to trust such possibilities, no matter how low they might be. This is not superstition, but my conclusion as a researcher. You will see Sextance again. Bojum backup. She will appear before me again. Darcher looked at Mother in shame. She had caused her so much trouble, yet couldn't seem to do anything right. For an instant, Darcher feels that perhaps she does not deserve any kind of comforting at all. But Mother walks over and strokes her head at that very moment. A gentle voice can be heard singing that familiar sweet song, a song that had never belonged to Darcher. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, my precious child. Imagine you came over one crazy, go to sleep, yada yada. Okay. Reminisce in this world. Okay. All of it belongs to you. Darcher closes her eyes in bliss, although she knows that Mother did not sing out of love. She has never felt so content in her entire life. The boundless silence devours, sinking her conscience into a deep void. She stares with satisfaction, drawn on the table, labeled. A faint squirming polymer mass lies inside it, shimmering with a dazzling light. Those were the Bojum cells, once active within Sexton's body, originating from the Bojum prototype she used to grow all third-gen dolls, nourishing all dolls' neural cloud and energy. It has now taken on properties and radiation wavelengths entirely different from Sexton's Bojum's other half. They had been excised by some kind of power completely and wholly, and what's more, they had been killed. This is her first time seeing a Bojum truly die. Completely destroying Bojum cells requires only high temperatures, but that is only a method to physically destroy them. Even she had never obtained a Bojum this intact, a Bojum that had ceased all biological activity too. Back then, he shouldn't have been carrying any weapons or methods unknown to me, or things I've never deployed within the laboratory. Even if the prototype can recover, the connection to that girl has likely been permanently severed, and in time, the growth progress the prototype had achieved will also decline. The Sextance of present had become a doll not created by her. She had thoroughly attained freedom and perhaps in a certain way become an entirely new individual. So you are capable of even such things, Commander. Fate truly does favor you very much. No, this is love. You truly are our most fearsome opponent. Is it finally? Still not done. I didn't expect this to take so long. Contact attempt. Requesting connection. Connection established. Mona, are you the one answering the call? A certain secretary has entered a period of radio silence for the sake of the upcoming big move, so there's a tad bit more, I know. So the duty of communicating with you is now mine to take over. Alva, I've read the log for this mission. Violent as ever, I see. Well, with Voidmaster around, that sort of thing pretty much unavoidable. I'm on this comm channel too. And take it as a compliment. It's a compliment from a security doll. You know, that carries real weight. For this, don't forget to collect the mission achievements. Yeah. Besides, there really wasn't any other option at the time. Thanks for your understanding. Regarding the recent mission, did the organization have any feedback? Of course, I'm not rushing you, but this discovery is critical. I believe it can serve as a direct evidence that Paradis is completely revealed, and in fact, it is integrating itself into a larger, much more terrifying existence. I understand you, but it seems the higher-ups have something they're way more concerned about. Something they're more concerned about? But what could matter more than tracking down... I know, Alva, but this is what they want. I'm aware that it will pose problems for those who work on the front lines like you. But acting in accordance with orders handed down from above is precisely our duty. Alright. Then what are the orders from above? Continue the recon mission. Keep monitoring for any abnormal electromagnetic pulses. Doesn't really seem any different from before. Also, maintain contact with Commander and when necessary, relay information about the Elmo back to the organization. Alva waits for a moment, but no further reply we heard from the comms. That's all? That's all. Does that mean the Commander is already safe? Well, it's at least a positive sign, isn't it? Alright, although this doesn't seem any different from what we were already doing. We'll keep up our work, since that's how the higher-ups want it. In any case, safety first. You too. The call ends. Okay. Okay, onward to the boundless desert like it always does. Come in. Commander. What's wrong? Have you visited Helena? Yeah, Helena. She woke up for a bit just now. I told her about everything we went through recently. Was she able to understand it? More or less. Although doesn't seem to fully understand it, she understands more than I expected. That's a pretty impressive improvement. Did tell me that while she was asleep, she also dreamed of the girl we weren't able to save. I don't know why, but her ability to sense that girl seems especially strong. And she also said that the girl once informed Helena of her name. That girl, I remember she was called H35, wasn't she? No, not a designation like H35 or D68. It's a name, like a human name. A name just like the, million you gave me. I pause what I'm working on and look toward Millie. Did she say what her name was? Elena said she forgot. No, that's not right. What she said was that that's something she shouldn't remember. Shouldn't remember. I found this phrasing strange, yet it carries something that feels familiar. Commander, that girl seems somewhat different from us. I kept getting the feeling that she doesn't belong here. Scattered utterings gradually brought a certain idea in my mind into focus. If that memory existing only in my mind truly did happen, if the possibilities that Nirvana showed me really do exist, then at the other side of the world, those who are pulled by the thread of fate, could a reunion be possible? Do you think this means we still have a chance to save that girl? After all, Helena can still sense her even now. We definitely will. If my conjecture is true, then she must still be alive somewhere in this world. Commander, I am so sorry. It was only after going through this whole ordeal that I realized I've been talking about things that are really hard to achieve. I always had saving all the Helenas as my goal, but in the end, even just trying to save H35 was so difficult. But if I don't do it, more and more children will be trapped in the kind of suffering I went through before. Well, I mean, huh? You won't grow taller if you keep letting your mind run wild. Won't grow taller. Although you and Helena share the same genes, I remember when we measured your height last time, she was already 1 centimeter taller than you. How is that possible? I drank my milk properly too. Clenched her fist, looking at me in a huff, only to find an irrepressible smile spreading across my face. Commander, I knew it. You were lying. It's not. I'm not. It's true. If you don't believe me, go ask Mei Ling. I'll go ask Mei Ling in a short while. If you don't want to lose to Helena, then don't keep dwelling on such things. Mei Ling, your priorities are to eat well and sleep well, then grow tall and bigger as soon as you can. Only then will you become strong enough to fight the bad guys who do evil and save all the Helenas. Wouldn't you agree? I see. Alright, now go and get ready for food. I remember that the menu today's got stuff you really like, fried chicken and pizza. Okay, I'll go right now. And jogs off out of the ops room. A collapsed storm had just passed. The long absent blue sky reappears over the yellow zone. The sunlight shines down upon this desolate land day after day, as though nothing had ever changed. But some things do indeed quietly change. For instance, I finally decided to stop fixating on the chaotic past, to stop worrying over predicaments that had not yet happened, to stop excessively dwelling on the manipulations and maneuvers of powerful figures. I finally decided to take a probing step forward toward the future. I know not of how far I can go up this mountain, but at the very least, if I must fall, I shall try for my remains to lay near the summit. Perhaps, or maybe not, due to the change in my state of mind, I noticed that outside the almost window, in the ever unchanging desert, something I've never seen before has appeared. A purple plant sway freely in the breeze as far as at the far end of my vision. As the animal gradually moves forward, I suddenly realize that it wasn't a plant. I rub my eyes. Nemesis? Okay. That's now done. I am not doing the rest of that. I will do that tomorrow. Because right now it is 3 in the morning and I had not intended to go this long. I will claim all of this. I will spend that stuff later. For now, sleep. Oh, good. Spend the full time till the next day changes over. Okay. Nothing new here, right? Oh, there's this. We'll do what I can here. Okay. Okay. Only 2. And I'll grab the things I don't need. Okay. Okay. Yay. Okay. And with this. Okay, there's just one more of these stupid things. Okay. I am now calling it a night. Oh god, I'm a bit out of it. But I finished the story. And it makes me really, really interested to finish and catch up Parabellum. What about that? Oh right. What is... Oh right, it's that thing. I forgot about that thing. Under event. Yeah, I forgot about it. I forgot about that event. Alright. Okay. Okay. Now it's done. Because we have gaming in 5 hours. So, okay. And with that said, I'm gonna call the stream here. I probably won't raid anybody because I can't stick around for even like a minute. So, I'm gonna say thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Hendraxis, signing off.